Chapter 1848. In the sky above the observer's space, the surging ocean of energy reflected colorful auroras in the high sky. The infinite energy connected into an energy curtain that stretched for millions of miles. The scene reflected was rather hazy and dreamy. In a place where the auroras and the light curtain were relatively sparse, a cluster of dark green, ancient, and extra-large mucus was wriggling one pupa after another. When the people around it saw the extremely sticky and disgusting color rolling up a wave of waves, they would all grimace and grimace in pain. Their faces were wrinkled and deformed. Originally, the thing that everyone was looking forward to was an unknown mucus, which was already enough to make people's souls distort. Now, they saw Yin Nuashing standing in front of that dark green mucus, with one hand digging into it and stirring it nonstop, which made them even more hiss. Not to mention, this kind of poochie smacking sound was still echoing in their ears. Wow, that was really... Jingyan shuddered and could not help but whisper in Huey's ear, "Isn't this guy a neat freak?" Huey's face twitched a few times. His face was gloomy. I can only say that Feng has completely let go of himself now. He doesn't care about anything. I reckon that if we carried an 8-legged thing back and threw it in front of him, he would be interested in observing it for a while. Sometimes, breaking through one's psychological bottom line was just a matter of clenching one's teeth. Wearing a new set of clothes and shoes to roll around in the mud might be very disgusting, but if you were already rolling around in the mud, then you wouldn't care about what you were wearing, right? But it was hard to tell from Maple's expression whether he was going all out to suppress his disgust or he really didn't feel anything. More than 100 people gathered here to watch a person play with the mud. The atmosphere was awkward and weird. Suifeng and Brother Lei watched for a while and then asked the others to do something else, leaving only a few people here to continue watching. We watched Feng play with the mud for more than 10 minutes. Finally, he could not help but walk up to him. Looking at his overly calm and delicate face, we could not help but say, "Feng, if you feel disgusted, just squeak." Yin Nuashing tilted her head. "Disgusted? It's all right. Although it looks like a ball of mucus on the outside, its essence is still a creation of energy. You'll be fine as long as you don't think too much about it. This thing doesn't have any smell." Be that as it may, everyone laughed bitterly. But looking at this big, dark green thing, looking at it with a mole and a pupa, it was still a little, ahem, about that. He coughed dryly and squinted his eyes. "Although it's not very good to ask you when you're playing to your heart's content. But what are you doing?" "Play." Yin Nuashing glanced at him from the corner of her eyes, as if she was looking at maggots and weeds. After a long while of disdain, she replied, "Fiddle with this thing and see what's hidden inside." This respectable ghost made layer after layer of shells. God knows what he's trying to hide. Oh! We forcibly suppressed a bunch of strange thoughts in his mind. He reached out and poked the dark green mucus. It was cold between his fingers and was more firm than the mucus. It was like slightly dry mud. It really felt like this kind of touch. It was a little strange. When he said that Maple was playing, he was just using his usual teasing tone. He knew that this guy was using the origin energy to fiddle with this inexplicable thing. He also tried to touch it with his hand, but there was no reaction. Perhaps it was because Yin Nuashing took the lead and Hui was the first to respond. Seeing the two of them fiddling with something, everyone was very curious. After looking at each other for a while, they could not hold back their curiosity. After reluctantly accepting the appearance of the mud, they all came forward. A group of people looked at a green mud with a diameter of thousands of miles at close range. This scene was a little funny no matter how they looked at it. The girl in white stepped forward and poked the mud twice. After observing for a while, she said in a completely unchanged tone, "The energy activity is very low. It has the origin energy, but no divinity or divine power. I don't know what it is." All the heirs nodded. One of the reasons why they said that they did not know what those relics were was because they did not have the determination to fiddle with them. Seeing the relics reminded them of the person they were looking at. After a while, 5 eras had passed. Now, when they saw the thing in front of them, they really did not know what it was. Back then, during the mythological era, when order and chaos were at war, the entirety Yuan realm was in turmoil. The heavenly gods of origin, who had foreseen some things in advance, left behind 771 escape routes for the future of the world of order. The heavenly god of destruction once said that all the routes led to death and wanted to change them. To this day, they still did not know if the things they came into contact with that were related to origin were the original or had appeared in front of them after she had made some changes. It was hard to say. Even if the gods of origin were prepared for danger in times of peace and prepared for a rainy day, it was still difficult for them to do everything perfectly at that time. In the end, they just did whatever they thought of, unlike in the past, where they would take great pains to calculate everything before executing it properly. We felt that the so-called 771 backup plans should be the backup plans that they had proposed at the very beginning and had been constantly deducing and modifying. Everything that was truly left behind should include the things that they had prepared after the war began that did not seem so appropriate. Some of them might have been left behind casually. In any case, it was definitely more than 771. But in any case, the thing in front of them was indeed too strange. When it was shown, it first shocked them with its shocking appearance for 10 minutes. When they looked at it again at a close distance, they could not figure out anything about it for a long time. Apart from the origin energy that told them that it was left behind by them, other details, well, there were no details. If they pressed down the origin energy and threw it in front of Sui Feng and the others, they would never recognize that it was a creation related to the origin. The group of people worked here for a while. Yin Nuoxing also asked them to disperse to deal with the other origin relics. He stayed behind to deal with this thing alone. Although he said so, Hui and the three girls would definitely stay here. Firstly, they were ready to help at any time. Secondly, they were watching him to prevent him from acting up again. He guessed the latter part. Anyway, the four people's eyes directly told him that with them watching, he could not casually make any big news. Generally speaking, he really did not have such thoughts. In the past, he would explode at the slightest provocation and get into trouble at the slightest provocation. That was out of his control. This thing looks like a ball of mud on the surface, but the inside. Hui dug his hand into the dark green mucus and stirred it twice before retracting his hand. There was nothing on it. The inside is weird, like a stone lump with energy residue, but no reaction. They had been fiddling with the dark green thing for 3 hours, but there was no reaction from it at all. In theory, since it had residual energy, it couldn't be broken. The girl in white also said that although there was an energy reaction, the activity was very low. This shouldn't be a problem for Maple, but he had been fiddling with it for a long time, and the thing in front of him didn't show any reaction at all. The color and patterns on its surface had become like an abstract painting, and the painting style was so unrestrained that it looked like it was letting go of its own free will. When the 4th hour came, we finally could not take it anymore. He stood up, took out the Guardian's great sword and shield, and pointed it forward. "Foam, can I poke it? Here it comes. You finally can't sit still." Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes at him fiercely and continued to dig into the quagmire as he flipped. "I was still wondering when you would be unable to sit still and stand up. This. If you have time, try other ways to stimulate it. Don't bother." "Why? I poked it an hour ago. Do you see how it reacts now?" Good Lord, this guy is even more restless than me. It's bad enough that he poked it an hour ago, but now he's poking it sneakily." We scratched himself with the Guardian's sword and sighed. It's very annoying. This thing can't be done for hundreds of years, right?" Yin Nuoxing was startled and stopped. According to his past experience with things related to origin, it was hard to say if it would take that long. From the beginning, he had tried all kinds of methods to activate the energy and used the same origin energy to stimulate it. He also kept releasing the origin rules and the power of order. Without exception, all the energy sank into the sea. There was not even a sound. It felt like, it did not intend to respond to his request. It ignored him. "Big brother, can you give me some face? Look at this 147 origin energy. Which one do you like?" You can tell me if it works or not. Yin Nuashing was so tired that her face started to turn green. She could not help but sigh. I want to pinch this guy into a biscuit. This is a way. Do you want to pinch it? Hui suddenly clapped his hands. He was very excited that he had found an idea. Yin Nuashing looked at him and rolled her eyes. If it hadn't been for the fact that it didn't work half an hour ago. Everyone, good heavens, this guy had already tried sneakily, but there was no reaction. The group huddled there and discussed the impenetrable thing in front of them. They came up with tens of thousands of methods, including, but not limited to, packaging it as a gift and sending it to the Chaos Concept entity. If it was not for the fact that they could not find the place to receive it, they would have already been on their way. Well, it was just a joke. At present, there were still many ways to touch it, but Yin Nuashing was gradually losing patience. Messing with things left behind by others was actually not as satisfying as messing with his own things. He still had the important matter of the origin rules to deal with. After a long discussion, they still could not come up with a solution. Suddenly, the space beside them warped gently. A portal opened, and a cold figure walked out of it. As they watched, the figure yawned and rubbed her eyes. She bent over and groped in front of her for a while, and then made a face-to-face posture. Thud! In the next second, Frost's forehead hit Yin Nuashing's chest, causing everyone to sweat profusely. This subconscious action, this muddle-headed action, no matter how they looked at it, looked like she was tired from fighting at the front line, and then went back to the rear to lie down and rest. Yin Nuashing naturally thought of this as well. For a moment, her expression was very strange. So she was teleported back by feeling his scent? She subconsciously wanted to go into the spiritual world, but did not get it right. Good heavens. This guy was like a little angel who went back to the hotel to sleep after getting tired from fighting at the front line, right? Ugh. Frost rubbed her forehead in a daze. When she sensed that there was someone else's scent around, she slowly woke up and opened her eyes. Little star? Where is this? Yin Nuashing's breathing suddenly stopped, and he rolled his eyes. He felt that he was a very mysterious existence, because he did not know what kind of image he had in the hearts of these girls. He was afraid that in their eyes, he was like a hotel that grew legs and had its own security and defense. When they got tired of lying down, they could get up and play. Moreover, there was an 80% chance that they would see a strange and unfamiliar place, because he often ran to other people's houses as an intruder. When he got tired of playing, he would shrink into his spiritual world and immediately go to sleep. It always felt very creepy. We are in the observer space. Yin Nuashing reached out and pressed Frost a few times. He laughed helplessly. What did you do at the front line to make yourself so tired? Frost grabbed his arm in a daze and said, Ugh, I used the origin sanctum to strengthen the power of the order realm of the entire void frontline. Yawn. Hui and the others were speechless. This girl was also under Maple's influence for a long time. Her power and whatnot had begun to develop in a large area. There were actually many people who could strengthen the order realm of the entire void frontline to cover the entire void frontline, but not many could persist, even if it was the origin sanctum. There was no other reason. The void frontline had a large area, and there were many people. Energy was pouring out every second to provide indiscriminate strengthening to these lunatics who were high on drugs. Even with the help of the origin sanctum, it was very difficult. It was a miracle that Frost could persist for more than 100 days. Maple did not count. He carried the original light and the origin energy and hung himself in the void. As long as the void was not destroyed, the order would not be destroyed. It was the top support. Although his original profession was a warrior who charged and broke through the enemy lines. Origin Sanctum of the Origin Sanctum. TSK. I have never seen one. I don't know if there was such a person in the previous era. Origin Sanctum of the Origin Sanctum also existed in our era. Brother Lay's voice sounded in the soul transmission. When Frost came out, they all looked at her and could not help but look at her. Frost's existence was also a point that they paid special attention to. However, I have never heard of any Origin Sanctum of the Origin Sanctum at that time. Why? They all died prematurely? Hui frowned. Judging from the chaotic situation of that era, it was easy to think that they were killed by the power of chaos. Why? Brother Lei, Sui Feng, Jing Yun, and the others all sighed and said in unison, why? Origin Sanctum of the Origin Sanctum is born with a defect in the rules. They've been fighting against the rules of the Big Yuan realm all their lives. Teacher once mentioned that since the rules were born in error, everything returned to error. However, Teacher did not mention in detail whether it was related to the Origin Sanctum itself or was it related to the rules of the Big Yuan realm. Sui Qing cut in and explained to this group of people who were not very reliable. Oh, that's what happened. Brother Lei and the others laughed dryly in agreement. At that time, they had not really encountered the Origin life form. They had only heard about this kind of legendary life form. For example, which void region they appeared in, which world group they appeared in. When they heard about them, they were already in a stable state. No one had ever captured the scene of the birth of the Origin life form. Brother Lei scratched his head. I remember that the Origin life forms that have reached the Origin realm will not be devoured by the void because they have already completed their own laws. The Origin life forms that we heard about in our time have not reached this level. This seems to be related to the laws of the void. So there's not a single Origin life form that has reached the Origin realm. Oh, that's all I remember. I don't know any more details. Yin Nuoxing froze when she heard this. Frost even rubbed her face against his hand for a while before she realized that something was wrong. She rubbed her eyes and tried to open them. When she saw the dark green mud in front of her, she was slightly stunned. What are you going to do by taking this energy apart? Take it apart. The group of people all turned their attention to her and were all stunned. Being stared at by a group of people all of a sudden, Frost shrank her neck and hid herself behind Yin Nuoxing. She carefully stretched out her finger and pointed at the dark green mud in front of her. It has been taken apart. Didn't you do it? No. The group shook their heads vigorously. Yin Nuoxing looked at her curiously. You can see its abnormality? You said that it has been taken apart. Then it's... Where's the other part? The other part. Shuang blinked her eyes hard and pointed at the dark green mud with her slender finger. She waved her finger in front of her for a while, then slowly moved her finger. Everyone followed her slender finger and moved their eyes to the side. They kept moving and finally fixed their eyes on the green sun hanging in the sky. There! The group looked at each other and took a deep breath. Well, they were a group of people, a group of second-generation inheritors, in short, inheritors and all the heavenly gods of the primeval era. They had been working here for half a day and couldn't even let out a fart. The little girl from the Origin of Life was awesome. She saw through it as soon as she came in. Is this the characteristic of the Origin of Life? It's so powerful. Yin Nuoxing looked at it for a while and was about to move the mud over. The little girl suddenly waved her finger and said, and this one here, this one, that one, the one with the blue light, is also the same. And this one, they're all fragments of a huge body. They were all dismantled and torn into pieces. The group was speechless. The little girl waved her finger and covered all the relics of Origin in the observer space. Then look at these. Well, they were all semi-finished products, zero energy, and medicine balls. In other words, Brother Lei crossed his arms and looked solemn. So, we have been working for a long time and thought that these were all individual things. In fact, they are one thing. Huey's face twitched a few times. Do all the gods in your family like to play this game? Well, it depends on their mood. In fact, the gods are usually very serious, but occasionally they would be a little that. The group of inheritors laughed dryly together. Their faces were strange, and their eyes were wandering. Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes and said, don't say that. They're all a bunch of old urchins. Not many of them are serious. I can't tell you the temperament of those damn things, but I know very well what kind of people they are. The group smiled bitterly. Although that was the answer, but with their position and identity, they had to be more tactful. If it were in the past, they would be little brats at home who could not use the word vulgar in their words. One look from the gods, and they would have to shrink their necks and stand obediently. Well, it might not be that exaggerated, but it was more or less the same. Only Brother Fong dared to point at the gods and say, "Mother of asterisk curs, have you had enough fun yet?" If it were them, they would probably double the training load. Such a thing as position was laughable. After knowing what was going on, the group started to get busy and had a sense of direction. It was not like before when they were completely headless and randomly bumping into things. There were a large row of medicine balls. There were 32 of them. Including the 2 that they had already dismantled, there were 34 of them. Now, they were seizing the time to unseal them one by one. Hearing from Shuang that the something that was broken seemed to have to be put back together according to a certain method, the little girl returned to Yin Nuoxing's spiritual world to rest. She planned to wait for them to dismantle everything before coming out. More than 20 hours later, a large number of energy stars of various colors hung in the sky of the observer space. Most of the energy stars were cyan, which was the origin energy of the wind god. The energy stars of other colors were unknown as to which deity of origin they belonged to. In any case, Yin Nuoxing did not see her energy, nor did she see the origin energy of the dream god and the war god. It's so dazzling. We looked into the distance. A dark green lump of mud that was about 10,000 miles in diameter was placed in the center as if it was the core. There was a circle of energy stars around it, and there were still 3 or 4 medicine balls being dismantled. About this pile of weird stuff? What do you think it is? I'm not sure. I only know that it's very complicated. Yin Nuoxing was kneeling on a sea of solidified energy that was tens of thousands of miles high. She held the world core in her hand and was fiddling with the light of origin. When she heard Huey's words, she subconsciously replied before opening her eyes. For something related to origin, the more complicated it is and the more precautions it has left behind, the bigger the problem is. To the deities of origin, this thing might be more important than the thing that suppresses the power of chaos. Well, if I have to say, I think it might have something to do with the void of order, such as the environment of the void, or, well, if we exclude the influence on order, then it would be the destruction of chaos. Perhaps it's a method or a special weapon. To the deities of origin, the importance of the world of order might not be as great as the void of chaos. Just like how the concept bodies of chaos constantly want to flatten the void of order, the matter of flattening the void of chaos might be more important to the deities of origin, or perhaps just as important. Yin Nuoxing sighed as she spoke, looking at the circle of energy stars and shaking her head. Forget it. I'm too lazy to guess. No matter how I guess, I might be wrong in the end. Either way, it would definitely come in handy. Chapter 1849. They were the creations of the heavenly god of origin. Based on the knowledge of the beings of this era, not many people knew the purpose of these divine artifacts. They could only scratch their ears and cheeks at the objects placed in front of them, try to think of ways to use them. However, without guidance, they might mistake the brooms and dustpans in the house for some kind of long-handled weapon and charge into the battlefield. I heard about this from Jingyan. It seemed that a heavenly god of origin lost his fishing rod when he went out to play. After a few hundred years, he found the fishing rod in a world that was less than 10 billion years old and where human beings were still at a relatively low level. It was said that he found the fishing rod on a battlefield. The leader of a certain army carried the fishing rod on his back, as if he was carrying a flag. It was used to charge into the battlefield by the local people. After all, it was something that belonged to the heavenly god of origin. Even the fishing rod had changed its nature after being exposed to the aura of the heavenly god of origin for a long time. Its seemingly sacred and mysterious characteristics might have been treated as some kind of holy object, holy item, or divine artifact. In essence, it was true. The things that the heavenly god of origin used were indeed divine artifacts. Even if it was just a fishing rod, it was still a genuine divine artifact. It was quite funny. No one knew how this matter ended. Anyway, the fishing rod was back. As for the specific details, only the heavenly god of origin knew. For him, no matter how twisted this matter was, it was definitely a funny ending. As for the people who were listening to the story, they just listened and did not need to delve into it. because if they really wanted to delve into it, they could only say that the heavenly god of origin threw trash all over the world. It was very normal for ordinary people not to know how to use these things. However, if the inheritors of the heavenly god of origin did not know how to use these things, then things were a bit thought-provoking. Usually, if even the inheritors of the heavenly god of origin did not know how to use these things, it meant that these things should be something special, something very special. It was not something that ordinary inheritors could use. To put it bluntly, these things might be some kind of backup plan that the heavenly god of origin left for himself, either against himself or against the enemy. Leaving these things here was no different from giving firecrackers to 2- or 3-year-old children for them to play with. They would either cause a big problem or seek death. No one knew if they were seeking death by risking their lives here. Well, under normal circumstances, it would not be a problem. After all, they had an emergency barrier in front of them. Logically speaking, they should be fine. If you stop nagging, the probability of me getting into trouble may be much lower. Yin Nuoxing's face darkened as he listened to someone's nagging. He stared at the blabbering guardian with an extremely kind gaze. But I can't guarantee that there won't be any problems if you continue nagging. Maybe there won't be any problems, but if you continue nagging, you'll die. That mouth of yours is blessed, right? Ah, that's what I mean. Hui shrunk his neck and laughed dryly as he squatted aside, his finger constantly drawing circles on the frozen space. Even a void was being drawn. When he was nervous, he would ramble and want to say something, but if he did not say something, his heart would be in a mess. Well, he would not get nervous so easily if it was not because of the messy matter of the origins. If he really had to fight against the Chaos Origin God's clone or the Chaos Concept Body, he would close his eyes, grip his sword, and charge forward with a shield. However, he was more afraid of the unknown things left behind by the gods of origin. If that thing was not handled properly and something went wrong, he would be setting off fireworks in his own yard. At present, the void might be opened into a huge hole. Not only would it be troublesome to clean it up, the walls have ears, and if they dare to set off fireworks in the void front lines, a whole bunch of weird things might explode out. In the face of great things, please don't talk so much. Yin Nuoxing slowly stood up and threw down the world core. She pressed hard on Huey's head with both hands, her face kind. I'll twist your head off, okay? If you really have nothing to do and can't stop worrying, then help me adjust the world core. You can adjust it however you like. I'm currently trying to figure out the source laws, so help me find some ideas. Yin Nuoxing waved her hand and threw a pile of world cores in front of Hui. She clapped her hands. Hurry up and find something for you to do. I'll let you say a few more words, or else the void front line will collapse tomorrow. Hui smiled bitterly. No. His nagging was indeed a little too much, but it was not that harmful. TSK, find something for yourself to do and calm down. Yin Nuoxing looked up and saw that there was only one energy star left in the circle that was still unsealed. The others had already turned into rays of light that illuminated the sky. However, the dark green mud in the center, well, that was still a lump of mud. There was no change at all. No matter how many energy stars around it and several types of origin energy shown on it, there was no change at all. Just how lazy was it? Its own parts were right next to it, and yet it did not have any reaction. It seemed that it had to be pieced together completely. It's done. Sui Feng slapped the sphere one last time, and the energy runes on its surface quickly spread. The sphere that was initially a solid sphere, no matter how it was sensed and probed, quickly turned into a sphere of energy that was releasing endless light in just 10 seconds. Apart from not emitting heat when it was not under control, the sphere could also be used to illuminate a living planet. Since the light it emitted was accompanied by origin energy, it was definitely enough to burn all life on the planet to death. Too much energy was too much to bear. Brother Lei and the others stepped back while wiping the sweat off their foreheads. Looking at the energy stars that hung in front of them, they let out a long sigh. It's done. Let me count. There are 16 types of source energy here, and more than half of them are energy aggregates forged by Supreme Godwind. Have you thought of any significance? The heirs shook their heads vigorously. No, not at all. I took a look around when all of you were trying so hard to dismantle it. Brother Lay scratched his head. Indeed, I didn't find anything. I didn't even see the sacred sigil left by our own supreme god. In short, they were a little worried that there was no stamp after it was produced. If it were not for the source energy that they were familiar with, they would have doubted the true purpose of this thing. How is it? Is it done? While all the inheritors were at their wits' end, Yun Nuashing slowly floated up, causing everyone's gaze to fall on him in an instant. It should be done, right? It's just a layer of packaging on the outside. It should be nothing should be. Sui Feng scratched his head and laughed dryly. Let the little girl come out and take a look. She seems to know more about this kind of creation related to energy than we do, even if it's the supreme god's creation. I can't say she knows. She said she doesn't know what it is at all. She can only feel that it should be something strung together, but it's just that it's been dismantled. Yun Nuashing shook his head. As he spoke, he was waking up Shuang Shuang, who was sleeping a little soundly in the spiritual world. Well, he did not intend to wake her up under normal circumstances, but this was a special case. After trying for 5 minutes, Shuang Shuang finally woke up slowly. Everyone looked at Yun Nuashing's body, emitting a blue light with a cold breath. Accompanied by the dancing snowflakes, a beautiful figure in blue and white slowly appeared. Then, she rested her forehead on Yun Nuashing's shoulder and snored. Everyone was speechless. After 3 minutes, the sleepy girl finally woke up a little. Shuang Shuang stroked her long hair and pulled her forward. She first went to the dark green mud, and the group of people followed curiously. The origin life forms had a unique understanding of the world and whatnot. There was no existence in the world who understood the so-called energy better than them. Well, perhaps some special life forms could rival them, such as the heavenly gods of origin and strange people like Brother Maple. However, the origin life form's knowledge and understanding couldn't be passed on to others. Everyone had different constitutions, not to mention knowledge. Furthermore, there were many layers of knowledge that separated the origin life forms from the origin life forms. This could be considered an interspecies communication. Frost's understanding of energy, as well as her understanding of the structure and analysis of the world, was completely different from theirs. They were a group of inheritors of origins, and they were helpless against the creation of origins. Perhaps the problem did not lie in the aspect of origin energy. This could be explained clearly. Compared to other special people, they only had origin energy, and in other aspects, well, they were only at the level of a mid-tier origin. Putting everything else aside, if they were to fight with Maple at full power, they would feel like they would be pressed into nothingness and beaten for hundreds of hours. More or less. These are, well, a whole energy creation. They were cut off and isolated by a very precise method, and then slightly. Frost tried to use his own cognition to say something that the others could understand. As he spoke, he began to use sign language, and the group of people who were watching him were dumbfounded. Yun Nuashing looked at her and asked himself, this girl had lived in his spiritual world for many years. Perhaps he understood what this girl wanted to say. And then it was slightly changed and distorted. Frost paused, thought for a moment, and then shook her head. Yun Nuashing looked away awkwardly. Well, they have been given a different kind of meaning. This layer of meaning has hidden their essence in the depths, and there is no way to see them with conventional methods. Even the traces of their connection have been given some kind of the difficulty of communication made everyone's minds a little blank. Yun Nuashing wiped his face and tried to guess again. Given yearning? Some kind of will? Well, yes, it should be obsession. Shuang Shuang nodded happily. Yun Nuashing wiped his face. The probability was 1 in 2. Well, he could always guess it right. Obsession? What obsession? Brother Lay and the others looked a little serious after they understood. When it came to obsession, they remembered that the obsession left by Sui Qing's teacher had been eroded by the energy of chaos. Everyone was on guard, afraid that something terrible would happen here. Yun Nuashing thought of what he had just thought, which was more important to the primordial god, the void of order or the void of chaos. Perhaps the answer could be found here. Shuang Shuang stretched out her hand and pressed on the dark green mud. Mei Mao flashed with the luster of energy. After a moment, she said word by word, "Guard the order, destroy the chaos." Everyone was stunned. As expected, Yin Nuoxing breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, it was as important as the primordial god. These 8 words were the core of their battle for more than 300 years. What the beings of order had done throughout their lives was merely to struggle at death's door under the general trend of the void. Surviving arduously was the wish that countless beings had passed down over countless years. It was the most basic, simplest, and most sincere wish, and yet it was difficult to realize. Even at this very moment, every peaceful day, every month, and every year in the void of order was filled with countless miracles piled up into an ordinary. For a life form of order, living on was already the most difficult thing to do. It was not that they could not understand the 8 words formed by their obsessions. Sui Feng crossed his hands and gently rubbed his arms. The primordial gods have condensed their will, rules, divinity, and divine authority into some kind of entanglement power. It is enough to resist all changes that can twist them. It can even resist the energy of chaos that does not belong to the concept of chaos. I think I remember now. This is something that the primordial gods have preserved using the highest rules. Brother Lei shuddered. I don't remember this scene. Did your primordial god tell you about this? Well, I think he did mention a little bit. My teacher said that if we have to use this kind of small box to keep something, Sui Feng's face twitched a few times. He tilted his head and looked at the dark green mud unnaturally. He told me that if I see it one day, I must protect it completely, even if I have to give up my life. Everyone's face was solemn. This was something that was told to a small number of people. The fewer people who knew about it, the worse it would be. Yin Nuoxing clenched her fists as she looked at Shuang's eyes. Do you have a way to put them together? Yes. They just used a very precise and clever method to cover up the traces. As long as you can see them, you can put them together one by one. Shuang nodded and said seriously. While she was talking, she had already started to piece together the fragments that were scattered all over the ground. Yin Nuoxing and the others couldn't understand Shuang's actions at all. They just watched her as if she was picking vegetables in the market, looking around. After a while, she picked up an energy aggregate and compressed it into an individual that was only 1,000 miles in size in her palm. She circled around the dark green mud for a while and stuffed it in, repeating this action all the time. She can change the origin energy aggregate without borrowing Brother Maple's power. It seems that the origin energy is not the main point, Brother Lei said. As Shuang pressed pieces of the energy aggregate into the dark green mud, the latter finally showed a little reaction. Everyone craned their necks excitedly. The surface of the ugly core began to glow, as if there was energy constantly rushing from the depths to the surface. It circled around the surface and quickly fell into the core, forming a stable circle. Yes, as the energy aggregate continued to be stuffed into the mud, they could feel the traces of the energy flow, and it was only in the area where she stuffed the energy aggregate. On the surface of those areas, a little blurry pattern slowly emerged. It's the divine sigil of the gods, Sui Qing whispered. It was a pattern that looked like a divine sigil. It was more special than all the divine sigil that Yin Nuoxing knew. It was a bit like the sigil of destruction that she left on him. On the surface of the dark green core, pieces of divine sigil appeared one after another. The speed at which Shuang put the origin energy aggregate back into place was also slowly accelerating as their number decreased. An inexplicably violent energy humming sound came from beside him, startling Sui Feng, who was fully focused. Everyone was startled and quickly turned around. Then, they all let out a dry their faces stiffened. The buzzing sound of energy came from Maple's body. At this moment, a large number of energy lines lit up on his body, densely covering half of his body. Even the origin energy was passively active. They were 10,000% sure that these origin energy imprints were related to the origin runes that appeared on the surface of the core in front of them. It was the kind that corresponded to one another. looking at Maple's exquisite face, this exquisite expression, this 30% helplessness, 30% hesitation, 30% bitterness, and 91% malevolence. They didn't even need to think to know what Maple was thinking right now. Mother of asterisk Kerr, you're messing with me again. Yun Nuashing cursed, and the inheritors of the origin all turned around with a bitter smile. Yin Nuashing was so angry that he slapped the space in front of him. He pointed at the ball of energy and cursed. Even if I die today and get blown into nothingness and come back as a ball of light, I won't. Feng Qinghuang rushed up and covered his mouth with both hands. Stop talking. Everyone. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes and looked at Sui Feng and the others. No way. Why aren't you guys reacting at all? We all have the same type of origin energy. Why are they all targeting me? Well, we were not sure either. The inheritors who had the same type of origin laughed dryly and scratched their heads. There was indeed no other reaction from their bodies. Their origin energy was fine. There was no reaction at all. Mixed origin energy, the white-clothed girl said flatly. Her gray eyes swept over Feng Qinghuang's body. Perhaps you're an origin creation with mixed origin energy. That's why they're reacting only to you. Although I claim that I'm not a human, you're taking me out of the category of normal life, aren't you? Yin Nuashing's face twitched a few times. The white-clothed girl calmly turned her head. Actually, from the moment we met, I couldn't treat you as a normal person. Everyone, she said it out loud. She said it out loud. Although they had always thought so, they had never said it out loud. TSK. She was also very straightforward, just like her teacher. Yin Nuashing's face stiffened. After a moment, he sighed. Looking at the origin energy in his body that seemed to want to cause trouble, he sighed again gloomily. The law of explosion where there's a strong light. I wonder if it would take effect again. It shouldn't. I'm just putting things back together. There's no need to explode. What? Do you want to set off fireworks to celebrate? However, there was no explosion this time. As Frost put the things back together in the correct order, the dark green mud completed its last transformation. Its surface was now covered with origin divine patterns. The surging origin energy was gradually becoming stronger as it released waves of light. It began to become round and smooth, turning into a ball. A visible energy vortex suddenly formed at this moment. It was as if a powerful pressure was squeezing its huge body. Under the pressure of that energy, it began to shrink visibly. When it shrank from a diameter of 10,000 miles to a tenth of an hour, it slowly stopped. It's done. Yin Nuashing looked at the light that showed no signs of dimming. He slowly walked forward. Just as he was about to see what the thing had become, the thing changed again. The mud that was covered by the colorful light began to change shape under everyone's gaze. It began to extend in the sky, shaping into something. Brother Lei was the first to be surprised. I think I know what it is. Sui Feng nodded, sweating profusely. I think I know it too. After Shuang activated the thing, she quickly slipped back to Yun Nuashing's side. She hid behind him and carefully watched the thing transform. Yin Nuashing patted the girl's smooth hair and focused on the front. The thing that was reshaped by the light gradually became slender. The light that had not yet taken shape could only see its general shape. It looked like, a scepter. Well, it also looked like a halberd. The most obvious feature was that it had a wide head and the shape was like 4 spikes standing side by side. It also looked like 4 blades. Let's just treat it as 4 long pieces for now. There was something that looked like an energy core in the middle of the long pieces. When the light faded and completely solidified, its true appearance appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was indeed something that looked like a scepter or a halberd. The main thing was the head. Forget it. Just by looking at the 4 blade-like long pieces on top of it and the energy core in the middle, let's just treat it as a weapon. Yes, that's right. A weapon that was 1,000 miles long. There was nothing strange about it. The entirely golden halberd was engraved with origin divine marks and origin imprints. Anyone who saw it would be able to tell how ancient it was. A heavy aura of time coiled around its body. It was extremely, extremely heavy, enough to make the great river of time tremble because of its appearance. It's a weapon of the gods. I've only heard that it had existed for many, many years, but I'm not sure how long. I've only seen it from afar before. I never thought that I would be able to see it up close one day. Brother Lay whispered. Has it been a long time? Yin Nuashing narrowed his eyes. This kind of heavy aura, this kind of feeling, most likely already existed in the Chaos era. It had already been created in the Chaos era to guard the order and destroy the Chaos as a divine artifact. This thing is used to hang in the void. It seems to consume a lot of order power, which is why this weapon is only placed in the center of the upper plane. I heard from my mentor that it once pierced through a Chaos concept body. Well, that's the power of my mentor and the others. If we use it, its power would definitely be much lower. Sui Feng looked at the divine weapon with nostalgia and emotion. All right, Sui Feng slapped his fist. If it's hanging in the sky, it's just like the energy towers Brother Feng and your group built. It can be used for long-range attacks, but it can also be wielded. That's right, you can grab it and charge into the battlefield. It's a sword. Yin Nuashing spat out a mouthful of energy saliva into the sea of energy, her face quickly darkening. I would believe you even if you told me that it was a halberd or a blunt weapon. But look at it. It has nothing to do with a sword, all right? He had been complaining about the Nether Void sword for dozens of eras, since it couldn't be unsheathed. Now, there's a strangely shaped sword, and with its shape, it could be a scepter or a blunt weapon. Why did it have to be a sword? Well, it is indeed a sword because what you see is only the hilt. Yes, there's no need to doubt it. If you hold it in your hand, what you see is the hilt. The blade is condensed from energy, Sui Feng said as he recalled. Yin Nuashing's face twitched. She turned to look at the scepter-shaped thing and imagined shrinking it from 1,000 miles long to half a meter long and holding it in her hand. Well, you don't say. It really does look like a sword hilt, and the other end looks like a sword guard. Damn it, can't you use something from the mortal realm? Yin Nuashing's face darkened. Chapter 1850. It was an object that was over 1,000 miles long. Its massive size was right in front of everyone's eyes, and it gave off a strong sense of pressure. Moreover, there was also a considerable amount of energy that spread around the object. The energy was accompanied by some light and shadow. This part of the object had a diameter of about 10,000 miles. It looked like a small sun, and it was bright enough to blind the eyes. I can feel that this thing is very powerful. Siyu stood beside Yin Nuashing. She held his long hair and covered her eyes, trying to filter out the dazzling light. It seems to be even more powerful than Little Star's special origin energy tower. This is a creation created by the heavenly god of origin to guard order and destroy chaos. It took a great deal of effort and countless years of changes to become what we see today. Naturally, it's not something that can be compared to something that I can't compare to. Yin Nuashing patted the girl's head. Just from the root, the two of them are not at the same level. Fengqing Wang saw his troubled voice and troubled face. She asked softly, "What's wrong? Is there a limit to it?" This thing is not easy to arrange. Yin Nuashing tugged at his bangs in distress, glancing at the thing that looked like a scepter but was a sword hilt from the corner of his eyes, tilting his head a little gloomily. Just by looking at it from here, I can tell that it needs a huge amount of energy to activate. The front line of the void, even if it is placed in Node 0, which has the most defenses, is not so easy to make a place to supply energy to it. Also, it is not good to let such a powerful divine artifact hang in the void all day long. If possible, I intend to use it as another trump card, but I will only take it out in an emergency. If I am not prepared at all, it seems like I can't find a place to safely let it be used. The void frontline doesn't have those things after all. Based on the current arrangements, it should require the power of an entire node to be used. Sui Feng scratched his head. The defense of the void frontline was arranged according to the power of order of this era. There were none of the more outrageous things of their era, such as the net of order and origin that allowed the realm of order to have unlimited energy. To set it up, one would need the Fortress of Origin. Well, without the Fortress of Origin, one could use the Temple of Origin instead, but that would require more lower order nodes. None of the things mentioned above were available. Unfortunately, they were just second-generation heirs and had no idea how to make those things. Before they could learn how to make those things, they were already locked up. Because in order to make such a unique creation of the rules, one would need to reach the level of a high-tier premier and also need the power of origin. In the past, the high-tier premier would go to the Temple of Origin to make such a creation of the rules, and then place it in the realm of order according to various rules. In short, it was very troublesome. The Void Frontline and Void Seal that Brother Feng and Hui Jun had meticulously set up was actually quite good. In a situation where there was no high-level Yuan-Shi and no one could mobilize the origin energy, they were able to set up such a defense that encompassed the entire Void of Order. They knew that they could not do it, but the former two had done it. Furthermore, they could continuously strengthen its defense and attack for a few eras. This was even more difficult. Sui Qing's blue starry eyes were flashing as if she was deducing something. At this moment, she suddenly stepped forward and patted Yin Nuoxing on the shoulder. She said, "Perhaps you can use the power of one person and try. Are you sure you won't die just because you try?" Yin Nuoxing was dumbfounded. "Didn't your brother just say that he needed the power of an entire node? You have enough capacity. Also, perhaps you, who have all the power of origin, do not need so much power." Sui Qing nodded and looked at him seriously. "Air." Yin Nuoxing scratched his head. The reason why he needed so much energy was because this thing used the origin energy to attack. Ordinary energy, indeed, needed a larger amount to make up for the gap between himself and the origin energy. If he directly used the origin energy to condense and attack, well, it seemed that he didn't need such a large amount. Looking at the origin imprint that was still flashing on his body, he felt that it was urging him to hurry up and take over. "All right, then let's go and try." When the three girls beside him saw that he had made up his mind, they all retreated to the side and looked at him with the same gaze that the other inheritors used to send off a warrior. This made him feel like a pear mountain, and his footsteps trembled as he took a step forward. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but when he got closer, that layer of energy that was many times larger than his body gradually shrank. Most of the energy was withdrawn, leaving behind a layer of light that didn't disappear. Almost all of the energy there was in the form of crystallization. Due to the high concentration of origin energy, even the void couldn't bear the weight of the crystallization and trembled slightly. This seems to be the overflowing energy. I can't take it back. When Yin Nuoxing got closer, he realized that something was not right. It was trembling slightly, and he caught some traces of energy flow. It seemed like it was trying to take back some of the energy that was released outside. However, he did not know if it was because its body had accumulated too much energy after waking up from its long hibernation, so its internal capacity was already full. There was no way to take back the leaked energy. Most of it was condensed outside, and as it tried very hard to take back the energy, it slowly condensed into crystals and solidified in space. If he allowed it to continue squeezing itself here, this energy would probably explode. Well, I have a very serious question. Yin Nuoxing was sweating profusely. He turned around and shouted at Sui Feng and the others, "This broken thing's energy is overflowing. Do you have any way to suppress it?" "What?" There was a lot of exclamations in the soul communication. The people who were watching calmly at the front and the sides did not even have time to respond. They were all sent to the back at lightning speed. Yin Nuoxing was stunned. "Don't just run. Say something. Isn't this the product of your dear God? Even if you haven't seen a pig run, you must have eaten pork before. Hurry up and hold it down." Brother Feng, listen to me. Don't get too excited, because we don't know how to control this thing." Sui Feng's very reliable voice sounded in his soul. His face turned black, and he felt a headache coming on. "Fire it! Fire it!" Brother Lei's silver lightning flashed and wrapped into a ball. He instantly entered a defensive state. Fire it at any place to release the energy. If this thing explodes, it will be like setting off firecrackers in the yard. Hui Jun, come over and help." Where is it? Where did such a big Hui Jun go?" Yin Nuoxing's face twitched. "Hui, The moment he heard a shout, he ran for his life and slipped out of this space. His speed was as fast as a rabbit. All right then, a group of reliable heirs and a certain reliable guardian. It seemed that there was no hope for them to be of any help. While they were talking, the origin heavenly god's staff, or sword, was trembling more and more visibly. Its trembling was accompanied by the energy entwined around it. The observer dimension felt the pressure and no longer had the time to continue brewing the sea of energy. Instead, it was mobilizing energy to stabilize the observer dimension. The eruption of the torrent of energy was unstoppable, but it would definitely be sensed by the underworld no matter where it was thrown into the void. It was a superweapon created by the heavenly god of origin, after all. Its earth-shattering destructive power could be felt even from hundreds of void regions, and it would not be fun if there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spectators in the void. If he wanted to use it as a trump card, the torrent of energy could not be thrown into the void, and if he let the energy fuse into the sea of energy, well, in the spirit of frugality, he did have such an idea. It would be a pity to waste such a large amount of origin energy, and throwing it into the sea of energy, as energy could allow the growth of the sea of energy to soar by a large margin. However, it would be a little difficult to collect it safely. There is no other way. We can only move out some of the things we have prepared. I don't know if it will be affected if we unseal them and then seal them back. Thinking of the things he had created, Yun Nuoxing's expression became strange. Those things did not have the function of pause. He did not know if it would work to temporarily contain them with the rules. If it did not work, he could only forcibly break them down into energy and throw them back into the sea of energy to be melted down and reconstructed. Wow. He did not know how long it would take to go back and forth. The energy that couldn't be released was still crazily accumulating. Old Brother Lei and Sui Feng were doing their best to defend. Little Brother Maple had spent 5 eras to create this trump card. Once it exploded, they would be done for. Time wouldn't allow them to wait another 5 eras. Even if they had 2 more staffs of origin, they wouldn't be able to make up for it. This time, they had to do their best to stop the energy that was about to explode. Hopefully, they wouldn't have to stay in the spiritual temple for too long. The incomparably huge surge of energy caused the entire origin space to tremble violently. This extraordinarily huge movement stunned Brother Lei and the others. This didn't seem to be caused by the staff of origin, but rather they all lowered their heads. The surging sea of energy suddenly rippled at this moment. The violent tremors caused the waves to surge higher and higher. Under the surging sea of energy, something seemed to be floating up bit by bit, arching a clear arc on the surface of the sea like bubbles. However, each bubble was about 1,000 miles in diameter. There seemed to be thousands of them floating up from the bottom of the sea of energy. Guessing that this might be Brother Maple's movement, Brother Lei and the others suppressed their astonishment and looked at the bubbles on the surface of the sea of energy with some doubt. When the surface of the sea of energy faded away and revealed their true bodies, their doubt turned into astonishment in an instant. According to little Brother Feng's hobby, when he saw the arcs and the unit of measurement, he subconsciously thought that they were high-density energy aggregates. However, they guessed wrong. Those weren't energy aggregates. They were world light orbs. Shit. Jingyin was scared stiff by the things before her eyes. Several thousand world lumps with a diameter of about 500 kilometers appeared from the bottom of the sea of energy, each of them releasing extremely dense origin energy. The total energy fluctuations and light of energy almost suppressed the movements of the staff of origin. Normal world lumps would not be so large. Looking inside through a layer of world barrier, they were all energy. These were specially made world lumps filled with energy. Those majestic and seemingly harmless behemoths left the surface of the sea of energy one by one. The moment they left the surface of the sea of energy, they naturally erupted with violent energy fluctuations. Rings of energy shock waves visible to the naked eye were released into the air, causing the void and nothingness to tremble violently. It seemed that this was only a weak shockwave released from a portion of their overflowing energy, but it was enough to kill a bunch of abyssal death mist spawns. Moreover, the shockwaves were spreading at a frequency that spread every 2 to 3 seconds. If they were thrown in front of the abyssal death mist rift, it was guaranteed that 3 to 6 high-tier primeval would be attracted within 3 minutes. Thousands of specially made energy lumps floated in the air, and energy traces began to appear between them, connecting them one by one into a straight line. It looked like a spectacle of thousands of fish balls strung together. Normal people have never seen such a scene. They also seem to see 2 world lumps being squeezed, dented, and bounced up a little. Very good, very elastic. The fish balls. No, the string of world lumps were strung together in a row in front of the Staff of Origin. Seeing Brother Maple walk towards the ladder, they instantly understood what he wanted to do. Brother Lay said worriedly, "Anyway, let's set up the defense first." The energy that was almost completely crystallized quietly opened a passage when Yun Nuoxing walked towards it. The surging Origin energy on his body resonated with the Staff of Origin and let out a high-pitched whistle. It seemed to be very pleasing to the eye. Yun Nuoxing came closer. Looking at such a huge thing 1/2 meter in front of him, it was no different from standing on the ground. He raised his hand and looked at the dense marks of Origin on his body. After a moment of hesitation, he pressed his hand on the Staff of Origin and murmured to himself, "Although I don't know if you have intelligence and can't understand me. Well, if it's possible, it's better to reduce the impact as much as possible. I don't want a part of my efforts to be destroyed, even if it's just a part of it." A blue energy halo suddenly exploded from the tip of the Staff of Origin. The core that had accumulated a lot of energy suddenly let out the sharpest energy whistle. With the explosion of the energy halo, a golden light that was hundreds of miles long suddenly burst out. There was no earth-shattering movement. There was nothing like collapsing the void, shattering the void, a big scene, a big explosion, or a big shock. There was only a beam of condensed light that suddenly shot out. The pure golden light made the entire observer space dim, as if its existence alone had suppressed all things that could be called light in the world. In the scene that was so dim that it almost faded, Yun Nuoxing's narrowed eyes had the Origin energy surging rapidly. He was trying his best to control the string of world lumps, to transform them into energy-absorbing forms. He was trying his best to absorb the attack of the Staff of Origin and record the situation of both sides. The golden light that seemed to have condensed the entire void illuminated for 1/2 minute before it dimmed. The light of the observer space was restored bit by bit. Brother Lay and the rest of them sensed that it had quieted down. They all raised their heads from behind the energy barrier. At this moment, the dense energy around the Staff of Origin had been completely released. The energy that oppressed the world was gone. The thousands of world lumps hanging in front of the Staff of Origin. Well, there did not seem to be any problem. Is it over? Suifeng looked at the 2 sides that were completely quiet in a daze and scratched his head. Why is there no reaction at all? The attack of the Staff of Origin has been completely blocked? Everybody was relieved, but Suifeng had been staring at Yun Nuoxing the whole time. Looking at his unusual and solemn face, she suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Maintain the defense. Back off. Now." Everybody was shocked, but they all subconsciously strengthened the defense that had not been removed yet and hurriedly backed off. When they looked ahead again, they were all stunned. Their jaws almost fell off. 1/3 of the string of world lumps hurriedly broke away from the state that they were strung into and fell into the sea of energy with chaotic and uncontrollable energy release. They trembled as if they were in a hurry to go home to calm down. The remaining 2/3 of the world lumps were rapidly expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. The world barrier was trembling violently, and the energy that burst out from inside was like a surging tide. Each wave was more ferocious than the last. The accumulated energy had completely broken the stable balance inside the world lumps, leaving only an enormous amount of violent energy rampaging. Their volume had expanded by more than 100 times in a dozen seconds. Parts of the world lumps that had been stacked together were violently torn apart under the collision of the energy inside and outside, almost being forcefully rubbed together. Soon, one of the world lumps was the first to be unable to withstand the excessive energy movement. The world barrier that had been squeezed apart spewed out an extremely dense golden flame. It looked like it was leaking air, and the movement that burst out of the flame made the hearts of all the heirs thump. Oh no, it's going to explode. Bang! The expected explosion happened as usual, but it was not that world lumps that exploded. An invisible energy burst out and was trying its best to compress 2/3 of the world lumps, suppressing their almost exploding movements. However, this external force was like the straw that broke the camel's back. The suppression did not last for more than 5 seconds. All the world lumps exploded at the same time, and countless energy poured out at once, forcibly expanding the area where the invisible energy gathered by tens of thousands of times. Looking at how it was completely covered by the golden light, one could roughly guess the extent of the destructive power released by the Staff of Origin this time. TSK. Those thousands of specially made world lumps were all used as fireworks. Swayphone could not help but click his tongue. That golden light was too damn bright and a little blinding. The light of the observer space was suppressed again. The specially made world lumps are all in the form of energy. Inside, there's only origin energy and origin law. The quantity is huge and unable to be observed. The white-clothed girl casually threw out the conclusion. The losses are heavy. Everyone started sweating as they listened. Those were world light, orbs used to store origin energy. They were boxes used to store origin energy and origin laws. Who knew how much energy was stored in them? It probably wouldn't be a problem to drown them, but thousands of them exploded at once. Hiss, just thinking about it made their hearts ache. They didn't know if Brother Maple would go berserk. Oh, looking at how calm he is, it seems to be normal. Is it still within the acceptable range? The erupting golden light wreaked havoc in the air for half an hour before it slowed down, and the light of the observer space returned to normal. The raging energy storm slowly shrank under Yun Nuoxing's control until it was only 1,000 feet wide. Only then did she take it in front of her. After examining it for a while and confirming that there was no problem, she threw it into the sea of energy below. As a wave rushed over, it was brought to the depths of the sea of energy. Everyone craned their necks to look down curiously. As the golden light flashed and energy burst out, everyone knew that something was wrong. Bang! A 1,000,000-mile-wide wave suddenly exploded and rose from below in an instant, splashing everyone's face and body. After the wave passed, the group of people looked like drowned rats. This thing is quite powerful. It seems to have been suppressed to less than 5% of its attack power for a long period of time. Just this level of attack alone is enough to destroy all 3,800 of my specially made world lumps. Yin Nuoxing slowly walked to the front of the group of inheritors. Her pretty face trembled as she spoke. TSK, my heart is bleeding. Even though I know they can all be recycled, my heart is still bleeding. Swayphone wiped the water off his face. Hearing this, he was stunned. That destructive energy can be recycled? Oh, didn't you see it just now? You even got splashed all over your face. Everyone was speechless. They felt as if they had thrown a firecracker into the water and were drenched in water. It's a high-quality destructive energy with the destructive power of countless origin energies. The fragments of origin energy can transform the sea of energy once. As Yun Nuoxing spoke, she showed a pained expression. It'll be great if we can keep all of them. More than 3,000 world lumps will take some time to replenish. How powerful is this attack? Brother Lei was more concerned about the Staff of Origin. Well, it should be able to break the defense of a lone high-level premier. There's a high chance that it can seriously injure him. We can be vaporized if we take a direct hit. Yun Nuoxing pinched her wrist and calculated the degree. Then, she frowned. Actually, it's not bad. I just checked. With my current strength, I shouldn't be able to release more than 60% of my attack power. Even if I use the most elementary light, I still can't reach that level. But, well, I can only release 80% of my attack power when I'm in danger. There's only one chance. If I don't conserve any energy, I can release 90% of my attack power. As for the rest, I can't reach it no matter how hard I try. I can't release 100% of my attack power. As for the normal attack power that exceeded 100%, yes, that's right. Only the gods of origin could release 100% of their attack power. Beyond this range, only the gods of origin could do it. I can release 60% of my attack power normally. The staff of origin with 60% of its attack power. It should be more than enough to deal with the underworld. Sui Feng sighed. After calculating for a while, he frowned. As long as we don't encounter a peak premier, there should be no problem, right? That's hard to say. Brother Lei shook his head. Have you forgotten about the master of the underworld? That bastard can't just be a high-level premier. Even if it's still a high-level premier after so many years, it's definitely a special model. No matter what, the underworld was a clan that had followed the gods of origin to war in the previous era. Betraying them was a matter for the future. They were qualified to be fence-sitters, taking advantage of both sides. With origin energy in their left hand and chaos energy in their right hand, they were doing well. They wouldn't believe that they didn't have a backup plan. Bang! The sudden voice startled everyone. They hurriedly turned around and saw that the huge radiant June that had just disappeared was now crashing into the observer space with 70 to 80,000 energy pagodas and shouting, "Phone! I'm here to support." Hum! Everyone stared at each other, watching as Hui Jun dragged along 70 to 80,000 specially made origin energy towers. It was not hard to imagine that he must have run one round around the void front line to find his way here. It seemed like he knew the power of this thing and used the highest standard method to deal with it. It was just that, didn't you think it took a little too long? It was so long, Sui Feng coughed dryly. Unfortunately, Hui Jun, you didn't even make it in time for the fireworks. Huey's hand trembled. Hey. Chapter 1851. The observer space was surging with monstrous energy. It was the most chaotic time in the past 5 eras, and it would probably continue for a few days before calming down. However, it wasn't a bad thing. The energy inside the sea of energy was trying to break down the special energy that contained the destructive power of origin energy and integrate it into the sea of energy. Once this step was completed, the energy level of the energy hidden in the sea of energy would increase by a few levels. Sui Feng, Brother Lei, and the other heirs were all circling the staff of origin, as if they were checking it. After all, the item had been hidden for more than 10 epochs. It had been dismantled into dozens of pieces and went on a rampage after it was reassembled. If it did not check it carefully and set off fireworks in public, it was not a big deal to make a fool of themselves, but it would not be fun to be beaten up by the fools on the opposite side when they took the opportunity. Leaving it to them should be reliable. At least they knew the staff of origin better than him. He did not know anything about it at all. He only heard the name a few minutes ago. Looking at the heirs circling the staff of origin and making some unknown noises, Yin Nuoxing did not sense any danger. She turned her eyes to her side. Siyu and Feng Qingwang were holding a world core in each hand. Jing Yuanji was helping to speed up the sea of energy's processing of a new batch of energy. As for Shuang, the girl had returned to the spiritual realm to sleep after watching the fireworks. Now she was hugging her little angel and sleeping soundly. We slipped out of the portal with a gloomy face. Yin Nuoxing glanced at him. Have you put the energy towers back? Huey's face twitched as he sighed gloomily. Put it back. Feng, you bastard. You should have told me beforehand if you could handle that thing. I had to rush to the void front lines to mobilize backup forces to suppress it. And now you're done, like a monkey. Yin Nuoxing glanced to the side. About how I saw a certain someone run away like a rabbit and thought that he didn't care about him anymore. Hui rolled his eyes hard, put his hands on his hips, and shouted with an unconvinced face, Am I that kind of person? Under normal circumstances, no. Before the staff of origin broke, no one was reliable. We. Ah, this is a rather pertinent evaluation, but it's a little tear-jerking. He smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Then he looked up at the staff of origin that was hanging high up in the sky. After the overflowing energy had been poured out, it looked a little more normal. Although its entire body was still flowing with colors and surging with golden light, at least it did not have the overwhelming sense of danger that it had when he first saw it. The Staff of Origin, a weapon created by the god of origin. It's a pity that the Void frontline does not have the necessary conditions to supply energy. If this thing could be used as an energy tower and placed in the realm of order, it should be quite useful. The power of the realm of order would increase by a notch. To us, it's just a relic from the previous era. It's already extremely rare to be able to pick up one or two things that can be used. I never thought that I would be able to pick up and inherit the complete set of power. If I can really get the complete set. Yin Nuashing paused as she spoke, and her eyes narrowed slightly. Hui tilted his head. Well, then we'll go straight to the underworld now. We don't even need the high-tier primeval. We'll just hold the Staff of Origin and bombard the underworld. If one isn't enough, then we'll just use two. This thing is a special order energy creation created with the energy of origin as its foundation. In theory, we could use the Temple of Origin to create another one. But we don't have the necessary conditions, so let's not think about such a whimsical thing. Just listening to these words sounded like whimsical things. He had discussed this matter with Jing Yun before. If there was a completely normal and usable power left behind by the god of origin, the war would not have lasted so long, and would not have been so difficult. In the end, they were weak, pitiful, and helpless. It was too much to ask to go against the underworld with the relic of origin in their left hand and the power of chaos in their right hand. Seeing that Hui had inexplicably fallen into a state of gray in just a short minute, Yin Nuashing helplessly shook her head. God knows what this guy was thinking. But this time, it was fine to change the topic. How are the two people? Two people. Hui was startled. The gray on his body quickly faded. He thought for a moment and said, "Oh, we've dealt with them when you were still sleeping in the Temple of Origin." Hui spread his hands. "We didn't have any hope at all. We used some humane and inhumane methods, but we couldn't get anything valuable. We wanted to leave them until you woke up. But they used the power of chaos to break through our thousands of layers of blockades and fought with our lives. We had to deal with them first. That's expected." Yin Nuashing nodded. The primeval god-level captives, who also had the power of chaos in their hands, could basically be sure that they were not in a state of unconsciousness and could explode at any time. Knowing that was the case, but still a little bit of wishful thinking, a little bit of whimsy to catch them and get some information. In the end, it was still a whimsical idea and directly went down the drain. But the inhumane method. Yin Nuashing looked at Hui with a slightly strange expression. "You use torture. It's just a method of the rules. I'm not interested in torturing them. If they don't want to talk, they won't talk no matter what. I just try to make myself give up." Hui frowned and smiled helplessly. "Don't worry, they left quite peacefully." Yin Nuashing. They were killed in the state of exploding with the power of annihilation. How can they die peacefully? Are you sure they didn't die miserably with a face full of pain? TSK, I'm sure it's not that exaggerated. I just killed him in his normal state. As for whether he died with remaining grievances or left in peace, he was tainted with the power of chaos. If it was me, I definitely wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Who knows what the brains of the people in the underworld are like? They might still be thinking about their own plans or long-cherished wishes right before they died. They might even be shouting in their heads, CK your order for our long-cherished wishes or something. Hui shrugged. Forget it, they're already dead. Let's not talk about it. It's just a pity that I didn't get any useful information. If I had known, I would have been more ruthless and threw them into the bottom level of the observer dimension to be tortured for hundreds of years. Maybe they would have a mental breakdown and say something. Although those dimensions do have such a purpose, don't really think of it as a torture room. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes and threw the broken world core into the sea of energy. She put her hands in her pockets and looked at him. "You seem to have changed a little. If it was in the past, you wouldn't have done such a thing. Oh, changed? Hui stared blankly ahead, as if his attention was all on himself. Probably changed. 5 eras have passed. Hee hee, 5 eras, 5 eras. We have been fighting in the void for 5 eras. Countless lives have been lost and reborn. The cycle never stops. Even the dullest person would have changed after 5 eras in the front lines of the void. Feng, aren't you the same? Yin Nuashing paused. Whether I've changed or not. Well, let's talk about change. I just feel that I've always been that kind of person. Come and go in a hurry. Walk with the wind. Once your ears are covered, no one will love you. Hui poked Feng's cheeks as he teased, laughing even harder when he saw Feng's frown. After a while, he gave up on courting death and breathed a long sigh, shaking his head helplessly. TCH, I didn't want to be a good person. Well, not a good person, but definitely not a pure kind person. I'm not a fool. It's just that 5 years have passed. TCH, those thoughts should just be kept in the bottom of my heart. It's impossible for them to come true. Or rather, I feel that I was rather naive to have such thoughts back then. Yes, just like a naive dream buried deep in my heart and soul. There's no need to say it out loud, because the day would never come true, would never come true. Whether it's a good person or a good person, they should only exist in this realm and should not appear here. It should not be a problem for higher beings to think about. The void, the battlefield between order and chaos, does not tolerate the existence of kindness. Kindness, compassion, tolerance, and forgiveness are all jokes. It's no longer as simple as being kind to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. Everyone that stands here is a great wall that resists chaos and death. What we represent is not the world that we represent. It's not just a race, a world group, or a region of the void. It's the entire void of order, a huge concept, a miracle that lasts for hundreds of years. The standpoint of our existence, the standpoint of our standing here. TCH, I'm too lazy to think about such a huge matter. It's too troublesome. Why talk about such a huge matter and let myself stand so high? Huey's self-restraint that lasted less than 2 minutes was broken at once. He slapped himself across the 9 heavens, causing Yun Nuashing's face to twitch a few times. Hui shrugged nonchalantly. That's certainly the standpoint of our standing here. There's no denying it, not even you, Maple. Our standing here has nothing to do with anyone. No one pushed us to this position, but we came here on our own and organized our own forces to resist the calamity that is descending upon the void of order. We merely want to protect the things that we hold dear. It concerns our own world, the realm of gods, the void of order. Or perhaps, because we are beings of order, we have an innate hostility towards chaos. All of these can be reasons, which is why they are important, which is why they are not important. What's important is that 5 years have passed since our first move. What we should think about is how to move forward. Maple, that's what you told me. We just need to move forward, isn't that right? Whether it's to move forward or to reach the final outcome, there's no need to think too much about what we should do. Yin Nuashing glanced at him and said flatly, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. If you don't feel uncomfortable, then it's fine. Forever sunny big boy, or something. It doesn't seem like he would remain the same forever. But that's fine. He was still worried that Hui would remain the same. Those who came here had many reasons, and when put together, there were countless reasons. This had been said since the day the Void Frontline was born. Huey's reason was just as he said. Perhaps he was naive in the beginning. He hoped that everything would go according to the script he wrote, that the war would start normally, that the war would end normally, and that everything would return to peace. Those were the naive thoughts of 5 years ago. But his reason, Yin Nuashing, Maple Silk's reason, was definitely not to protect the world of order. If that was the reason of other people, then it was fine. That was their freedom, and he would not interfere. But if that was his reason, sorry, he would vomit. He would choose to turn the tables on the world of order in the next second. The reason why the world of order was worth saving. How, what a joke. Oh, my dear Lord Observer, are you worried about me? Hui suddenly smiled mischievously and poked the Lord Observer's shoulder with his elbow. You can just say it out loud. You don't have to be so arrogant sometimes. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes and ignored the guardian who went crazy for a short while. Thanks to him, his dark thoughts could be put to rest. What about the people you brought back from that area? Huey's expression suddenly froze. He could not be happy anymore. He smiled bitterly. I didn't bring them back. They're still over there. Yin Nuoxing was stunned. What do you mean? When it finally came out, they were probably collectively thrown out by AI Hongyun. It was not known if the chaos concept body was messing around in the dark. When they were thrown out, AI Hongyun also looked like he was about to die. He could not handle what happened next. He thought that Hui would be able to handle it, but now it seemed that there was something else. When we were teleported out, that area of chaos had completely disappeared. We searched the far reaches of the lower planes for a long time, but found nothing. I guess it's hidden. Maybe the first legatee hid it himself. Hui said, scratching his head. Yin Nuoxing's expression changed a few times before he slowly nodded. If that's the case, AI Hongyun may have sealed that area of the void. It seems that his suppression of the chaos concept body was not very smooth. Even if the chaos concept body was beaten into a state of disintegration, the impact on him was very serious. The situation of that void changed according to the situation of the two people. If the chaos concept body had the upper hand, chaos would have the upper hand, and the power of chaos would increase greatly. On the other hand, AI Hongyun would be the one in control. The two had fought back and forth for almost 20 years, with neither admitting defeat. Even if the battlefield was shrunk from one void region to one void region, with one void region, one body, and one soul, neither of them would compromise. Now, they might even be entangled in a fight and beat the other. A disintegrated chaos concept body. Hui frowned at Maple's words. Even if it's disintegrated, it still can't settle down. Luckily, one of the chaos concept bodies had already disintegrated. If both of them were awake inside, I don't dare to think about it. Yin Nuoxing's face twitched. If the two primal chaos concept bodies were still hanging there, they would still be hanging in the spiritual temple and would only be able to come out after a period of time. Facing two primal chaos concept bodies, their deaths would most likely be. Who knows how they would die? In any case, they wouldn't be able to recover in a short 100 days. If AI Hongyun and the others are missing, there's no helping it. Since he sealed the void region, he must have his own concerns. Perhaps he knew that he could not suppress the chaos concept body for long, so he hurriedly threw us all out. Yin Nuoxing said, patting his head. Yeah, and he even borrowed our energy towers to help him suppress the chaos concept body. Tens of millions of energy towers. We could not help but say, it would be great if we could know how long that number of energy towers could effectively suppress the chaos concept body. If we encounter such a situation in the future, should we avoid it? Yin Nuoxing was expressionless. He didn't think that he would be able to use it in the future. He was talking about the Dark Age. But it wasn't that bad. When the Dark Age was over, he didn't encounter anything like this in the future. After all, the Void of Order had been weakened to the point that it did not even have the qualifications to come into contact with such incidents. While the matter of the chaos concept body could be put aside for now, in fact, they did not even have the qualifications to stand aside and watch. There were a few urgent matters to deal with. The Staff of Origin, the Origin Relic, the Sea of Energy, and the Origin Law. The preparations for the Sea of Energy had been going on for 5 eras. All along, no one knew what Yin Nuoxing was preparing, and it was only today that a corner of it was revealed. The world lights of those behemoths might just be a part of the endless sea, with undercurrents surging beneath the surface that could not be seen or detected. Who knew if there would be something even more outrageous inside? They were actually very troubled about the Staff of Origin as well. Most of them were second-generation heirs, and most of them had never seen it before. Most of them had heard of it in the past, and those who had seen it might have only seen it from afar without any special understanding of it. Now, it was their turn to touch it personally after a dozen eras, and all of them were at a loss. Even so, They could only brace themselves and go forward. After all, if they could not do it, they still had little brother foam. There were not many origin relics left, with the most important ones already unsealed. The rest could be dealt with slowly. As for the origin law, it was a pity that little brother Fong had to deal with it himself. Their nagging would only be more of a hindrance to little brother Fong. They would not be able to move on to the next step before everything was done. Time was endless, and there was no telling when it would come to an end. Grasping the Staff of Origin should have been the most exciting news in recent eras, perhaps in recent eras. Still, nothing could stir their excitement after a little thought about their opponent's combat strength. The dark clouds never dissipated from their heads, and it was only when they moved forward that they could feel its weight more clearly. The further they went, the heavier it became, and the pressure was no less than facing a chaos concept body. Be that as it may, they could only brace themselves and keep going. Should they give up? It was already too late for him to give up now, since he had worked so hard to reach this point. Little brother Fong, the Staff of Origin is done. About 10 days later, Sui Fong ran to little brother Maple, who was sitting cross-legged on the sea of energy, with his face charred by the energy cannon. He grinned. His teeth were so white that only the 2 rows of teeth could be seen clearly on his face. Yin Nuoxing was stunned when he saw him. There shouldn't be any problems after touching it. It's been quiet since the last energy blast, but there's no problem with the energy core. Now that we've dragged it into the battlefield, it could be put to good use. The main problem is that we can't find a suitable place to put it in the void front lines. Perhaps you're the only one who could use it, or we could create a new place to put it, but if it's a trump card. Sui Fong almost fainted as he spoke. To sum it up, the weapon was a good weapon, but it had too many limitations, so much so that their heads were throbbing with pain. Over the past 10 days, he had discussed with Brother Lei and his sister, and decided that it was better to let little brother Fong put it in place himself, rather than having the rest of them blindly come up with a plan. Yin Nuoxing breathed a long sigh of relief at that. The Staff of Origin's weakness was too obvious, something he had understood when he used it 10 days ago. Using the Staff of Origin required an extreme amount of energy, something he had said many times. Let's talk about something else for now. Secondly, it was too obvious. If it was really used as an energy tower to bombard the void on the front lines, it would attract as much attention as if he was hanging in the void with the first light. While he was confident in the defensive capabilities of the heavenly god of Origin's creation, if dozens or hundreds of advanced primes attacked the Staff of Origin, even if it was not damaged, it would not be able to attack due to unstable energy and would just hang in the void as a decoration. The power of this thing was not at the level where it could insta-kill the underworld, which was why some effort would have to be put into its defense. That effort involved the domain of order. Their domain of order was a single entity, and as long as it did not sustain more destructive energy than the entire entity could not withstand, it would not crumble. In fact, in the countless battles between the underworld and the underworld over the past 5 eras, the number of times the domain of order was destroyed could be counted on one's fingers, and 2/3 of those times were when 20 advanced primes rampaged through it. It was obvious that the domain of order would be crippled if the domain of order was bombarded by the advanced primes. Why was it that the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the Staff of Origin would only attract hatred if it was left out in the open? Seeing Maple's face contorted, Sui Fong knew that he was worried about the Staff of Origin and could not help but smile bitterly. You can actually wield it, just like how you wield the Netherworld Ruin Sword. It's just that, well, the Netherworld Ruin Sword would only consume energy when you attack, but the Staff of Origin would consume energy just by being held in your hand. I'm afraid that when you wield it, the magic circles and other attacking methods that you like to use would give way to the Staff of Origin due to the issue of energy. The Staff of Origin consumes much more energy than the Netherworld Ruin Sword. If it's just a matter of energy, it's not a big problem. As I said before, I can wield 60% of the Staff of Origin's power. Even if I wield it differently, it won't be much of a difference. If you're confident, then there's no need to say too much. We've all agreed that the Staff of Origin is your personal weapon. Sui Fong shrugged and said, "Anyway, just let us know if there's any problem. Although we can't solve it for you, We can at least get a feel of the situation and cause trouble? Ahem. Suifeng shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Maple already had the impression that the second-generation heirs were unreliable. Let's talk about something else. Let's put the Staff of Origin aside for now. We might be able to find something about the source law that you can't understand no matter how hard you think. It might be able to help you a little. Well, it's just a possibility, so I hope you're mentally prepared. Immediately, he saw little brother Feng's pretty face darken. Chapter 1852. The Heavenly God of Origin was a name that made him hold great resentment. Let's put it this way. If the sins of the world dared to jump out and nag at him, he could make them disappear with a single breath of resentment. That's right. This was the reason why the sins of the world did not dare to nag at him. All right, it was just a joke. The sins of the world were completely suppressed by various factors, so they could not come out and cause trouble. He did have resentment, but it was not to this extent. His resentment was probably just the ordinary kind of resentment. It was not hatred, but more like a complaint. He complained that they always tormented him. In short, he was very unlucky. Not to mention that Suifeng only mentioned the creation of the Heavenly God of Origin. Even if someone mentioned the Heavenly God of Origin, his face would be distorted for half a day. Sometimes he would rather hang himself in the void for a few eras than hear about the Heavenly God of Origin. Then sometimes he would take the initiative to look for things related to them. It was very complicated. This strange feeling made him feel very awkward, very ferocious. You're a bitch. You're pretentious, arrogant, and a little self-torturing. He crossed his arms and sneered. Yin Nuoxing thought about it and felt that it was right. She could not find any rebuttal. They had been busy for more than 10 days on the source law, but there was no result at all. This was just the beginning. They spent more effort to dig a bigger hole for themselves to jump into, and then let the higher-ups bury them. Before everything was on the right track, they could only repeat this step. The only difference was the size and depth of the hole they dug each time. In the sky above the observer space, next to the Staff of Origin. After reassembling the Staff of Origin, Suifeng and the others simply used this staff that was more than 1,000 miles long as a foothold. Now, they were surrounding the Staff of Origin, waiting for their arrival. This neat and uniform posture of waiting stunned Yin Nuoxing and the others. You said that you have information about the source law. Yin Nuoxing and the others landed on the Staff of Origin with Suifeng. She looked at Brother Lei and Sui Qing and tilted her head. Is it the relic of origin? They also tried to create the source law? I don't think so. The one who spoke was Brother Lei. Perhaps he felt that it was a little strange for a group of people to be gathered here too closely. So he waved his hand and had most of them continue to study the Staff of Origin. After that, he walked up to Brother Feng and said, Actually, the gods have never mentioned anything like this before. We only heard about the source law from you, Brother Feng. We paid more attention to it, because we were quite interested. However, it does have something to do with the relics of Her Eminence. When we were rummaging through the relics of Her Eminence, we found something that looked a little strange. The aura on it was similar to your initial light, and the aura that appeared when you tried to weaken the power of laws contained in it. As Brother Lei spoke, his palm reached into a small spatial portal, completely not noticing that Yin Nuoxing's expression had become very strange. A similar aura to the initial light. The initial light should have originated from more than 300 years ago. It was the light that appeared when the greater primordial realm was truly created. It was actually a dense law and concept, with the concept taking up most of it. He was not too sure how the light fell into the hands of the gods of origin. Perhaps it had something to do with the birth of the initial order, or perhaps... in short, it was a rather complicated thing. He had placed the light on his head for 5 eras and still could not understand it better. At most, he knew a little about its use, which was very simple and violent. Other than that, he could not find a way to understand it, even if he wanted to. The topic had gone off topic. If the aura was similar to the initial light, then even if that creation was not directly related to the initial light, it should have been born under that environment. He was talking about the Chaos era. It was very likely that the gods of origin had created that thing early on in the Chaos era and had kept it until now. This was nothing. The Staff of Origin had also been passed down from the Chaos era. It was just that it had not only existed for a long time, but it had also been used for a long time. On the battlefield between Order and Chaos at the end of the previous era, he would definitely not believe that this thing had fired less than 10,000 times. Even if it was something that was born in the Chaos era, the aura on the Staff of Origin at that time had been washed away by the smoke of the battlefield. Therefore, the thing that retained a clear and discernible aura similar to the initial light should have been something that had been sitting still for a long time and had been left in a corner to collect dust. Here for you. Brother Lay groped around in the spatial portal for a while and took out something. With a shake of his hand, he threw it to Brother Feng. Yin Nuoxing came back to his senses and reached out his hand to catch it. He saw that there was a ball in his palm. Hui and the other girls came up to take a look curiously. It was a palm-sized ball. It was a little heavy and cold. There was no aura of energy. Its surface was light brown and looked like it was made of wood. The aura on the ball. Yes, it was indeed slightly similar to the initial light. It was similar to the initial light that had existed in the first circle. A creation left behind from the Chaos era. Yin Nuoxing murmured in his heart. His eyes glowed with the golden light of the initial light. It has been floating in time for so many years that even time can't be seen at all. Yin Nuoxing grabbed the ball and squatted on the Staff of Origin to fiddle with it. Everyone was curious and craned their necks to take a look. In less than 2 minutes, a cloud of white smoke suddenly rose from his head. They were all shocked. Siyu and Feng Qing Wang rushed up to take care of it. They fanned and cooled it down. Sui Feng was stunned. No, energy life forms don't have this function, right? Hui heard him and shook his head. The doggy took 2 steps back sneakily and said in a low voice, "Indeed, it doesn't. But Feng's means my head is a little big. Don't disturb me." Well, this is usually for me to see. Everyone. How many times did you disturb Brother Feng to make him develop this thing that has more symbolic than practical meaning? Also, this is usually a sign that the initial energy in the soul is too strong. Well, you can just take it that he does have this function. Everyone, 5 minutes later, Yin Nuoxing stopped his futile actions. He pressed the small broken ball in his hand and rolled it around on the Staff of Origin. No, I can't see through it all. This was not something that had been born in the 56 eras of the Great Yuan realm after it had been changed. It was something that originated from the Chaos era. Its rules and orders were not something that he was familiar with or knew about. This was something that had existed for countless years. It was the dregs of an ancient era that had already passed away. Except for them who had fought their way out of that era, no one else could possibly understand what kind of rules and orders were used to weave and construct this thing. Ah, here comes again. His scalp went numb when he heard about the heavenly god of origin. Not many things that it left behind were easy to deal with. Look at the things in front of him. The model of the continent of origin, the core of the continent of origin, and the Staff of Origin. Which one of them was not difficult to deal with? Wait a minute, difficult to deal with? He couldn't possibly lose half of his life just to fix this small broken ball, right? Guarding a possible clue, but I can't use it at all. This is really a headache. Yin Nuoxing sighed and tossed the ball in his hand into the sky. This thing had been proven to contain the rules and order from the Chaos era. Unfortunately, he could not use it or analyze it. It was very difficult to guard a treasure that could not be used. Just as Yin Nuoxing was about to give up and leave this thing aside for hundreds, thousands of years, or dozens of eras, the light in his heart suddenly jumped. A chill went straight to the top of his head, and he almost flew off the spot. Then his soul seemed to have an illusion. He heard a large group of strange chattering sounds. Accompanied by a burst of colorful light in his soul, a group of initial energy suddenly started to dance in his soul together. The earth-shaking movements accompanied by the crazy flashing light made him short of breath. He felt dizzy, his blood pressure soared, and his soul left his body. His eyes rolled back, and he fell to the ground in a daze. Hui jumped up in fright. Siyu and Feng Qing Huang were dumbfounded. Their jade-like hands stopped in midair and did not know where to place. The two girls rushed up like the wind and carried Yin Nuashing up in a flurry. They pinched his philtrum, poured energy into him, and swung him around. I think even if Feng was not killed by the initial relic, he would have been killed by you too. Speaking of which, energy life forms should not have pinched his philtrum, right? The sudden situation caused Sui Feng and the others to be stunned for a few seconds. When Hui Jun and the two girls started tormenting little brother Feng, they hurriedly pounced on him. The group of people were tormenting him as if they were troublemakers. A burst of indescribable violent energy movement suddenly rang out, accompanied by a burst of energy turbulence. Everyone heard a lot of strange sounds, as if there were more than 100 naughty children screaming, running, laughing, and causing irreparable damage to the roadside buildings. The sound of banging rang out, causing everyone's scalp to go numb and their skulls to explode. The energy turbulence carried them through the space transmission. After a few seconds, when everything calmed down, they trembled and opened their eyes. Looking in front of them, they were all stunned. In front of them was a boundless continent. It was like a floating island. In the sky, there was a floating island slowly moving across. They also saw a cluster of white palaces in the center of the continent. As soon as the thought crossed their minds, they instantly understood everything. The land of origin. This is the world of the venerables. The girl in white said softly. Her eyes and senses quickly scanned the surroundings. She said faintly, "They have been released." Jingyan raised her hand. "Did you guys hear some strange noises just now?" "I heard it. It sounded like naughty children tearing down houses and wreaking havoc in villages." "Oh, that's the sound I hate the most. It's noisy and has its own mental pollution." Everyone stood up and looked around. Just a moment ago, they were still standing on the Staff of Origin. Now, they were thrown into the interior of the continent of Origin model. They couldn't see the Staff of Origin, and they didn't know where it was thrown to. However, they could feel that they were still in the observer space. The land of origin that was released didn't have any abnormalities, but it was very sudden. Just now. Speaking of just now, how is little brother Feng? The group thought of something and hurriedly turned back. Hui Jun and the two girls were still thinking of ways to torment little brother Feng, who had fainted for some unknown reason. The latter looked really peaceful. If they didn't know that he was an energy life form, they would have thought that he had peacefully left. How is little brother Feng? Sui Feng leaned over to take a look and pinched little brother Feng's philtrum. He rolled his eyes. I already said that this trick is useless. It's quite barren. There's no movement at all. Hui also shook his head in confusion. There's no problem with the soul, the spirit, and the body structure. After checking, it seems to be in normal sleep. Oh, it's not normal. That movement seems to be fainting from fright. He fainted from fear? Everyone was stunned. This man who had inherited all the power of origin, the biggest violent maniac in the void, who was as dazzling as fireworks, had actually fainted from fear? But I didn't see anything just now. What is this? Siyu's bewildered voice made everyone quickly turn their heads. They saw a reddish-black arch on the chest of Yin Nuashing, who had fainted for unknown reasons. It was slowly emerging from his chest. It looked like a ball. Because he had used too much strength, he had suffocated himself into the shape of a water droplet, as if he was squeezing himself out of his body. Pop! Listen, this sound is coming out. It's really squeezing itself out. After this reddish-black light appeared, Jing Yuanji exclaimed. Jing Yin also slapped her forehead in realization. This is the power of that venerable god, the one who has been following little brother. The power of the god of destruction? Sui Feng shuddered. That's right. Ding! After this ball of destructive energy came out, it suddenly released a faint energy hum. Although the sound was faint, it made everyone grimace and cover their ears subconsciously. This was an energy shock that made their souls tremble. Oh, okay, I believe you. This is indeed the power of the god of destruction. SSS, this strong aura of destruction is suffocating me. I suddenly remember being pressed down on the continent of origin for more than a dozen eras to be trained Don't bring up such a terrible thing again. We don't want to remember being pressed down on the ground and rubbed around in the void by the venerable gods. Every time we passed out, we had to be trained again. We smiled bitterly. You all remember it now. Amidst this reddish-black energy hum, another ball of energy suddenly came out of Yun Nuoxing's chest. It floated half a meter above him and spun a few times as if it was looking around. After a while, a strange whistling sound came out. Then, balls of energy of different sizes and colors came out of Yun Nuoxing's chest one after another. They extended from half a meter to 1 meter high and formed a light ball vortex, releasing a continuous stream of energy. The pressure on everyone increased so much that they could not even raise their heads. When the last ball of energy came out of Yun Nuoxing's body, the reddish-black ball of energy fell into Yun Nuoxing's hand. She held the light brown wooden ball in her mouth and led the charge toward the White Palace. The group of origin energy essences were all excited, letting out a series of clanging sounds that sounded like hundreds of musical instruments and also sounded like a very festive beating of gongs and drums. A group of light balls carried Yun Nuoxing's body, swiftly chasing after the leading red light ball and flying into the distance. After the layers of energy shock dissipated, Hui, who had the thickest layer of defense, stood up instantly. He looked around and saw Maple being carried away quickly. He held his head with both hands and said, Maple was kidnapped by his origin energy. Everyone who had just woken up was speechless when they heard this. What a magical experience it was to be kidnapped by one's own energy. Over there, over there. Siyu, who was still a little dizzy, quickly stood up and stumbled toward the group of origin energy essences. I never thought that I would be carried away by my own energy. Brother Lei's expression was very interesting. He did not know how complicated his feelings were when he subconsciously followed them. Hui patted him on the shoulder upon hearing this, and his expression was even more complex than his own. Don't worry, you'll get used to it. After all, Maple is often toyed with by his own energy. If you experience it for yourself, you'll probably understand where his resentment toward the heavenly origin gods comes from. The inheritors thought about it carefully and shook their heads vigorously. Forget it. I can't think about it. It's already scary enough that I'm crippled from playing with myself. Being toyed with by my own energy until I'm half dead or something like that. I don't want to experience that. A group of people chased each other on the land of origin. The objects being chased in front had colorful light and shadow effects. Wherever they went, colorful energy ribbons were drawn. Hui and others behind felt that there was an obvious abnormal vibration in the space around them. It should be the energy vibration they emitted. They didn't dare to rush over rashly. If they were caught by the 147 origin energy essence resonating with the vibration, they would fall from the sky and smash into the land of origin. They would definitely enter the road of reincarnation on the spot. They thought that they would go directly to the White Palace at this time, probably to find the palace of the origin gods. They were ready to turn halfway. However, the leading destruction energy essence stepped through the palace to the back. Suddenly, it pierced through the space in midair and opened a huge portal. The group of origin energy essences carrying Yun Nuoxing also sped up and rushed into the portal. Then, the portal shrunk little by little in front of everyone's eyes. Do you have to close the door so easily? Hurry up! Hui waved his hand and shouted. With the guardian's shield, he forcefully accelerated. Fiery Wind and the others tacitly changed their positions. They originally planned to form a straight line, but they were suddenly squeezed together. Everyone stared blankly at each other. Before they could react, the teleportation gate appeared in their line of sight. At the same time, they screamed in their hearts. In the next second, they squeezed into a ball and rushed in. Before they could see anything clearly, they fell to the ground and rolled a few hundred meters away. We looked at the people who squeezed into a ball and flew out dozens of times. His face twitched. They really have a tacit understanding. They can even avoid a traffic accident by snatching a portal. At this time, the portal slowly closed. The group of people got up from the ground, their faces alternating between red and white. They did not dare to look at Hui Jun and the others. The impression that they were unreliable was deeply ingrained in their hearts. Sui-Ching calmly got up from the ground and hit her stupid brother on the head. Then she looked around. The earth had changed its appearance and was now a grayish-white color. This place seemed extremely desolate, cold, and silent. There were no signs of life. The desolate wind brushed past their bodies from afar. The cold aura made this group of energy life forms feel cold. There was a dim, starry sky in the sky. They could see stars very close to them, but they didn't look like real stars. They looked more like reflections and pictures stuck there. Brother Lei patted the dust off his body and turned his gaze. He was slightly shocked. What kind of broken place is this? Is there such a place in the land of origin? Have you guys been here before? No, we have no idea. Sui Feng and the others shook their heads. They could feel that this was still the continent of origin, but they had never heard of such a desolate place. In their impression, no god of origin would have the artistic feeling to turn their own land into such a scene of destruction. What they liked was calm clouds and gentle winds, green mountains, and clear waters. Phew! Siyu breathed into her palms. She shivered and rubbed her arms. It's so cold. I haven't felt the cold for many years. Everyone nodded in agreement. This place was desolate and cold. It was as cold as hell. They had never felt cold after entering the realm of Yuanshu. They remembered that they were pressed into the mouth of the volcano by the ice goddess. Yes, the mouth of the volcano. Thick smoke billowed from below. They were crying because of the cold. Why did she remember such a bad memory again? Feng Qing Wang hurriedly looked around. She had lost track of Little Star. She was a little nervous. I can't find her. The space here is obstructive. Since he disappeared without a trace. Huey's face twitched. Just as everyone was about to spread out to search, the white-clothed girl suddenly pointed to the back of the portal. There, they all turned around and saw a colorful ribbon in the sky. Everyone hurriedly chased after it. This time, they were lucky that the origin energy spirits left behind a trail of exhaust gas wherever they went. Otherwise, they might not have been able to find Little Brother Feng. Little Brother Feng's aura had completely disappeared. The aura of this space is also of order. However, it makes people feel uncomfortable. Sui-Ching frowned and said softly, "It has a very similar aura to the original light and the relics just now." Huey's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to understand why these unreliable second-generation inheritors did not know about this place. This was the place where the heavenly gods of origin buried. It was a place related to the Chaos era. They had buried this place in the land of origin. Then the origin energy spirits had copied it into this model. Somehow, he felt that something big was about to happen. The heavenly gods of origin had tried their best to cover up and erase the information related to the Chaos era. However, they had discovered it here. We suddenly realized something. He was startled again. The order and rules of this place. This was the order and rules of the Chaos era. Chapter 1853. Memories of the glorious days of the past, of shining spears and armored horses, of soaring ambition, of marching armies, of marching across the stars, of swallowing 10,000 miles like a tiger. None of that. Now, the seas have turned to dust, the walls crumbled, the world silent, the long-cherished wishes of thousands of years gone in vain, leaving only sighs of regret. Who knows who is sighing? While it appeared that they were sighing about the events of the previous era and the passing of the Chaos era, they were actually talking about the matters of the mortal world. Such hot-blooded and whatnot, such as honor, righteousness, lamentation, and whatnot, did not exist, and there was no time for them to sigh and whatnot. It was already a good thing that they did not appear in other people's sighs. Well, it actually had nothing much to do with them, and the sighs were merely because they suddenly saw the traces of the Chaos era. The space on the other side of the continent of origin was equally spacious, and Hui speculated that the entire space had been switched to another level. As for the size, it should be the same as the continent of origin. They had been tailing the origin energy essences with excessive exhaust fumes for more than 10 minutes. They had slowed down a lot after arriving here, and would occasionally circle on the same spot, only to suddenly move forward and change direction after a while. Everyone speculated that they might have gotten a little lost. Where are they carrying Maple to? We could not help asking when he saw them circle on the same spot for the 7th time. We don't know either. We've never been to such a magical place. Sway Foam and the others shook their heads in unison, while the other heirs were also at a loss. Not only had they never seen this place, they had never even heard their own gods mention that there was such a mysterious space hidden in the continent of origin. Brother Lay looked around and found some time to say, "Don't you feel that the laws and order here are quite unfamiliar? The only things that have a similar feeling are the 2 things we know, and the others, well, we can't find any similarities in the laws and laws we know. I already felt it when I came in, but I couldn't find out." The girl in white said faintly, "It's unusual. It's also an order, but it seems to be another order that we don't know." Hui subconsciously wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he did not say it. He looked at Jing Yun, and the latter, like him, wanted to say something but felt that it was not appropriate. The gods of origin had completely buried everything about the Chaos era, and even the heirs did not know about it. In the view of the gods of origin, there was no need for the later generations to know about the Chaos era at all. They just accidentally heard about it from Maple. Forget it, it was better to keep it in the stomach, and there was no need to say it out. There seems to be something in front of us. Swayphone looked into the distance and pointed to the front, and everyone turned their eyes. The ground in front of them was no longer gray and empty. There was a very large and spacious square there, and it looked very ordinary. It was a square made of ordinary stones, and it covered a very large area. The ground was not flat, and there were not many traces of artificial treatment. It was as if a stone was randomly grabbed, shaved off the bottom, and then pressed into the ground. The surface was uneven, and the size of the stones embedded in the ground was completely uneven. The gaps were crooked, and there were stone pillars erected from the ground, just like the crooked ground. For the time being, they could not tell if they were arranged according to any rules. Perhaps there was a special purpose in it, but this group of people could not understand it at all. The ordinary buildings that appeared here, regardless of whether it was visually, made the group of people raise their guard and feel a little nervous. At this moment, the priceless advice of a certain observer echoed in their ears. When it comes to the trivial matters of the origin, the more ordinary and the less strange it is, the more deceptive it is, and the more dangerous it is. The group of beginner stage and middle stage Yuan-Shi looked at the edge of the huge square in the distance, and did not dare to move forward. They looked at each other and hesitated. If it were in the past, they would have rushed in. However, after seeing Feng, who was also an inheritor, being tortured by the origin energy, they could not help but change their minds. The origin energy spirits carried Yin Nuo Xing and rushed into the area of the plaza, then suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight, causing everyone to be startled. It seemed to have really disappeared. It should have been teleported somewhere. They could feel that the pressure from the origin energy had disappeared at the same time. See, you saw that everyone was stunned and gritted her teeth. Feng Qing Wang pulled her arm, and the 2 of them looked at each other and nodded. They rushed to the square together, and everyone was stunned again. Forget it. Anyway, let's go and have a look. Hui said quickly and caught up with the 2 girls in front. He did not dare to throw the 2 girls out. He was afraid that Feng would bite them to death. Everyone had to bite the bullet and follow them into the square with a flu card. The moment they entered the square, a white light flashed in front of them, and they subconsciously thought that they had been teleported out. When they looked around, they found that they were still in the square made of stone, but the outside of the square had changed. They could see strange lights and shadows mixed with colorful energy surging. It was like a colorful flame rising from the ground and completely enveloping the edge of the square. It looked beautiful, but made them feel even more uneasy. The strange aura intensified as they walked in. Regardless of the dissonance that made one's heart race and chest feel stuffy. Oh, they don't actually need to breathe. That's what that means. It was rather beautiful here. However, the fiery curtain was not a scene. It was still changing. The fiery curtain left the ground and floated upward. Another scene appeared in the places not covered by the curtain. It was a forest-like scene forged from energy crystals. There were towering ancient trees with luxuriant foliage and shrubs that covered the waist down. Below there was a layer of dense grass and nameless flowers. There was no telling how many types of plants there were, but they were all forged from energy crystals without exception. There were blue, towering ancient trees. Dark blue energy particles hung between the branches and leaves. When the wind blew through the branches and shrubs, there was a tinkling sound that was as clear as the sound of a zither. It was as if they had walked into a forest full of wind chimes. The ringing was endless. The shrubs and the flowers and plants below were all of a darker color. The entire environment was shrouded in the blue light of the ancient trees and embellished by the dark light that appeared below. They looked a little transparent. They were clearly crystals, but there was a soft texture to them, as if they were real plants. As the flame curtain faded little by little, the entire crystal forest was almost completely revealed. Everyone stood at the edge of the square and looked around. After a while, they lowered their heads and rubbed their eyes. This light, this energy light, was obviously not something normal. It really dazzled them. Although the scenery had a mysterious and strange beauty, the unusual existence itself made the beauty of this place a frightening existence. Apart from the dense crystal forest that surrounded the square, the oppressive and discordant feeling that lingered around them was also becoming more and more intense. Even though it was the presence of order that they were familiar with, it made them feel nauseous. If anyone punched them in the stomach now, they would probably vomit on the ground for a while. We tried to extend his hand and head out of the square. After a while, his entire body floated out of the square, and it was only after a while that he told the others. The space has changed. We've arrived at another place. By the way, we can't find the way back. Everyone was speechless. They did not leave their scent mark outside. They were so focused on chasing foam and adapting to the unusual order here that they even forgot about the way back. Isn't that bad? Swayphone was sweating profusely. At this moment, his strong survival instinct made him grasp the most important point. He abruptly turned to the center of the square, where the origin energy sprites were slowly descending while carrying foam. Anyway, let's go check on foam. Since they're the ones who led us here, we'll be fine as long as we follow the guide. Everyone nodded vigorously. Without another word, they quickly crossed the square and headed toward foam. They did not dare to run or rush over. The space around the origin energy sprites was still in a distorted state. It was clearly very dangerous. We kept looking at the square, trying to get some information from the traces and decorations, such as what the square was used for. Unfortunately, just like how he was not familiar with the order here, he could not tell what the square was used for. A blank circle suddenly appeared near the center of the square. The circle was no longer made of strange, uneven stones. It was made of crystals, just like the forest outside the square. The ground in the circle flickered with a dazzling, multicolored luster, as if it was covered with crystals. It was also like a sea of flowers. Yes, a sea of flowers. The dense flowers and grasses at the bottom of the forest outside the square had such a bright, multicolored luster. However, they were all blocked by shrubs and the blue color of the towering ancient trees. Siyu suddenly squatted down and touched the ground for a while. When she stood up again, she was holding a flower in her hand. It can be picked. And this is the texture of flower. Things made of crystals are given a clear texture. If it wasn't for the fact that the things here follow this strange order, I can only think that someone deliberately made them look like this. Jing Yun's eyes drifted as she spoke. The group looked at each other and turned their heads away with a strange expression. The only ones who would do something here were the gods of origin. They couldn't have had nothing better to do. It was hard to say. Objects created from crystals were typically hard and rigid. This was determined by the energy and the strength of the laws within them. If one wanted them to have other properties, then they would have to create a special law for that object. Only when making decorations would one have such patience. Then they looked at the forest of crystals outside the plaza. TSK, how impatient they were from afar. For now, I don't feel any danger. Anyway, Let's go and take a look. When Hui said this, Siyu had made a garland of flowers and plants and put it on Feng Qinghuang's head. It was a shiny garland. Although it was beautiful, it felt a little out of place. It seemed to be more suitable for the little angel. The group continued to look into the distance. This girl's patience had gone astray. As they walked forward through the sea of flowers, the footsteps of the dozen or so people brought about an incessant rustling sound. When the group quietly approached the center, the pressure from the origin energy once again fell on them. They had no choice but to stop at this distance and stretch their necks. They were only 10 feet away from the center. However, the ground was full of glowing flowers and plants. They couldn't see clearly. Maples seemed to be placed in the middle of the sea of flowers. At first glance, there was an empty space. The surrounding flowers and plants surrounded Maple. Seeing this scene, Huey's heart trembled. He couldn't help but speak. Ah, this place, this scene, it looks like a very inhumane place. In the next second, it looks like someone's stomach will be cut open, blood and intestines will all be taken out and placed on the ground. Then, a bunch of strange symbols with unknown meanings will be drawn on Maple's body. A group of black and swarthy things will suddenly rush out and surround the altar, mumbling and mumbling, jumping and jumping. We couldn't help but say, Jingyun's face darkened. Will the sky and earth change color? The wind and clouds change, the earth and mountains shake, and the sky and earth shake after a while. Yes, that's the scene. Hui snapped his fingers in agreement. Jingyun shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Let's not talk about the fact that energy beings don't have intestines. No, that's not the point. If it's us and little brother's turn to be the target of this ritual of a lower life form offering to a higher life form, what is this summoning? Call the venerables over. They don't like intestines either. Moreover, the gods of origin are still in the cycle of reincarnation. They don't have time to listen to your summons. That's what I meant. But look carefully. Look at where Maple is placed. This special place, this damned square, this scene, this situation, it's hard to guarantee that you won't think of some strange things, right? Everyone was silent. They looked at the place where Yun Nuoxing was, and all of them took a deep breath. You don't say. This scene is very similar. Look at him with his eyes closed peacefully. The flowers beside him are gently caressing his cheeks. The breeze is swaying his bangs, and the fluorescent flowers beside him. He looks like he's in a deep sleep. Why did this damn beautiful scene suddenly change into something else? The group of primordial energy essences that abducted Yin Nuoxing here placed him there. Then, they floated into the air one by one, forming 3 layers of circles from small to large. They spun in circles above Yin Nuoxing. The reddish-black ball of light was still holding the wooden ball, which was the core of this event, in its mouth as it flew up and down in the 3 layers of spiral circles. This scene, bloody hell, this really looks like the scene of some evil organization's activities. Jingyan could not help but complain. They can't really treat little brother as something and use him to summon something, can they? Everyone covered their faces and looked away. This scene was too strange. It was so strange that they could not speak. Even if the group of primordial energy essences really wanted to do something, they could not stop them. Rushing in when the primordial energy essences were conducting a ritual was tantamount to the venerables having a meeting. They kicked the door of the meeting room open, and then all 147 primordial gods instantly focused their attention on them. Just thinking about it was exciting. At that moment, they definitely wanted to find a hole to hide in. The deeper the hole, the better. When the group of primordial energy essences were conducting the ritual, the fused primordial energy released a strange aura. They were very familiar with this aura. Every time Feng went all out, the void was filled with this aura. Following the appearance of this aura, some cracks appeared on the surface of the wooden ball. It looked like the outer shell was pieced together by pieces, and when the cracks lit up, they were exposed. They watched as the ball seemed to be opening little by little, becoming fragmented, and something appeared inside. Feng, who was unconscious, suddenly tensed up. We noticed that his pretty face was scrunched up as if he was having a nightmare. His face was purple and sweating profusely. Hui was slightly startled. This I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen. As soon as he said that, the effect was immediate. Everyone was sweating profusely. They all screamed in their hearts, "It's over. Something bad is definitely going to happen." A bead appeared in the cracked wooden ball. It was about the size of 3 thumbs. Its body was pale purple, and there was a colorful, three-dimensional energy vortex in the center. It was still spinning slowly, which looked quite strange. After the bead appeared, we saw that the painful expression on Feng Qiao's face became clearer and more ferocious. His face was blue and purple, and he shook his head as if he was struggling. Good heavens! He had already practiced the reaction of resisting the appearance of a relic of the origin of freaks. This was his action when he was unconscious, and it had already made him show such a painful expression. If he was awake, he would have crashed into the abyss death fog. Sui Feng saw that Feng was struggling desperately, and his pretty face was twitching. He was sweating profusely. "I think I know what you mean by something bad is going to happen." Everyone looked at the miserable scene, but there was nothing they could do. They could only watch as the red and black light carried the strange purple bead closer and closer to Yun Nuoxing. As the bead approached, the latter's struggle became more and more intense. He looked like a patient who refused to cooperate with the treatment and did not want to take medicine. For some reason, the voice of "the patient is struggling, please calm him down" automatically rang in their ears. However, Yun Nuoxing was unconscious at the moment and could not resist. Even if he was awake, he might not succeed in resisting. In the end, the bead was stuffed into his body by the destructive energy essence. Everyone watched as his body suddenly stiffened, his head tilted to one side, his face blue and purple, and he was no longer breathing. "Feng!" We saw this, and his face was filled with grief. He cried, "How could you die like this?" Everyone was speechless. They did not know whether Feng would be tortured to death by the origin relic, but when he came back, he would definitely beat you to death. The destruction energy essence was nestled in Yun Nuoxing's chest. When the other origin energy essences saw that it was done, they also descended from the sky and landed on Yun Nuoxing's body. They found a place to hide and didn't rush back into the origin mark. The others didn't understand either. They looked at each other for a while and could only sit down and wait patiently. There were also people outside, guarding the observer space. It shouldn't be a problem if they weren't there. More importantly, they could not leave now. They could only wait for Feng. The origin essences had retracted their oppressive energy, so they could go over now. Siyu and Feng Qing Wang could not wait to go over. They walked around and saw that little star was in great pain, but he was fine. Hui, Jing Yun, and Jing Yuanji also went over to take a look. The former said to the 2 worried girls, "Don't worry. He should be fine for now. For an energy life form, he should be fine as long as he doesn't set off fireworks on the spot." Jing Yun could not help but say, "But mental and spiritual pain is another matter." "Ah, there's nothing we can do about that. You have to tell the heavenly gods of origin. It's useless to tell me." In a daze, he felt a chill run down his spine. He seemed to have had a terrible nightmare. He dreamt that he was being moved around like goods, tied up and placed on a bonfire. There were 8-legged monsters glowing with white light all around him, and all of them were over 100 to 200 feet in size. Each of them was looking at him with dozens of eyes. One of them was an exceptionally large reddish-black spider. It walked in front of him with 2 legs, and one of its legs stretched out to place a head-sized purple bead on his face. The bead was filled with small, 8-legged creatures, and tens of thousands of eyes were staring at him at the same time. He felt that his little heart had already left his body at the speed of light. Suddenly, Yun Nuoxing opened his eyes. He let out a breath of cold air. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a humanoid figure looking down at him like a ball of white light. The humanoid figure was very excited to see that he had woken up. "Oh, you're awake. The ritual was a success. You're already cough, cough." Yun Nuoxing sat up and looked at the humanoid figure in front of him. He stretched out his hand and touched his body in a daze. After a while, he said in a daze, "So it's not a dream." "Hey, what dream? Don't sleep too much. But we didn't expect you to come into contact with that thing so soon. Guys, the little guy is awake." The young man shouted behind him. Yin Nuashing looked up in a daze. It was a familiar manner and a familiar table. There was now another table. She was sitting at the leftmost table. Just like every time he saw her, she was still drinking tea. She seemed to be looking at him. There were 2 or 3 women at the same table with her. He had seen one of them when he first came here. The other one was the war god, who dealt him a heavy blow. On the other table, other than the dream god, whose heart was dug out, he seemed to have an impression of the others. It was probably because of the origin shard, but he could not tell who was who. In short, including the person in front of him who woke him up, there were 8 people in the group. There were both men and women, and they were all looking at him. Hey, I told you that this kid would be fine. You guys didn't give him enough hints. Otherwise, he would have come in already. Look, he's fine now, isn't he? No. This kind of interference is too risky. I actually refused at first, but you still added fuel to the fire. There are more than 140 people. I'm not one of them. Yin Nuashing listened to their conversation in a daze. After a while, he took a deep breath and said calmly, "Where's my sword? You mean the Netherworld ruin? It's in your mind. You can find it yourself." The young man saw him slowly stand up and take out the Netherworld ruin sword. He was stunned. "By the way, why are you looking for the Netherworld ruin sword? Huh? Why is your face suddenly so dark? No, wait. Don't. The Netherworld ruined sky / Everyone was shocked. No one expected this little guy to set off fireworks. As soon as he came in, boom. Wah. Calm down. Put down your weapon and listen to me. I'll fight your mother. Kanzaki's foul language. Original divine language's foul language. I'm done being a god. Origin. No. You. Don't hit that side. I just planted the field. I just planted the flowers. Wah. Go hit those idiots. Don't hit me. They were the ones who suggested it first. You sure are quick to shift the blame. You and destruction were also. No. Hold this little guy down first. Yin Nuashing cursed as he chased after a group of white light people with a Netherworld ruin sword. Rumbling energy waves swept across the entire Origin continent. It was a very lively scene. She sat to the side and calmly watched the show. She calmly looked at the group of people in front of her. Calm down. Don't hit my face. Yin Nuashing roared wildly amidst the violent explosion of energy. In the name of Mother * King Chaos. I'm Wanxiang Stars. Chapter 1854. Black smoke billowed out of the spacious continent of Origin. Fan-shaped impact zones covered 20% of the land, and there were also circular impact craters of various sizes in other places. The originally beautiful paradise had been tossed around and turned into a place that had just experienced a war. From this, it could be seen that Yin Nuashing was more afraid of the 8-legged creature than of Origin, and his resentment of Origin was greater than his fear of the 8-legged creature. As soon as he woke up, he went crazy and beat up the heavenly gods of Origin without caring about anything else. The continent of Origin was almost turned upside down. Yin Nuashing stood on a hill that had just been smashed into the ground. He let out a long sigh of relief and looked at the chaotic scene around him. He looked down at the group of reliable heavenly gods of Origin who were buried in the ground and waving their white flags. He then let out a long sigh of relief. I feel so refreshed. The heavenly gods of Origin smiled bitterly and covered their faces. This little guy is finally done fooling around. If we let him fool around for a while longer, this place that we worked so hard to rebuild would have to be rebuilt again. After standing on the hill for a while, Yin Nuashing pulled out the Nether Void sword and jumped down from the hill. He walked up to a certain person who had been drinking tea from the beginning to the end and hadn't been affected at all. He remembered that he had thrown 2 energy torrents at her in a fit of rage. It seemed that they had been dispersed. Yin Nuashing looked at her and frowned. Before he said anything, he saw her hand tremble slightly. He suddenly said, "Let's discuss something. Put down the Nether Void sword. I suggest you use the rhythm of light. It's not fun to be beaten up by your own weapon." Yin Nuashing. He hadn't said anything yet. He waved his hand and stabbed the Nether Void sword into the ground. Yin Nuashing sat down on a chair and waved his hand. "No, I'm tired." Oh. She seemed to be stunned for a moment. Then, she nodded and poured him a cup of tea. She looked up at the group of old friends who were holding their waists and gasping for air as they walked back. She calmly took a sip of tea. Hiss, little guy, aren't you a little too heavy-handed? The young man rubbed his old waist and sat on the chair. Do you have such a big grudge against us? Yin Nuashing thought for a moment. Actually, I didn't use the usual attack method. You mean, look, this place isn't big enough. I haven't even taken out the formations I usually use. Didn't you guys notice? Everyone, good heavens, this little fellow was saying that he hadn't had enough fun yet. If this place really existed in the real world, it would have been drowned by hundreds of millions of arrays by now. It seemed like this little fellow was quite resentful. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes fiercely. He had been tormented by the stupid matters of origin, and most of the time, he was not willing to do it. He had been tormented to the point where he had to repeatedly jump in front of the reincarnation road for several years. Why couldn't he complain? Looking at the little fellow's expression, everyone knew what he was thinking in his heart. Everyone laughed bitterly and did not continue to talk about this matter. They did not want to provoke him again with just a few words. Sigh, this broken place could not withstand his torment now. So, why did you drag me in here? Yin Nuashing raised his head and looked around. His gaze swept across the young man and the others, and finally fell on her. He was her inheritor in name, yes, in name. So, she should be looking for him for something, right? She put down the teacup and said something that made him stunned. Yes. What is it for? Yin Nuashing, don't tell me you dragged me in a train or something. Yin Nuashing said with a headache. Please give me a quick death so that I can be mentally prepared. Tell me, do you want to die once, twice, or many times? Everyone, this little fellow also spoke with a high level of energy. Did he tacitly agree that anything involved with them must be fatal? Well, it's not that I want to do anything in particular. The young girl felt that if she did not change the topic, more high-level words might come out. She looked at Yin Nuashing and said, I just pulled you in to observe. Observe? Yin Nuashing's face twitched. No, it's not what you think. The young man saw that the expression on Yin Nuashing's face kept changing. He did not know whether to laugh or cry as he waved his hand. You came into contact with something a little complicated. Well, we dragged you in to observe and see if there are any problems. Even if something happens here, there won't be too serious consequences. Yin Nuashing was stunned. Something not too good. You mean that little wooden ball? Yes, that's it. Yin Nuashing slammed the table and stood up. His face was ferocious. I only took a few glances at it. I didn't even open it. You were the ones who took it apart and forced it into my soul. Don't make it sound like I just fiddled with some weird stuff. The young man scratched his head. Actually, when you used our power to touch it, you had already activated it. The best way was to transfer it into your soul to avoid more accidents. But you and the others definitely did not know about this, so we had to do it. Yin Nuashing was still stunned. Speaking of which, it seemed that when he touched the ball, the origin energy spirits suddenly became drunk and carried him out like an item. So, at that time, he had already come into contact with a large number of fragments, which caused them to become very active and even allowed them to exert influence on them in this space. Then the question was, how many fragments of origin did he come into contact with to achieve this? In the past, when he came into contact with the relic of origin and fought against the origin heavenly god's clone of obsession, he was only able to hear some voices when he was in a daze. At most, he would come here and run around in a daze without even being able to see anyone, as if he was sleepwalking. The first time he made this space manifest, he saw a few origin heavenly gods. This was the second time after 5 years. The first time was the result that he had accumulated for a long time. So this time, thinking of this, he suddenly felt that it was not a surprise that he would suddenly die at any time. What is that thing? Although he had accepted his fate, he still had to find out what it was that made them go through so much trouble. It's our time. Oh, you already know about it last time. It's something from the Chaos era. You have come into contact with it, so you should know about it. The young man coughed softly and took a sip of tea before continuing. The creation of the Chaos era is just a failure. Yin Nuashing instantly fell to the ground. She scrambled up from the ground after being pulled by the young man. She looked like she was about to break down. Tell me, how many times do I have to die this time? 10 times? 20 times? Or do I have to roll around in the road of reincarnation? If I come back earlier, I should be able to make it in time for the final battle. No, no, don't use death as your standard. It doesn't have to be death. The young man did not know whether to laugh or cry as he waved his hand. It's just a failure that corresponds to the situation at that time. To be more precise, it's a half-finished product. We lacked a very critical condition in our deduction, so we couldn't continue to use it. So we put it in a corner to collect dust. 1 or 200 eras passed. Even after the Great Yuan realm was split and the order changed, we didn't remember that there was such a thing in a corner. Oh, we even threw it into the hiding place of those children, by the way, but we didn't remember it until it fell into your hands now. Yin Nuoxing's face twitched. So, he had picked up a strange thing with a long history. It was so old that these reliable guys would forget about it themselves. What's the condition? Yin Nuoxing asked subconsciously. Then, she was stunned for a moment. Her expression suddenly changed. She stared at the young man and pointed at herself. Don't tell me. Well, you're actually that condition. Theoretically speaking, you yourself are one of the conditions, and one of the most important conditions. Then, you still have 2 other critical factors. The young man lowered his head and stroked the teacup. He said softly, but that's not all. The other conditions have nothing to do with you. That's the matter of the void environment. Yin Nuoxing listened in a daze. What condition am I? The other 2 critical factors, are they the origin energy and the chaos energy again? Oh, the chaos energy is indeed one of the conditions. However, the other condition is not our power. Our power is the foundation of the foundation. It will be useless to change it. The young man shook his head and raised his head to look at him. He slowly said, the sea of consciousness. Also, you yourself are one of the conditions. You have the power of order and chaos in your body. That's not something that anyone can do. This condition is actually a carrier. Well, back then, we couldn't find a carrier that could fuse the 2 powers. The one we created wouldn't last for long either. So we sealed it. Then, when you came into contact with it, the remaining power of the laws it left behind determined that there was a more suitable one. As long as you understand. Yin Nuoxing's face twitched. My foot. You changed your target because you sensed that there was a better carrier, right? You guys spent so much time creating a parasite. These conditions were not completely unexpected, but he did not expect them to be related to the sea of consciousness. In fact, he did not pay much attention to this thing, mainly because he did not have the means to pay attention to it. Among the people he knew, some knew that he had the sea of consciousness. As for himself, he had only seen it with his own eyes when he first heard about it, if that dark space counted as seeing it, and he had not seen it after that. It was more like a thing that always hung on the back of his head. He could not see it at all with his own eyes, and could only be informed by other people's perception of it. That was what it meant. Those who cared about the details would be thrown into the void of chaos. That's pretty much the case. Back then, because we could not gather all the conditions, we could only throw them aside. We did not expect that after more than 200 eras, there would be an individual who could gather the remaining 2 conditions at once. The young man coughed dryly. Yin Nuoxing looked indifferent. If you can't tell what I am, just say it. You don't have to cough and look away. I don't know what I am anyway. Cough, cough, cough. Didn't you find any individuals like me during the Chaos era? Yin Nuoxing changed the topic. Well, the situation during the Chaos era was very chaotic. As the cradle that was the basis for the birth of order life forms, it was the territory of order. It was constantly under attack. The environment was unstable. Life forms were also born with many dangers. Whether it was the structure or the ability, they were very different from the order life forms that you know. But in terms of appearance, because of our influence, most of them were humanoid. As the young man spoke, he realized that he had gone off topic. He coughed dryly again. Well, at that time, we did not find any individuals like you in the territory of order. In that chaotic environment, every life form of order was born to join the battle, to fight for order, to declare war against chaos. Every one of them, there was no exception. Whether it was charging at the front or supporting from the rear, they were actually in a state of battle from the moment they were born. And because everyone would join the battle, we have some understanding of all the Order life forms. We can be completely sure that there is absolutely no individual like you. After all, at that time, we were also in a hurry to find a suitable carrier. Whether it was a life form or an object, it would work. But until the day the Chaos era ended, we still did not find anything. The young man suddenly scratched his head and laughed dryly. And then we forgot about it. Yin Nuashing was speechless. All right. You're a reliable god. Yin Nuashing let out a long sigh. So that's about it. What is this thing? You've already stuffed it into my mouth and made me eat it. You should at least tell me what it is, right? This. The young man was at a loss for words. Before he could think of a way to say it, she suddenly spoke. It is used to stabilize and divide the territory of order. In other words, it is used to forcibly seize a territory from the chaos void of the chaos era as the foundation of order. It is used to expand the core of the territory of order. The original version, half-finished product. She looked up at Yin Nuashing's stiff face and continued. Originally, it was used to create the core of the void of order. However, there was no way to find a suitable carrier. It is in a half-finished state of self-evolution. In other words, it has yet to be finalized. The void of order that you are familiar with now is a creation that has been improved and weakened by it. It is the original version. Yin Nuashing almost swallowed the cup into his stomach. He looked at the young man and the others in disbelief for an answer. Seeing that they all nodded, he suddenly felt gloomy. Such a strange thing was stuffed into his stomach. Would it create something? Forget it. He was used to it. After all, he was not a human. It was not surprising that he was made to look like this. It was one thing to think about it, but it was another thing to feel strange. It was just like that time when he swallowed a pagoda into his stomach. Now, he always felt that his stomach was knocked against by something. The young man saw him staring at his stomach with a strange look and grinned. He did not need to guess to know that this little guy must be imagining all kinds of strange things. If the power of chaos is also a condition, when you made this core, did you borrow the power of chaos? Yin Nuashing suddenly thought of another question that had just been forgotten. Do you plan to use the power of chaos to pull a piece out of it? That's right. The power of chaos has been suppressed by us, the 147 orders. Don't worry, there will be no problem. As soon as the young man's voice trailed off, Yin Nuashing made a puzzled sound and slowly looked up. The power of chaos that I control now should be used as an auxiliary power. That is to say, the core itself is, the young man shrugged. Yes, it is a part of chaos. Can't you figure it out? But that part only takes up 5% of the whole. Don't worry. Yin Nuashing took a deep breath. By the way, the power of chaos in the core is derived from the chaos concept body. Did you borrow part of their power? Oh, that's right. The young man nodded matter-of-factly. Seeing that Yin Nuashing's expression changed again, he said, Oh, that's right. It's actually not the power of the chaos concept body. It's a part of the chaos concept body, a part of the whole pulled out from one of the chaos concept bodies. It's a complete part. Yin Nuashing. He swallowed a bomb. Let me ask you a question. Yin Nuashing's face was gloomy and crumbling. His slightly ferocious and insane expression startled everyone once again. They were sweating profusely. Let's say that I was an individual in the chaos era, and you know that individual was me. Did I press order into the chaos void and beat it up, or did I slap your faces? All right, this little fellow was about to break down. If they did not hurry up and explain, he would shout, "Fight your mother for chaos," then grab the Netherworld Ruins sword and tear this place apart again. Calm down. The young man shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. We still can't tell what your true form is. We said that you might be something from the beginning of the primordial realm, but because we couldn't tell, we had no choice but to raise the limit of our judgment. After all, you're special, right? Also, that core came to us on your own accord. This really has nothing to do with us. We only added fuel to the fire because we felt that there was no other way. At this moment, she put down her teacup and looked at Yin Nuashing. The power of the chaos concept body is completely suppressed. Don't worry. No. This is not a small matter at all. The chaos concept body. He said that this is a part of the chaos concept body. A part. Even if this part only makes up 5% of the entire core, it's still very scary. No, this is simply... All right, he finally understood why his heart palpitations and chills came out of nowhere. Can you be more unreliable? This is so direct. In short, it's quite ridiculous. Once he thought that his stomach, his soul, might have a core that was evolving and perfecting itself, he felt that it was even more ridiculous. If not for the fact that his body was a mass of light, he would have pulled out a knife and dug his hand into his stomach to dig that thing out. Everyone looked nervously at the little guy's changing expression. After a long time, he finally calmed down, and they all quietly breathed a sigh of relief. So, Yin Nuashing took a deep breath. In short, every time something related to them, it would either make him confused or make him half dead. At this moment, he was just confused and dizzy, which was not too serious. It was just that the fact that he was forced to accept made his head hurt. You guys drag me in because you want to see what changes will happen to the core that you originally planned to use to establish the foundation of the void of order in my soul, right? Everyone looked at each other and nodded slightly. The young man quickly added, mainly because we were afraid that something bad would happen to you, so we asked you to come in. It's safer here, and if anything happens to you, we can also provide emergency help. It's not a good situation, but that's what I meant. Yin Nuashing's face was blank. They already knew that something bad was going to happen to him. Yin Nuashing looked around, and after a moment, he held his face with one hand and suddenly gritted his teeth. The most unlucky thing in my life is to meet you guys. Every day, you guys treat me like a public test subject and torment me. It's killing me every day. Ahem. How can you say that? The young man coughed and tried to save some face. You're using our power to fight against the forces of chaos, aren't you? Isn't this, when I didn't meet you guys, did you think that I ran into something messy related to chaos? Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes at him. Those bastards in the underworld don't count. Those bastards directly invade the orderly void, and sooner or later, I would have run into them. I'm talking about the messy, chaotic void, the chaos concept body. I haven't had many days of peace in the first place. Ever since I came into contact with your powers, chaos has interfered in the affairs of the world. They've gone from bad to worse. I think the other inheritors aren't like this. They haven't been tormented into a mess. Oh well. The other heirs all laughed dryly and looked away, secretly muttering in their hearts. You're just too special. It's fine that you attracted our attention, but we didn't expect that the thing opposite us was also paying attention to you. She looked at Yin Nuashing, who was so distressed and bitter that he was about to shut himself up. She suddenly stood up and walked to him under everyone's surprised gaze. She reached out and rubbed his head gently and thought for a moment. I forgot my lines. The young man and the others all made a note in their hearts. Dead words, one more record. Also, he didn't say much to his own heirs for a long time. Yin Nuashing looked up gloomily and looked into her eyes. After a moment, he sighed heavily with a very conflicted and helpless tone and muttered, Okay, I won't complain. Anyway, you guys have already driven me to the door. It's too late to turn back now. Cooperate with the research, right? Do as you wish. Everyone, amazing. Although they could see that the little guy's resentment was still growing day by day, it seemed to be contained now. Chapter 1855. The core that dominated the formation of the void of order. After thinking for a long time, the word creation popped up in his mind. He felt that it should be similar to the birth of the world of order in the void, but he could not figure it out. He sat up from the grass and fell into deep thought with the Book of the Ages. Finally, he came to the conclusion that they were not similar, but they were not related at all. The two were not the same thing at all. Their concepts and structures were very different, let alone feeling similar. If one really thought about it carefully, one would realize that the two were really not related. It was like the difference in difficulty between pinching a world of light with one's bare hands and pinching mud on a sandy land. As for why he seemed to have nothing better to do than to think about these things, wasn't it because the ball was currently in his stomach? When a lump appeared in his body out of nowhere, he would pay extra attention to it for a period of time. At least 2/3 of his mind would be hung on that lump at all times. If it was outside his body, he might not be able to resist touching it with his hands, which would make him feel uncomfortable all day long. He didn't know and couldn't care less about other people. Anyway, it was very uncomfortable to have a lump in his stomach, especially when he knew that this lump was an unstable bomb. The uncomfortable feeling rose in a straight line with the passage of time and went straight to the top of his head, accompanied by dizziness, cold hands and feet, sweating behind his ears, heart failure, and many other adverse reactions. The process of this stupid thing was irreversible. Once it entered his stomach, he could only wait for it to be there. Well, some mysterious and unknown changes had occurred. It was really unknown. The gods of origin all scratched the back of their heads and expressed that they did not know what would happen. First of all, the thing had been sealed for too long. They did not know if it had deteriorated. Second, this thing was no longer under their direct control. Even if there were 1 billion dots of abnormal changes, it was not incomprehensible, right? Anyway, when he heard this, he almost shouted for the sake of chaos and picked up the netherworld ruin sword to tear down the house. He felt that he had become a strange, experimental subject. Now, he was surrounded by 147 people, except for the fact that they did not use some kind of transparent barrier to lock him up and strung him up with the chains of order. There was really no difference in his senses. Well, he could not say that. He had not been dissected yet. He did not know if it was because he did not need to be dissected, being strung up on a string on a bed and being dissected by 40 or 50 people. Ouch. His stomach hurt a little. Well, it was just a joke. They should be waiting for changes to occur. While waiting, they should also be vigilant of some unusual changes that might occur in his body. With their nervous observation methods, scanning up and down with all kinds of origin energy, twisting his body around, and almost stripping him, he had every reason to believe that if anything happened, it would either be because he had gained some strange creatures, or he would be torn apart and die a horrible death on the spot. In the worst case, he would walk one round on the path of reincarnation. Well, wait a minute. Huey's joke about, "I am willing to join the chaotic void," would not come true, would it? Don't. Can't that 5% know its place? It seems to be too early to join the chaotic void. Ugh. He wasn't used to handing over matters that were related to him to someone else. Even if the other party was the heavenly god of origin, he still wouldn't feel at ease. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find where Chioccio had gone after entering. It was likely that Chioccio had already dissipated and used him as a carrier. He entered this space, and he was the only one who had entered this space, the little angel, and Shuang couldn't follow him in, so he couldn't ask them to help him. He couldn't contact the outside world either. Well, he was still locked in a transparent barrier. It was just that his range of movement was the size of the entire continent of origin. When he had nothing to do, he would stroll around the continent of origin. This place was not the same as the continent of origin he had seen, the dilapidated continent of origin, the model continent of origin. Probably because it was a rare opportunity, they might as well reshape the entire continent. However, the symbolic floating island was still hanging in the sky. As time passed, it slowly circled around the continent of origin. The layout on the island did not change at all. This was the first time he looked at the continent of origin so calmly. The first time he broke into the dilapidated continent of origin. Forget it, let's not talk about that. Just mentioning it would give him a psychological shadow. The second time he went to the model continent of origin, let's not talk about that either. He had not forgotten that he was chased away by her energy. In the end, he was even glared at across time and space. Why did he remember everything? Excluding the symbolism and concept of the continent itself, it looked like a normal continent. Let's not talk about the origin of the continent. Just looking at the continent from the sky, the mountains were beautiful, the mountains were hidden in the clouds. Sunlight shone through the holes in the storm clouds, showering the land with golden light. It was like a celestial phenomenon after the rain. The whole continent was divided into dozens of regions by bright colors. The task of making the colors not appear abrupt in each region was done by plants, rocks, and topography. Everywhere, there was a gentle breeze, causing everything to sway gently in the wind. Everywhere, there were rare and precious herbs that could not be named. Layers upon layers of emerald green carpet extended to the end, mixed with countless unknown species of plants. Broad, towering ancient trees stood between heaven and earth. The golden branches and leaves dyed part of the emerald green carpet that passed by in the distance. Clouds and mist surged and spread with the wind, hiding more parts of the distant mountains behind them. A river flowed through the mist like an endless stream of water on the ground, meandering across half of the continent. It was like a colorful painting. Although the relatively large-scale arrangement would not make people feel the sudden change in color, after looking at it for a while, the eyes were almost blinded. If one were to walk in it as if they were taking a stroll, perhaps it would be even more stunning. Looking at it like this, it was quite a beautiful continent, wasn't it? He could see the traces of meticulous arrangement in every space. The person who arranged it must have spent a lot of effort, regardless of its origin, and it made him want to dismantle it again. Ah, crap! The resentment rushed to the top of his head again. Ah, crap! The Netherworld Ruin Sword is out. Ah, the energy is gathering. Come, listen to this roar. The ruin don't. A shadow of light rushed out of nowhere and pounced on him in the next second. Her hands locked him and his arms together, and even knocked him away. Ah, the Netherworld Ruin Sword is flying out. Yin Nuashing was stunned for a few seconds when he was pinned down by the shadow of light. He looked down and saw that the girl had suddenly rushed out. She looked up and stared at him and said with a slightly angry tone, "Don't dismantle it. It wasn't easy for me to tidy it up. Do you know how much effort it took me to restore it after you dismantled it? And some places can't be completely restored, so I have to rearrange it." Yin Nuashing thought seriously for a while and said, "I really don't know." The girl was speechless. It was not that he really wanted to dismantle the house. Bah, this place was not his house. It was just that his brain suddenly went crazy, and he could not help but lift the Netherworld Ruin Sword. He could not help but want to do something. It would be fine after he calmed down. He probably would not go crazy again in just a few minutes. Perhaps she thought that it was too dangerous to let him wander around alone. What if the house suddenly exploded? The girl had been following him closely from the beginning, staring at him with a slightly vigilant gaze. She could also divide her attention to continue decorating the surrounding area. Sometimes, as they walked, a small tree that was 1 or 2 meters tall would suddenly appear on the road between the sea of flowers and the forest, or a pool that was as smooth as a mirror that was surrounded by piles of stones. Sometimes, as they walked, a small tree that was 1 or 2 meters tall would suddenly appear on the road between the sea of flowers and the forest, or a pool as smooth as a mirror that was surrounded by stones. You're in charge of decorating the continent of origin. Yin Nuashing could not help but ask curiously, "I'm usually the one who does the basics." The girl nodded. She felt a little helpless when this topic was brought up. Stupid men don't like to spend so much effort on decorating. Look east from here. The mountains, rivers, and forests are all the same. They were decorated by a dozen stinking men. They didn't put in any effort at all. Yin Nuashing tilted his head and looked. He saw a place that looked like a primeval forest. The mountains and rivers were hidden in the forest, while clouds and fog flowed and hid 2/3 of the forest behind. It looked like a hidden retirement place, and it could be seen from many places. I'm only doing some of the decorations. You can handle the more detailed parts by yourselves. What are you doing? The girl was stunned. She saw him walk to the pool that he had just created and looked down as if he was deep in thought. Yin Nuashing turned his head. "Oh, I'm seeing if I'm starting to mutate. See if there are any strange patterns on my face or some strange creatures that grow." The girl was speechless. What a scary thought. All right, even if there are changes, it shouldn't be like this. She walked forward and stretched out her hand to pinch Yun Nuoxing's cheeks. After pulling for a while, she clapped her hands and said, "It would be a bit of a waste if some strange things grew on such an exquisite face." Yun Nuoxing was speechless. The girl suddenly thought of something and clapped her hands. "Let me take you to dress up." Yun Nuoxing was speechless. "Why do all of you like to do this?" "No, I refuse." The girl couldn't help but shake her head and smack her lips. She shrugged and sighed. "Sigh, you just like her. You don't like to dress up. It's a waste. Even a change of clothes would be good." Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. So she didn't like to dress up either. Then they met in the same way. Bah, what the hell? Why should a man like him be glad that there was a girl who didn't like to dress up like him? How could they be the same? As he mumbled, he rolled his eyes and tugged at his clothes. "Do you think my clothes aren't festive enough?" "No." The girl shook her head and shook his cloak. "It's too festive. You'll get tired of it if you're too festive every day. Isn't it good to change your clothes in style?" "I haven't changed my clothes for 5 years." The atmosphere suddenly froze. The girl was looking at him with a very scary and strange gaze. Although it was just a face of a white shadow, he could still feel a very scary gaze. The next second, the girl suddenly grabbed his arm and pulled him forward at lightning speed. He was shocked. "Go and wash up." The girl kicked him into the lake in front of her without any explanation. There was a huge splash. He was already in the water, but he could still hear her cursing. "How can you stand it if you don't wash up or change your clothes for 5 years? Just you wait. I'll get you a set of clothes and strip you off." Yun Nuoxing was speechless. He popped his head out of the lake. "I've been hanging in the void for 5 eras, busy fighting wars. How could I have the time to wash up? I've been using my divinity to clean myself. Anyway, I'm clean. Although I'm a little obsessed with cleanliness, once I let go, I don't care about anything." The girl who was making clothes for him on the shore trembled slightly when she heard that. "Let go of yourself." "Well, you're right. How could you have the time to wash up when you're fighting a war?" Sigh. In the manor outside the White Palace, it was rare that she was not sitting at the table drinking tea. Instead, she was standing on the stairs between the palace and the manor, looking into the distance. The young man and the god of war who came out of the palace greeted her when they saw her. They stood beside her and looked into the distance together. The young man asked, "How's the little fellow?" "He's fine. He's safe." She nodded slightly and said flatly, "The core of order has been disintegrated. All the structure, rules, energy, and order that made up the main body have been released. The step of assimilation with him as a carrier has been completed. Everything is stable now. There are no conflicts and no abnormalities. It has not affected the carrier for the time being. His entire soul has been used as a carrier. I thought it was just being evolved inside." The young man leaned against the pillar. He could not help but grin when he heard that. If the little fellow knew about this, he would probably explode. Can't he sense it? He can't. The structure and rules of the core of order have become part of him. However, it is isolated in a place that cannot be touched. Therefore, he can't sense it. He has to wait for the next change to appear in his senses. She looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was soaking in the lake and blowing bubbles with half her head. Then she said, "There should be obvious changes in the next phase. Is that place ready?" The young man scratched his head and turned to look at the palace. "We've prepared a bed for the little fellow. However, it's still a matter of whether we need it or not. If we're prepared in advance, we won't have to fear any accidents," she said softly as she slowly walked down the stairs. The young man and weapon god followed beside her. The latter looked at the direction she was going and said, "Are you going to see him? It's almost time for the next phase. It would be easier to save him if there's an accident," she said softly. The young man shook his head. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. They were talking about the rescue phase. If he heard that, he would definitely go berserk on the spot. A certain little fellow who would not care about his own life when he goes berserk. She probably could not hold him back for a moment. There is no such thing as the passage of time in the continent of origins. He could not tell how long he had been here. In terms of time outside, however, he could sense that only a day had passed since he came in. However, the sun was still hanging in the same position. There was no night here either. It felt like something was missing. The reconstruction progress is very slow. The time rule has not been set yet. You'll have to wait for a while if you want to see the sunrise and sunset, the girl said flatly. She put a set of clothes she had prepared on the shore and stepped aside. Here, your clothes. Change. Yin Nuashing, who had just climbed out of the water and was about to refuse, shuddered at the unexpected shout. Muttering, he picked up the clothes and looked at it casually. Then, he used spatial teleportation to put it on and change his clothes. He did not take off his clothes or put them on. If he wanted to be more casual, he could just condense energy into clothes. He was used to it. The set of clothes she was wearing looked a little familiar. Putting aside the fact that it looked like a dress that had been changed into a robe, why did the large black windbreaker on the outside look so similar? Isn't this the windbreaker that I used to wear all the time? Yes, she used it often. You just realized? Yin Nuashing was speechless. He did not know that the windbreaker and the Netherworld ruins were the same. They had accompanied him through the Dark Age, the Ancient Age, and even the dozens of eras in the lower realm. They were still there even after more than 130 years. However, the former was just a piece of clothing, so he did not pay much attention to it. Hiss, that's not right. Where did this come from? The Netherworld ruins sword is good too. This is good too. Yin Nuashing tugged at the clothes on his body. His expression was a little strange. The beginning of the Dark Age was 40 years. Ignoring the things that happened in the middle, he seemed to have been holding the Netherworld ruined sword and wearing the windbreaker since the beginning. But I don't know where they came from. It's probably something she arranged for you. Perhaps she already knew when you would appear, so she made the necessary arrangements. The girl said casually, "It doesn't matter how it appears, but appearing by your side is a fact that cannot be changed." She tilted her head slightly. She was lying. Even she was surprised that the Netherworld ruins sword had fallen into his hands. But this, phew, before they know why, I'll just fool them for a while. Yin Nuashing was speechless. Speaking of which, when he was born in this era, he did not fall from the sky. Of course, he did not crawl out of his mother's womb either. He just opened his pants, and he was already standing on the realm of the gods. Just like in the 139th era, he was in a daze and did not know the cause and effect. Well, this should be considered as falling from the sky, but this time it should not be caused by jumping out of the path of reincarnation. Born from nothingness. If I'm not mistaken you. The girl suddenly moved closer. She raised her head and fixed her gaze on him for a while. Her gaze became somewhat deep, as if she could see through everything. You should have been active between the first year of the new era and the end of the 39th era, and then you died once, and you reappeared in the 40th era? Yin Nuashing muttered. Logically speaking, that should be the case, but you did not reincarnate normally. It is more like you skipped all activities related to normal life and directly descended into the realm of the gods from nothingness. She reached out and pressed her hand on his forehead. After a while, she said, as expected, it cannot be linked to the reincarnation activities related to normal life. Perhaps you have always avoided the way humans are born from the very beginning. You were not born from someone's womb, but ran out of your own accord. Yin Nuashing, damn it, this is so creepy. What, did he jump out of a rock? No, you're not something that took form either. All living things in the void have their own constitutions and rules that determine their form, just as the soul determines their consciousness and will. The former could change, but it would also leave behind traces. You're not something that took form. And while your current constitutions and rules are a complete construct of an energy life form, the traces left behind tell me that you were at least an ordinary human when you were born. It is an abnormal reincarnation journey, but it is very difficult to investigate. It is not easy even for us to investigate this matter. All the connections between life and reincarnation are very vague, because when one steps into reincarnation, all the laws in one's body become chaotic. It is very difficult to leave behind a complete record, even if it is a passive record. The girl put down her hand and looked at him again. Oh, she said that you were a very mysterious existence. I didn't think much of it at the time. Yin Nuashing, yes, it is very ridiculous. So if I want to trace back, do I have to trace back to the previous era? Yin Nuashing sighed helplessly and shook her head in distress. She had been searching and searching, but she did not know where to find it. Although she had expected that she would not be able to find her origin in the Dark Age, but forget about the mythological era. They were related to the mythological era, and even they could not tell, so there was no need to trace back. But it is hard to say. The girl shook her head and turned around. After all, it is too special. The special nature even makes us in them think that you are an individual born at the beginning of the primordial realm. Although it is not true in reality, you should be born in the new course of the grand primordial realm. As for what it is, well, we can't say for sure. Since the void of order was completely fixed and entered self-change, there are many things that amaze us every day. We are no longer like in the chaos era, where we know everything in the territory of order like the back of our hands. Right now, the void of order is just developing according to the vague direction that we have designated. Yin Nuashing pointed at herself. So, I may be one of the, weird things? It may be cruel to say it, but you probably won't mind. That is it, an alternative existence. Well, she was not a human from birth. Although she was not a human, she did not expect that she was not a human from the beginning. It seemed that this matter could only be put aside. Even they did not know the situation, he alone. Oh, a weird thing. It would be difficult to find any results even if he searched and searched in a daze. He could only wait for the guidance of the void. If the void could guide him one day, well, it would be fine as long as it did not point him into a hole and he jumped into it. Yin Nuashing breathed a long sigh. Just as he was about to walk along the path between the lakeside forest, his footsteps suddenly froze. His vision darkened for an instant as a dark presence surged wildly in his body. He was not unfamiliar with this feeling. When he was under the rule of chaos, the boiling of the annihilation energy and getting high on drugs was the same situation. The girl seemed to have sensed something and turned around. She was a little surprised when she saw the dark clouds rolling over his body. After a moment, she nodded gently. Looks like you have entered the next phase. How do you feel? Well, it's all right. I've already tried it once before. The annihilation energy surged in his body and temporarily replaced the control of the origin energy. Yin Nuashing watched as it rolled over his body and looked carefully inside. It seemed that there was dozens of rules affecting him. It was drawing out the annihilation energy in his body on a large scale. He seemed to feel the existence of that little lump. It was, why is it really in my stomach? Yin Nuashing's face darkened as he pressed on his stomach. What, 10 months of pregnancy? Can't we talk about changing positions? The girl reached out and knocked him. It's just in the original position of the energy carrier. What are you thinking? Yin Nuashing laughed dryly. Chapter 1856. Unsurprisingly, the evolved core of order had caused a new lump to grow on his body. Currently, this little lump was hanging in his stomach, steadily soaking in the chaotic energy. He could barely see that little lump. It was a little lump, a thumb-sized ball. Although it had been devouring the chaotic energy, the color of its body was a multicolored color cast by the origin energy. There was only a little black dot in the center that was even smaller than a grain of rice. Yin Nuashing tried to use the power of laws to take a look, but he was shocked. Many transparent energy lines of laws and order spread out from the little lump, entangling itself into a ball and extending to every inch of his body. It was as if the inside of his body was entangled into a hole. So far, it's still normal. Don't be nervous. The girl walked up to him and patted his arm. After checking for a while, she nodded. All the structural principles of the core of order have been completely dispersed in your soul. Now, you are the carrier and container of the core of order. The changes at this stage are just borrowing your power to start the next step of the evolution in your soul. Yin Nuashing was speechless. Although that was what she said, it sounded quite strange. So, at this moment, the core of order was tossing around in his soul for a while, temporarily creating a little lump. Now that it was gone, he did not know what it was going to do next. That little lump was soaking in the chaotic energy and was absorbing a huge amount of chaotic energy at every moment. The speed was quite fast, so he could clearly feel that his energy was slowly disappearing one by one. Looking at its gluttonous appearance, Yin Nuashing calculated the problem of consumption. Well, there was no need to calculate. He did not know how much energy it needed to consume, but looking at the speed of consumption, he was a little worried that his energy would not be enough for it to consume. He had not worried about the problem of his energy consumption for many years. When he was in the void front line, he would hang himself in the void and never worry about the lack of energy. After observing the little lump back and forth for a while, Yinuashing didn't find that it had any direct effect on him, so he temporarily put this matter aside and ignored it. Turning his head to look at the lake, he glanced at the girl who seemed to be looking at him. Yinuashing scratched his head and walked down the path that he was about to walk on. When he walked, he deliberately glanced back a few times. This time, the girl did not seem to have any intention of following him, which made him curious for a while. A lot of thoughts appeared in his mind, but after a while, he suppressed them all in his mind. The girl watched him walk away and suddenly said to the air, "You're here. How's the situation?" The three figures slowly appeared and looked at Yun Nuashing. The young man shrugged and replied, "Ready. We can start the rescue at any time." The girl was stunned for a moment. "Why is it resuscitation at the beginning? Is it that serious?" "Oh, that's hard to say." The young man scratched his head. Based on the little guy's strength and uniqueness, he generally does not need external help. However, once he needs help, well, it means that there's a big problem, and it has to be a big problem from the beginning of the rescue. The girl thought for a while and understood. She forgot that he was a guy who would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, especially when it came to accidents. When there were no accidents, he would be stable and nothing would happen no matter how he strolled around. He could handle all kinds of things properly. But once he couldn't handle it, well, the result was more or less the same. It was like the standard answer. If he could handle it within the scope, he would definitely be fine. If he couldn't handle outside the scope, he would definitely suffer. There was no middle ground. The girl turned her head to look at her and suddenly asked, "What's his nature? Have you seen through it?" She seemed to be startled when she heard that. She thought for a while under the gaze of the three and shook her head. "I don't know. It's hard to tell. Even if he's in such a situation where his structure and soul are completely exposed, it's still hard to say." Ah, that's a million points of distress in her tone. I'll make a note of it. It seems that she has no way of understanding her little successor. The more she wanted to know, the more she couldn't. It was as if she was stuck in a quagmire. As she struggled, she would only be dragged into the bottomless abyss. The little guy had already fused with the core of order. Now, his structure and rules were exposed. They could see many things about him. For example, he was now an energy life form. He used to be a human physical life form. At first glance, it didn't seem like much. The answer was right in front of them. They knew the answer, and they also knew that the answer right in front of them was 100% wrong. Just like the other answer that the girl had just found, it proved that the little guy was not a normal human life form. There were two answers in his body, but they did not clearly point out what he was. Instead, the two answers were contradictory, leaving them all confused. This little guy was contradictory. The three of them were filled with strange thoughts and did not notice that Yun Nuashing had already walked far away. It was only when they saw her suddenly lifting her feet and slowly following behind that they reacted. The three of them looked at each other and looked at a certain someone who was following behind step by step. She was obviously very worried but held back and did not say anything. They could not help but sigh in their hearts. This guy is not Frank. If he was worried, he could have just rushed up directly. No matter what, he was the first successor she had since the creation of the world. Yes, the first. Well, it could even be considered as half a successor. It would be very difficult for the little guy to admit that he was anyone's successor when he was full of resentment. Moreover, she did not say much and was a little unreasonable. Really, looking at it this way, these two were really interesting. The little guy was a little arrogant, a little duplicitous, and very contradictory. Her words were too clumsy and too indifferent. She obviously cared a lot, but she pretended that she did not care. Look at how she was carefully following behind him, afraid that something would happen to him. What a pair of idiots. The land of origin. Where was I just now? Building houses? Oh no, it was the natural environment. Yes, it was this beautiful land. Well, there was nothing to say. He was just mumbling. Now, he was just walking forward aimlessly. It was almost like taking a stroll. He did not know where to go or what to do. Honestly, waiting for the lump in his stomach to flare up didn't sound fun, and it felt very long. He wanted to find something to do to pass the time of being observed, but he couldn't find anything to do at all. Thinking about life, he was now stuck at the end with a big question mark. He had entered the longest period of waiting for the answer that might not appear automatically before his eyes. In other words, it was nonsense. As for cultivation, it had never stopped. Well, if it was cultivation, it was not really cultivation for him. His path was very blocked, and he could only find other ways to break through constantly. Other than the main path that he was stuck on, he had found many other paths. Now his mind was focused on the origin energy and the annihilation energy. These two things were quite tiring and time-consuming, and there would not be any obvious changes without tens of thousands of years. In other words, nonsense. He wanted to see something to ease his mood, but because of the lump in his stomach, he could only feel more depressed. He could not help but think of a problem: pregnancy. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. If he talked about it, he would think of a series of problems that would follow. He always felt that his brain would become strange, and his brain might turn left and go straight to the void of chaos in order to escape. Nonsense. In the past, in the realm of the gods, how did he spend this kind of peaceful time? It was like hanging in the sky and sleeping with nothing to do. If it was in the past, it would have been suitable, but now, forget it. His brain could not calm down now, and if he found a place to lie down, he would probably toss and turn like a maggot. There were probably dozens of pairs of eyes staring at him, and he should not expose that embarrassing position. Walking around blindly without thinking, he would be shocked by the things that suddenly appeared in front of him. It was as if a temple had appeared in front of him before he could react. He was slightly stunned and raised his head to look around to see if he had accidentally walked back to the center of the palace. In the end, he wasn't. There was still some distance from his center, which made him feel a little strange. When he looked down on this continent before, other than the white palace in the center, he didn't seem to see any other buildings on the continent. He stood at the entrance and looked at the palace in front of him. He did not have the time to visit people now. After thinking about it, he was about to turn around and change his path when the palace gate suddenly opened quietly. He turned around and walked out with an afterimage. Aya, why are you here? Okay, he was caught before he could run away. Yin Nuashing turned around and looked at the palace gate. From the tall and pointed palace, a white shadow walked out without any surprise. Judging from the figure and the voice, it should be a woman. But he didn't know which heavenly god of origin she was, and there were no special features nearby, so it was not easy for him to make a judgment. The female heavenly god of origin slowly walked down the stairs, and a gentle breeze gently blew the bangs on her forehead. Yin Nuashing noticed a half-meter-long strand of hair sticking up on her head. He looked at it curiously for a while before turning his head. He was wondering if he should politely greet her or if he should follow his irritated heart and be a rude person who turned around and left without greeting him. What's wrong, little guy? They don't have time to talk to you, so they're taking a walk alone? She walked up to him, looked at him, and said softly. Yin Nuashing tilted his head and shrugged his shoulders. He didn't know what to say, so he just shook his head to express his denial. After all, he was just taking a walk around when he had nothing to do. When the woman saw the unhappy look on his face and the dense, chaotic energy lingering around him, she immediately understood what had happened. Just as she was about to call for help, her eyes suddenly met the 4 people hiding in the forest. She shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She looked at him and said, "You don't look very energetic. Do you want to come in and have a seat?" Yin Nuashing blinked his eyes and looked at the palace gate that was open. Before he could respond, the woman in front of him took his hand and dragged him into the palace. He was also stunned and didn't have any other reaction. Only when he was pulled into the palace gate Did he have an idea that he didn't care? Then he looked around while he was at it. The size of the palace of the heavenly gods of origin was also in accordance with the standards of the Eight Elements realm. Big, much bigger than the palaces he had seen before. From the outside, it was only 3,000 feet high, and it was divided into several levels. However, from the inside, it was very spacious. The internal space had been enlarged many times. When he raised his head and looked at it, it was not much different from standing on the square and looking up at the sky. Cough, cough. Throwing away all kinds of strange senses that were attracted by the large space, the magnificent palace had a lot of historical auras. Even the seemingly ordinary decorative patterns seemed to be telling him a history that was imprinted in time. The corridor, the main hall, the small furniture, and a large energy ball that was hanging in the air all reflected the aura of history and time. However, what was the use of such a large energy ball? Was it some kind of observation used to observe the void, something like that? Oh, that is actually a lamp. Seeing his curious look, the woman explained with a faint smile. Yin Nuashing. Well, look at this huge space. Even a lamp of this size can only be illuminated by a lamp of this size. Moreover, this place has too many paths. After walking for only a few minutes, he felt as if he had passed through more than a dozen intersections and made many twists and turns. If he hadn't carefully memorized the route, he would have been lost by now. He didn't know how many rooms or some kind of functional spaces they had passed through, but he didn't see any bedrooms. After walking for a few minutes, they passed through the palace and came to a place that seemed to be a courtyard. Sure enough, this place was a square. If the ceiling was removed, they could save some energy and light. There was an endless grassland, and the green carpet was probably more than a meter high. The wind gently swayed the green waves, layer by layer, and spread to a distant place. If a shorter person walked in, he or she might be drowned. At this moment, there was a sound from the grassland. Yin Nuashing looked in the direction of the sound and saw the woman was setting up a table and a pair of chairs in the open space. She used transparent ice crystals to hold up a large umbrella to block the sunlight. She skillfully brewed a pot of tea and then tilted her head to look at him. Do you want to eat something? Yin Nuashing was stunned for a moment. When he saw the woman pointing at the chair opposite him, he subconsciously sat down. He took a sip of tea and then remembered to respond to the question just now. He shook his head. The woman held the teacup and stared at Yin Nuashing for a while before taking a sip of tea. He was listless. As the chaotic energy in his body became more active, he became more listless. Not long ago, he seemed to be making a fuss. Just a short while ago, he had become like this. The listless and weak little guy looked so lovable. His expression was so weak, and his eyes were blurred. She should be able to bully her now. Ahem, forget it. They were still watching from outside. If she saw her little inheritor being bullied by her, she would probably rush in immediately and throw her into the grass to bury her without a second word. The core of order. The situation was not particularly clear. The entanglement had occupied his soul and had already taken up 80% of the energy used to maintain his body. Little rascal himself did not seem to notice that even his movements were a little stiff. In his sight, the lump in his body was rolling a lot faster in the clouds. Gradually, his energy, divine right, and divinity were all transformed into colorful crystals. The crystals appeared little by little and then stuck to the surface of the lump and solidified. Now, it had become a bumpy sphere and was still growing rapidly. The speed at which it was robbing his energy was getting faster and faster. If this little guy falls here, they won't come in at once, right? Shouldn't I tell them in advance? Clang. The woman was stunned for a moment. What she was afraid of really happened. As soon as she turned her head, she saw the little guy lying on the table and overturning the teacup. She quickly stood up and walked over to take a look. 5 or 6 people rushed out from the space beside her. She was speechless, so they were just watching from somewhere else and did not say anything unless something happened. Is this how these guys take care of people? She reached out and put her hand on Yin Nuashing's head and turned to look at the young man and the others. Take her to this sanctuary of creation and arrange it according to the plan just now. Hurry. No, I'll go by myself. She was stunned for half a second. Suddenly, she picked up Yin Nuashing without saying anything and turned into a light and disappeared. The group was stunned and looked at each other. The young man scratched his head. I haven't seen her so anxious for many years. The speed of her speech is more than twice as fast. When was the last time she was so anxious? About 200 years ago. Oh, it shouldn't be that long. The last time it was that time, when the plan was disrupted and the territory of order was transformed in a hurry. She was also anxious for a moment. That time, she was anxious for a little while as a courtesy. Look at her now. She's so anxious that she's flying. She's not on the same level. Everyone thought about it and made a note in their hearts. A new record. She's so anxious that she's flying. Aren't you going to see how the little guy is doing? The woman tidied up the messy table and put away the table, chairs, and umbrellas. Suddenly, she thought of what happened just now and frowned. You know that he's in such a situation, but you still let him come out alone? Wouldn't it have been better if we had brought him in earlier? Why do we have to be in such a hurry just to resuscitate him? The young man scratched his head with a bitter smile. You weren't with us just now. This little guy is so resentful. He said that he's not in a good mood and wants to walk by himself. If we stop him, then I'll start rebuilding the set. The girl sighed and spread her hands. It's not like we let him walk alone. Aren't we all following behind him? The woman was stunned for a moment. He's so resentful? Everyone smiled bitterly and said in unison, You weren't there just now, and we were all beaten up. The woman was stunned for a long time before she said, Oh, it seemed that she had picked the moment when the little guy was weak to kidnap him. If she had known earlier, she would have taken the opportunity to bully him. Ahem. The abnormality of Yin Nuashing was a show that had long been expected. It was just a matter of time. Originally, they had predicted that it would take at least 2 days before there would be any obvious abnormalities. They did not expect the little guy to fall head first after a day and a half. Fortunately, they had prepared a rescue method early. This time it was a real rescue. Other than a few of them, there were a dozen or so old fellows who had come to watch. The little guy's imagination of being surrounded by dozens of people and placed on the bed for surgery was probably going to come true. When they arrived at the sanctum of creation later, they thought that they would see the roaring appearance of the sanctum of creation being fully energized, but they did not expect it to be so quiet. There were not even many traces of energy flow. The group looked at each other and rushed inside. In the central area of the sanctum, they found her and the little guy on the bed. When she saw everyone coming, she said faintly, Normal, asleep. Everyone's body dimmed, and they almost fell to the ground. No, what's going on? The light on the young man's body dimmed by a few percent. He leaned forward and looked at Yun Nuashing, who had closed her eyes and looked peaceful. She had carefully covered the little guy with a quilt. Indeed, he did not feel any unusual changes. The core of order was still in the second stage of evolution, and it was still accumulating energy. She calmly repeated, Just a normal one. I fell asleep. Fighting in the void for too long and maintaining that crazy posture, of course, it's too much. A lot of fatigue has accumulated in the soul. The girl shrugged. I suddenly felt weak and had nothing to do, so I fainted. Everyone was speechless. All right, the little guy was only at the pinnacle of origin. They had forgotten about that. They had only seen him rampaging in the void, dealing with chaos concept bodies, and being so busy that they had forgotten the most important problem. Sure enough, it was too much of a stretch. All right, although we worried for nothing, we should take good care of him since we brought him in. The girl tugged at her ahogue and shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Although some of the arrangements that had been arranged in the sanctuary of creation were a little early, since Yin Nuashing had been brought in, they were all set up. He had already been arranged in this place, and there were also dozens of origin heavenly gods. No matter what, there would not be any more accidents. Although there seemed to be a very unreliable impression in the little guy's heart, this time there would definitely not be any more accidents. In the name of his mother's origin, he would bet the reputation of this group of people. Okay? The group was busy in the sanctuary of creation as if it had really become a laboratory. Yin Nuashing was locked in a transparent cage, being studied back and forth by a group of people, and was just short of being sliced into pieces. The core of order seemed to have accelerated its process as he fell asleep, and crystallization had almost covered his entire soul. So far, everything was still within their expectations. And then what's the next step? The young man scratched his head blankly. Everyone was speechless. He had just finished speaking, and his reputation was already ruined. Can't this guy pretend to be more reliable? I don't know. She shook her head, causing everyone to take a deep breath. This time, their collective reputation was really ruined. Even she said that she did not know what would happen. Wouldn't that mean that something big was going to happen? The anomaly has already appeared. The core of order has deviated from its original trajectory of evolution, and we can't figure out what kind of changes there will be. She deliberated for a long time before she finished speaking slowly. Anomaly? The young man shook his head in confusion. We have been keeping an eye on it. Where did the anomaly appear? Where did the anomaly come from? She turned her head and said in a slightly solemn voice, the initial light. Everyone present was stunned. Oh, originally, I never thought that he would be involved with the initial light. She said faintly, reaching out and stroking Yun Nuoxing's forehead. Originally, I also never thought that he would touch the initial core of order. As for us, we only used the situation that we had originally thought of to guess and deduce. But we forgot that his body had gathered too many anomalies and variables. Under the illumination of the first light, the core of order had undergone an unpredictable change. It was impossible to determine whether it was good or bad. The figures of a group of white shadow people were flickering, looking very anxious. The atmosphere of the scene suddenly became a bit tragic. Shit, we were too careless. The young man slapped his face in distress. How could there be an accident? What should we do? What should we do now? She looked at his peaceful, sleeping face and was silent for a long time before she said, Where is Roth? I don't know. He seems to be here, but also not here. Didn't you notice that the sanctum of creation has been missing the presence of the core? The young man shook his head hard. Among the powers that the little guy came into contact with, only his power was the least active. Other than that, didn't you notice that we haven't come into contact with any fragments about him? Roth seems to have never been revived. This is troublesome. The girl sighed and rubbed her forehead. Don't worry, there is still a way. She waved her hand and picked up Yun Nuoxing again and walked out of the hall. Let him become the core. Everyone, here it comes. This girl is starting to do things differently. But now, it seems that there is no better way. Chapter 1857. The sanctum of creation was the zone that had been dormant for the longest time in the continent of origins. Ever since the little one had manifested the broken land, the fragments of the 147 individuals had come to life one by one, lurking in their respective zones of the continent of origins and slowly gathering fragments, allowing the reshaped continent to gradually recover its vitality. Of course, Los was one of them. However, unlike the others who could already move about, Los seemed to have just come to life, and then it was gone. He was still floating, which was quite outrageous. It was as if he had shuddered and opened his eyes, only to announce in the next second that he had actually shuddered for a while in a dream and had yet to wake up. However, even if Los was here, there was no guarantee that he would be able to keep the matter under control. After all, he was actually more or less the same as her. If the former could solve the problem, the latter could also solve it, although the process was not quite the same. That's not right. Under such circumstances, perhaps it would be better for Los to handle it. She was a professional saboteur, and look at how her power had affected the little one. He was originally a good child, at most a little crazy, but after becoming her heir, he had become insane. Even he could not tell how much energy the sanctum of creation could mobilize without a core. Either way, he was just trying his best. Did he not hear her say that she would move the little one over and make him the core? That was forcing him to save himself. The core of the sanctum of creation was a colossal hall. It was a cube that was 100 feet long, with countless chains, and threads entwined with order and origin energies entangled on the 6 walls, dyeing the white energy here into black, dark, and blood red. In an instant, it would become an extremely suspicious and dangerous hall. The intertwined white and gold energy that flowed in the hall was being transmitted to every corner of the sanctum through the hall. It was the blood of the sanctum of creation, its radiance flickering as if it had signs of life. In the center of the hall, there was a transparent prism condensed from energy. It was as tall as the hall, and a huge amount of energy was surging inside. At this time, a curled-up figure was floating inside the prism. The energy threads inside the prism wrapped around half of his body. From a distance, it looked like he was strung together. The young man gazed into the distance. In the end, the little fellow did not escape the fate of being strung up in the transparent pillar and being watched by 40 to 50 people. Cough, cough, I'll stop joking around. The current situation wasn't stable enough for me to joke around. He was just an energy source that I could throw in some energy from the side. As for the others, they were all very busy here. Divinity and divine authority are decreasing at an accelerated rate to the point where it would affect the origin. Can someone hurry up and see what's going on? The rule of structure is disintegrating on its own. TSK, I can't find the source. I can't find anything that's affecting the rule of structure. How did this happen? If the rule of structure continues to disintegrate, he would soon turn into a cluster of light. The evolution of the core of order is still accelerating, and this process is accelerating his disintegration. Even with all the energy of the sanctum of creation, we still can't suppress this process. Someone, go dig up the origin of the bottom layer of the continent and use it quickly. Abnormality, conflict, the conflict between the core of order and the original light. But there shouldn't be such a strong reaction. It shouldn't be enough to cause such a situation. Don't bother about should or shouldn't. Now that things have come to this, let's just use every method we can. If we can't even deal with a little guy here, then something big is going to happen. Everyone's body trembled as they collectively raised their heads to look at the transparent prism. The surface of Yin Nuoxing's body was constantly releasing colorful energy into the prism. His body was disintegrating bit by bit, like a snowman that had accidentally entered midsummer. Under the strong sunlight, he was melting bit by bit, visible to the naked eye. The dozens of people in the basilica all had the word finished in their hearts. This was really strange. They were a group of old fellows who had fought for more than 300 years. They were known as the origin of order and the god of origin. What kind of situation had they not seen? They had seen situations that were even more ridiculous than this. But they had seen that kind of situation, at least they could find the cause and the process of the cause and so on. But when they focused on the situation of the little fellow millions of times, they still could not find the so-called cause and effect. He was evaporating into thin air. Under the situation where the group of people used all their strength to suppress him, he was still disintegrating bit by bit. This was impossible. This should not be. Even if the great primordial realm collapsed, they could have pushed back the process of the collapse of the great primordial realm if they wanted to, allowing it to forcefully prolong its life. This was a little fellow who was at the peak of the origin realm. His body was entangled with all of their power. Everything about him was exposed to their eyes. Under such preconditions, they could not handle the inexplicable collapse of his body. If this was spread out, the bastards in the void on the other side would probably laugh themselves to death. If they said that it was the original light that affected him. Bullshit. It was not like they had not studied the original light in the past. If that damn thing could forcefully interfere with all of their power, it would not have been thrown into the realm of the gods for dozens of years. The young man stared at them. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and think of something. I'm not a professional. I can only be a stable energy source. But you guys are just standing there. Do you mean to directly declare that you have given up on treatment? Origin blessing, order prayer, God's word blessing. Who cares if it's useful or not? Let's give it all at once. The girl smiled bitterly and looked at him. We've already tried everything. See if there's any effect at all. The young man continued to stare blankly as he scratched his head. Then what's going on? There has to be a reason. It can't be that something just happened out of thin air. If you say that this little guy is tired of living and is disintegrating himself, I don't believe it. I think that he can jump up and charge at me with a nether void sword for tens of thousands of rounds. Everyone, don't joke at a time like this. She clenched her fists and said calmly, unknown reason. The core of order structure has an unknown conflict. It's a process of conflict that originates from the self. It's difficult for external forces to interfere with it. No, wait a moment. If that's the case, then the scale of the conflict between the core of order and the unknown something, isn't it? She nodded slightly. The conflict that originates from the origin is of the same level as us. Everyone, oh no, we've gone too far. The core of order was originally created by 147 of them. Now that there was an internal conflict, the other party should also be of the same level as them. What kind of thing could be of the same level as them? The little guy's body did not completely inherit our power. If we mix their two powers and the original light, will it be able to reach this level? The Ahog on the woman's head spun around and said, the resistance that originates from the self will also make it impossible for us to find any traces. While the group of people were still staring at each other, the door of the hall suddenly opened. Another group of white shadow people hurriedly rushed in. The leader was holding a ball of light that was emitting colorful energy in his hand. The surface of the ball of light was entangled with dozens of energy chains to bind it. It's here, it's here. Tear down half of the foundation of our house. Quickly throw it in and see if it will work. If it doesn't work, we won't have anything else to use in a short period of time. She took the ball of light, glanced at it, and threw it into the transparent prism. Under her meticulous control, the prism quickly disintegrated. Immeasurable power of rules and order exploded, condensing into an area with a very high concentration of energy around Yun Nuashing. While waiting for the result, the young man glanced around and was stunned. There were more than 80 people, plus the 40 people he knew were still lying on the ground to accelerate the activation, and the other 20 people were dealing with other important matters in this space. In other words, all the people who could move were here, except for the guy who was nowhere to be seen. No, it's just forcibly delayed his self-disintegration, but it still can't stop his disintegration process. This part of the energy will be exhausted in an hour. As soon as she said this, everyone scratched their heads anxiously. Half of the foundation of their house could only last for an hour. Wasn't this bullsh asterisk T? Oh, that's right. This is just a projection of the broken land, and it has yet to be restored to the same level as the continent of origin. Hiss, either way, this is going to be troublesome. The sudden appearance of an unusual energy presence caused the many heavenly gods of origin present to turn in surprise. A solid, transparent sphere of light suddenly appeared over the body of the little fellow who had just said that he was forcibly holding on to his life and maintaining stability. Moreover, it was rapidly expanding into a sphere with a radius of 100 meters in a matter of seconds before stabilizing. Then, bolts of energy containing violent energy began to emanate from his body, exploding into flecks of light as the collapsing energy struck the sphere. After the flecks of light dissipated, dozens of slowly dissipating words appeared on the surface of the sphere. It was the same language they had used in the beginning, the energy that had been filling the temple to contain Yun Nuashing's collapse suddenly went berserk with the appearance of the sphere. The resonance of the origin energy caused the entire holy temple of creation to tremble violently, and the energy that flowed within the temple to suppress it was rapidly being pulled into the transparent sphere. Moreover, they could also feel that the energy of the entire continent of origin was rapidly being pulled here and falling into the sphere. The youth paused for a moment, and the light dimmed a little. He hurriedly used his energy to seal the entire sphere, isolating its influence on the continent of origin. What's going on? Has it gone out of control? The laws of the origin structure have gone out of control. Her voice suddenly became urgent. It's the power of the laws that he left behind. He had judged that his body could not stop the descent of death, and that he had entered the most critical state. Right now, he is destroying all of his own laws and turning himself into a super-concentrated energy amalgamation. This is one of the final measures that he left behind, and he only noticed it now when something happened. Everyone, damn it, can't this little fellow be a little more obedient? While they were risking their lives to save him, he himself had judged that something was wrong and that he was about to die. He had chosen to cut off all means of retreat and self-destruction, skipping the suppression of all thoughts and directly executing his actions. This was probably one of the final measures that the little fellow had left behind to deal with the underworld. But now that he was using it here, it was ridiculous. Wake up, you big idiot. Is there no rescue option in your head? This is an action that's F***king carved into my soul. The youth slapped the back of his head and sucked in a cold breath. I told you not to carve anything into your soul. Look at this, we're in big trouble. A gray energy storm was suddenly released from Yun Nuoxing's body and quickly occupied half of the light sphere. The sudden loss of control of the chaos energy was within their expectations. The little fellow had planned to light himself up like a sun, so it was normal for all the energy in his body to be released. However, it was not fun for the chaos energy to suddenly appear at this time. Get back. The chaos energy that had just appeared was glared fiercely by the 80 or so heavenly gods. The hostile effect that was engraved in its memory caused it to immediately become angry in the face of the 80 or so heavenly gods of origin. Without stopping, it retreated at the speed of light. The chaos energy that had occupied half of the light sphere in 3 seconds retreated in less than half a second, trembling in fear. So what do we do now? The youth braved the energy storm that had erupted in front of him, and the hair on his head stood up as if it was being pulled back. This situation should be suppressed for less than 2 hours, right? 10 minutes. Everyone, F***CK. Should we tear this place down? The girl hurriedly said. After all, this is a ruined place that was rebuilt through his sea of consciousness. As long as he's still here, this place will be rebuilt sooner or later. He still has a lot of power that we left behind, so the fragments should be enough. Do you think we're doing sit-ups in a coffin? The youth rolled his eyes. Rebuilding this place is one of the most unreliable methods that we left behind back then. We didn't leave it behind twice. If it explodes, it'll be gone. Fragments. Hearing this, she suddenly raised her head and looked at Weapon God. What you saw that time, did you really see that Su Ming's soul had completely merged with his? Weapon God was startled for a moment, and then he replied in an unquestionable tone, yes. If that's the case, there's a way. She nodded and slowly walked forward. Everyone was startled when they saw her move, but after thinking for a moment, they understood. However, they were still worried. The youth braved the wind and took 2 steps forward to stand in front of the prism with her. Are you going to suppress his collapse yourself? I have to remind you that even in our current state, if we want to descend on this little guy's body, it's much more dangerous than forcibly creating the void of order back then. Since he can merge with Su Ming's soul, he can also bear my soul. Moreover, we're not complete right now, so it should be fine. She shook her head and suddenly seemed to chuckle as she ran her fingers through her long hair. He's mine. How can I just stand by and do nothing when something happens to him? I'll do everything I can to ensure his existence. Even if he can't bear it, I'll make sure he can. Everyone was shocked and quickly made a note of it. This girl laughed for the first time. All right. Go then. We'll help you maintain the holy temple of creation. The youth shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She waved her hand and walked forward, turning into a white cloud and quietly fusing into the transparent prism. Seeing this, the young man took a few steps back and exchanged a look with the girl. Both of them nodded and began to mobilize the energy of the entire continent of origin. At this moment, on this miracle continent, there were streaks of colorful light breaking through the shackles and pointing towards the sky. After all the light beams appeared, they bent in the air and pointed towards the creation sanctum in the palace complex. A massive amount of energy crazily poured into the palace, causing the creation sanctum to tremble slightly under the overload of energy. It took so much effort to rebuild the setting, and now it's being dyed in all sorts of colors. The girl could not help but grumble, and took the time to look at the continent of origin that was trembling slightly. Even the light had dimmed a little. I can suddenly feel the workload multiplying. Stop complaining. The youth shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I'll deal with it with you when this is over. You? Forget it. What else can that stinky man's setting be other than mountains, rivers, and forests? If you could have some other setting, you wouldn't have turned our place into a primeval forest and mountain range for the elderly a few dozen days ago. There's only fog every day, and you can't see anything beyond 50 meters. There's not a complete road within 10 miles when you go out. It feels like you're trekking through mountains and rivers when you go for a walk. You better not cause trouble for me. This half of the people in the basilica scratched their heads and looked away, and the other half of the girls could not help but smack their lips. The commotion in the sanctum of creation was so great that even the old fellows who were hanging in their temples dealing with other matters were startled awake. Soon, another group of people came, and just as they were getting a grasp of the current situation and providing assistance, another group of people came. The youth counted them carefully, and all 146 of them were present. Not a single one was missing, and the old fellows who could not move had also jumped over. They were all present. However, there was no sign of Roth, and there was no telling what that fellow had encountered. His matter could only be discussed when the time comes, and for now, he had to focus on the little one who was undergoing the abyss of suffering trial. The big bomb that he had evolved himself had accumulated enough energy to be released, and it was time for them to rebuild the continent of origins. Rebuilding this place was actually a small matter, but if the little one just died here, then the realm of order. For a moment, he did not know whether to feel more sorry for Yun Nuashing or more worried about the void of order. An intense shriek of energy caused everyone to raise their heads. They originally thought that she had suppressed the little fellow's movements, but they did not expect that he would suddenly open his eyes. Dark gray energy gushed out like a whirlpool. He slowly stretched his body, and just as he was about to break the chains on his body, he suddenly froze. His eyes that were covered in dark gray colors reflected the scene before him. It was the 145 gods of origin who were rubbing their palms together, maintaining energy output. They were also looking at him with a slightly surprised gaze and very carefully. Suddenly, almost half of them took a few steps forward, maintaining energy output, and that sense of danger that was completely opposing and hostile surged wildly in his heart. Yin Nuashing thought about it very seriously. Her action of tearing the energy chains froze for a moment, and then slowly curled herself up, tightening the chains around her body a little more, and quickly closed her eyes as if nothing had happened. Everyone, all right, this was considered a second transformation, right? This was a completely chaotic transformation, right? But when it glanced at them, it was probably scared out of its wits. It obediently shrank back and pretended that nothing had happened. The youth clutched his head and shook his head. How is this little one able to carve everything into her soul? She's already unconscious, but she's still able to move. The dream god couldn't help but say, I told you that this brat was very strange. His innate ability to indiscriminate destruction is maxed out. Thankfully, he held back when he beat us up here. If we fought outside, even if we could suppress this brat, it definitely wouldn't have been that easy. Ahem. A youth in plain clothes coughed dryly. After being beaten up by this brat, I have something to say. Everyone, you're the only one out of the 147 people who had been seriously beaten up. Just admit that you were unlucky. As time passed, the waves of energy within the palace grew even more ferocious. The origin gods had no choice but to continue forward and unleash even more energy. They were about to enter the range of the energy ripples. The youth was blown backwards by the violent winds, and the crackling energy was about to tear down the entire creation temple. When he saw that the energy patterns on the walls had dimmed by half, he couldn't help but yell, Are you done yet? The creation temple can't handle the energy that's been accumulating here. Her voice rang out a full minute later. Wait a moment, it's about time. Boom! A torrent of energy that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly gushed out, and a hole more than 100 meters wide was blasted through the wall on the right side of the hall. The rich energy rushed to the continent of origin like a spring, bringing with it the sound of violent plowing. The girl looked out of the hole and saw a fan of ashes that was at least 10,000 miles wide, all the way to the edge of the continent. She took a deep breath and seemed to hear the voice of workload increased by 1 million in the unseen world. She held her head and was about to faint. "It's done." A faint voice came from the front. Everyone immediately turned their gazes. The transparent spherical region trembled a few times and burst out with a few extremely dense rays of light. It spun and quickly shrank, returning to Yun Nuoxing's body. All kinds of cracking, collapsing, and dispersing phenomena on his body were also announced to stop. Everyone heaved a collective sigh of relief. It had finally stopped. How was the core of order? The youth heaved a sigh of relief before hurriedly asking. The second stage of evolution was already so thrilling, but it should be back on track after this, right? The energy projection silently dissipated, and she slowly made her way out of the prism with Yun Nuoxing in her arms. She thought for a moment before replying, "The second stage of evolution has concluded. It's entered the next stage." Everyone, phew, it's completely off track. Everyone, that's true. It was already good enough that they were able to ensure that Yun Nuoxing was fine, but to want it to revert back to its original form. That was a bit of fantasy. But if this continues, what will the third stage evolve into? The youth hurriedly asked. According to their experience, the fourth stage was the final stage, which was the opening of the core of order and the process of stabilizing and solidifying the core of order into the void of order. What was the third stage for? I don't know. All right, you're still so calm, even though you don't know. As expected of you. But no matter what happens, it doesn't matter. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen, she said calmly. Everyone know this phrase, "Go ahead and do whatever you want, we'll take care of it for you," was something they had also said to their children back then. They suddenly missed their children. Chapter 1858. Something probably happened. He was in a daze. A lot of things happened in his dream. This time, he didn't meet any eight-legged creatures, but he seemed to see himself being moved around, strung up, and hung in some unknown place. He seemed to see many people watching him, and then someone stuffed a lot of things into his body. He also seemed to see himself dragging out some of the power that he had reserved to deal with the underworld. It was quite uncomfortable. He was used to the feeling of daily torture. There wasn't a part of him that was good from inside out. Therefore, he could suddenly feel uncomfortable from inside out. The reasons were also very strange. The only thing they had in common was that he would feel very uncomfortable. If it was more serious, he would have a mental breakdown. This was considered a common occurrence. He fainted. When did he faint? He seemed to have just walked around the land of origin. He suddenly felt weak all over, and then, he didn't have any recollection of it. He suddenly had a strange feeling. Dreams shouldn't be so tiring, and the strange feeling in his body was too obvious. Wait a minute, was he really strung up just now? Awake! When he was struggling to wake up, he heard a faint voice, as if a pair of cold palms were placed on his forehead. The voice said to itself, "It's a little strange. The activation of consciousness is a little slow. Wake up." When he woke up, his eyes opened against the faint light. He subconsciously thought that he was lying in bed and waking up. When he straightened his body, he realized that he was surrounded by a green field. A gentle breeze rolled up the green waves and rushed into the distance. He seemed to be lying on a grassland, but it wasn't the grassland he saw before he fainted. The grass here was not so tall. With a listless face, he looked around and saw that she was sitting 1 or 2 meters away from him, staring ahead as if in a daze. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but blurt out, "I was strung up just now." The second stage of the evolution of the core of order. For unknown reasons, the core of order seemed to have a conflict with the light. "You fainted." She changed the topic very subtly. Seeing that she did not intend to look at her face, Yun Nuoxing frowned, crawled over from the grass, and said very seriously, "So just now I was strung into a transparent barrier. The evolution of the third stage of the core of order has deviated from the path we know due to the influence of the second stage. It's impossible to predict the next evolution path. However, it should be within the range of your will's control. It's just that Yin Nuashing continued to ask seriously, "Did you just slice me up? Why are you so concerned about what happened just now?" "Oh, I'm just asking to see if the ghostly scene in my dream was an illusion." Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes and sighed gloomily. "In the end, you still couldn't escape the fate of being strung up and sliced into pieces. Fine, did you do anything strange? For example, some weird things are attached to your body." "No, we just dealt with the abnormality of the evolution of the core of order. At the same time, we suppressed the rampaging of your power." Lin Sanjiu shook her head and paused for a moment. "Ah, and also, we temporarily treated you as the core of the holy cathedral of creation. Logically, it would activate some of the abilities related to the holy cathedral of creation, just like your distorted manifestation of the holy cathedral of souls." "Fine." Yin Nuashing rubbed her head in distress. She was caught and treated as an inexplicable thing again. It sounded weird. What does the holy cathedral of creation do? Research it yourself. "Fine." Seeing that Lin Sanju turned her head away and ignored her, Yin Nuashing sighed helplessly. She stood up and looked into the distance. Some doubts appeared in her heart. The initial light did not move just now. If the initial light was in an active state, he should have been forced to wake up. This was one of the few small settings he left in his soul. He could feel that two of them were triggered normally, but they seemed to be suppressed and nothing happened. However, the setting related to the initial light obviously did not show any signs of being triggered. If I tell you that the initial light did not move at all just now, do you have any thoughts? Yin Nuashing lowered her head and looked at her. "I don't know. I already know that it has nothing to do with that light. It cannot interfere with the environment that the 146 of us created together. However, I did not find another factor related to the conflict in your body. Because I could not think of it, I could only use that light as a substitute. It is the most unlikely thing, but also the most likely thing that caused the disturbance." Lin Sanjiu said calmly. Yin Nuashing was speechless. The initial light indicated that it had something to say. Throwing the unlucky initial light aside and ignoring it, Yin Nuashing looked at the lump in her stomach. It had changed its appearance. It had turned into a crystal with two diamond-shaped shapes overlapping in the middle. The colorful energy in the black dot in the center did not change. The aura was also the aura of the origin energy. It was a little strange. He kept feeling that this crystal was emitting an unfamiliar aura, but should be very familiar. Carefully sensing it, it did not seem to be centered on the core of order. Instead, it seemed that every corner of his soul had this aura. The core of order was also infected with this aura because it stayed in his soul. What did he feel that this aura was like? He looked at Lin Sanjiu, who was sitting quietly on the grass. His face twitched. Why did it seem like her aura? Reason attacked his curiosity and forced him to throw this matter aside. He quickly focused his attention where it should be. So this lump is still evolving. When will it end? According to the original plan, when the core of order ends this phase of evolution, it will unfold. It will be like a domain that supports the unsolidified territory of order, turning it into an indestructible concept and solidifying it in the void environment. However, it has already undergone an abnormal change that even we cannot detect. So, we cannot know what it will change into in the next process. She tilted her head to look at him and said indifferently, "The dangerous period of the second stage has passed, and there won't be any more abnormalities. You can be at ease and continue to evolve it. If you have any misgivings, you can seal it and put it aside. Stopping the evolution won't have any negative effects." Yin Nuashing pressed her stomach with a strange expression. In short, she came here this time to deal with the difficult and complicated illness of eating something wrong. At the same time, she found one or two strange conditions that still existed on his body. Damn it, even they were not aware of the abnormal conditions. When he heard this, he felt a chill run down his spine. He kept feeling that there was a bloody danger word floating above his head. But the next second, he felt that it did not matter. Anyway, he had encountered a lot of problems. Anyway, it was just death. At worst, he would repeatedly jump at the entrance of the reincarnation road, jumping a few more rounds. Strange characteristics, it is not enough to directly kill you. She could not help but stand up. She stretched out her hand and gently knocked on his head. It is just that we cannot judge for the time being. But it should be related to the thing you are carrying at this time. That light cannot really be said to have nothing to do with it. Maybe it is not directly related to its influence. Yin Nuashing felt that something was not right. What if it is not its influence? She seemed to pause for a moment. She took a few steps closer to him and was only half a foot away from him. Only then did he notice that she was the same height as him. Well, he suddenly thought of that girl Xian, being stared at by a face that only had a nose and no other facial features was actually quite creepy. She looked at him for a long time before she slowly said, I have not found any abnormalities for the time being. Even if you are a special individual born in the void of order, I don't think you are special enough to hide from all of our observation. Yin Nuashing scratched his head. But from the facts, didn't you find any abnormalities? She was startled. She subtly turned her head away. She had nothing to say. It was not that he wanted to choke her. It was just that, he was actually a little creeped out by the so-called special individual like himself. He had been a special individual for too long. Whenever there was a special incident that he, as a special individual, could not solve, there would be a special individual or something like that. We will keep an eye on this matter. She calmly turned her back to him and said lightly, Go back first. If there is any abnormality, I will call you in again next time. Yin Nuashing shuddered violently at the thought of coming in again. He quickly stepped back. Don't. I feel that the way of coming in will kill me at any time. Can we talk about it? You have obtained a large number of fragments related to us this time. It will not be used up in a short time. Moreover, as you have collected more of our power, you have unintentionally accelerated the completion of this broken land. The connection between you and this place is gradually strengthened. The next time you come in, it will not be as dangerous as you think. Oh, that's better. Yin Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief. If he was half dead every time he came in, damn, just thinking about it made his liver tremble. Previously, he had come in through the skylight. Next time, he should be able to come in through the front door, right? Even if he could not go through the front door, he could still go through the back door, right? The source law. Yin Nuashing had just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard her mention these two words. This was the most important thing in his future arrangement. It made his little heart beat fast. He was afraid that she would say whimsical and strike him into charcoal. Even his voice was slightly trembling. What? She turned around and looked at him. She slowly said, The laws of the chaos era that has passed away have been completely destroyed conceptually. It cannot be completely recreated. What is contained in that light should be the last power of the laws left behind by the Yuan realm at the beginning. It is a power that only you can use. Even if you intend to use the power of that light to perform reverse deduction, you can only find a weakened version of the laws. That's right. That was my plan all along. Of course, I know that the laws of the chaos era cannot be replicated, and I never thought that I could really create the laws of the chaos era. I just wanted a weakened, loophole or something. Yin Nuashing let out a sigh of relief. If that was all, it would be fine. He already knew that. She nodded slightly. Fundamentally speaking, there is nothing wrong with reassembling the laws of the Yuan realm that was split into 8. However, when they were split, they already had their own variations. This includes this realm. This is to prevent chaos from trying to reassemble everything into a whole and recreate the environment that belonged to them. The source law that you're trying to recreate is different from the environment of the chaos era, but it should be able to reach the level that you want. What you're thinking is not wrong. It is just that you have not found a method. As for the specific method, well, it is difficult for me to help you here. You can only try it yourself. However, you can think about the details of the Yuan realm when it was split. You should be able to do it. Yin Nuashing's brows furrowed into a knot. Her face was full of pain. This was easy to say. Whether it was trying to replicate the source law or using their power to restore the details of the Yuan realm split on the spot, it was not something simple. It was an idea that no one had ever thought of before. Just thinking about it was an unattainable thing. Even if the light hanging above his head actually contained the power of this law, he would not be able to obtain any useful information from it. Well, actually, when he came here, he still had a little extravagant hope in his heart. He hoped that he could find some clues from there. Seeing his changing expression, she shrugged and reminded him again. The conditions that you possess will give you hints, so make it clearer. Yin Nuoxing blinked. She said, the core of order, the sanctum of creation, that light, perhaps they alone will not give you any clues. But if you put them together, seeing him scratching his head and becoming more and more entangled, she could not help but sigh and shake her head. She reminded him even more clearly. The sanctum of creation is the temple of. You have temporarily become the core of the sanctum of creation. You can try to manifest it in the void front line that you have set up. It can give you a lot of help. If possible, well, maybe it can find the way for you to embark on the next realm. The pain and entanglement on his face disappeared in an instant. Yin Nuoxing's expression became extremely serious. He narrowed his eyes and stared at her, as if he was going to use all his belongings to fight the underworld in the next second. Using the replicated source law will not allow me to embark on that realm. She looked at his concentrated look, thought for a moment, and shook her head. I'm not sure. In the conclusion that we have obtained, the replicated source law may allow other beings of order to bypass the current rules and use the method of the previous era to embark on the next realm. This conclusion is 80% reliable, but it may still not allow you to cross over smoothly. The path of divinity carriers was explored by the beings of order. It is the only path that has a success rate of 100%. Compared to other methods that have to be categorized for individual reasons, divinity carriers are a universal path that anyone can try. With a little time and effort, anyone can use it to embark on the next realm, but she paused for a moment. Seeing that he was still looking straight at her without wavering, she continued. This is also a path that puts all of your eggs in one basket. What the divinity carriers condense and bear is everything that an individual has walked from zero to where they are today. You can understand it as the shadow of life. It does not have much use and is only to ensure the integrity of an individual's concept and rules. Once it is destroyed, Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath. The other paths will also collapse because my life has lost a rather important part. Is that what you mean? Yes. Yin Nuoxing took a few deep breaths and clenched his fists tightly. Even his breathing sounded like he was gnashing his teeth. In other words, 5 years ago, he had smashed the door to the primeval into smithereens. He did not think that divinity carriers would be so important. He did not think about it. He did not record it. And he did not feel it. No one had ever mentioned that it was such an important component. Jingyan did not mention it, nor did Sui Feng and the others. No one knew about it. So he still had the extravagant hope that if the source law was successfully deployed, perhaps, until she said that sentence to him lightly, as if it was a verdict that was nailed on the board. He did not even intend to question the veracity of that sentence. At this moment, countless thoughts formed in his mind and spread wildly without any preparation. Every thought was a disaster, whether it was for himself, the world of order, or the underworld. He was also forcefully suppressing it. At this moment, there was no benefit for him to go crazy. It would not benefit anything. This kind of thing was just suppressing it in the bottom of his heart. He had long been mentally prepared and had long taken it as a matter of course. There was nothing uncomfortable about it. Nothing. But did she really not give him any hope at all? She kept looking at him. She saw that he was silent for a long time. His face was extremely gloomy, and his mind was filled with countless crazy and dangerous thoughts. Then she said softly, "Maybe you can find another way, a way that belongs to you alone. Before the divine carrier slowly recovers, this is the only way." Yin Nuoxing came back to his senses. He looked at her and opened his mouth, but he could not find anything to say. He tried to say something, but he could only rub his feet on the ground in annoyance. He scratched his forehead with one hand and tried to suppress his manic voice. As everyone knew, in a situation of gambling with the void, the word maybe was equal to impossible to him. If the possibility did not reach 1,000,000%, he would fall into the abyss with only 0 probability. He would sink and fall forever. Forget it. I can't reach the Yuansha realm. Didn't I go through the 5 eras like this? Yin Nuashing suddenly let out a long sigh, with an extremely fake laugh. There will always be a way. I have already prepared for the worst-case scenario of the final battle with the Underworld. I did have the wishful thinking that if I reached the Yuansha realm, the battle would probably end early. Phew, forget it. She was stunned. She wanted to say something, but when she saw that he was trying hard to force a fake laugh, it was better not to say anything in this situation. She did not want to dwell on this matter. She did not want to continue paying attention to it. If she had to say something to him here, he would immediately go crazy and burn everything he had to perish together with the Underworld. It did not matter if the success rate was high or low, or if both sides were ready. That was why reality often went against one's wishes. Even if he already knew and had repeated it countless times in his heart, telling himself countless of times how the Dark Age ended, and could know some of the results by reversing the ending, he could not help but want to think about some things. Anyway, praying was just a joke to him. Anyway, the void of order had not collapsed yet. He would think about it when it did. Yin Nuashing let out a long sigh of relief and waved his hand. Before the heaven and earth fell apart, he had to make all the preparations to resist the heaven and earth fell apart. His preparations started 5 years ago. That was also a trump card that could be used to turn everything around. Even if he had one less extravagant hope and cut off the thought that lasted for 10 eras. Then what could he do? He could only cut it off. If it was in the past, at most, he would be depressed and crying alone in the middle of the night. He would be mad at the air like a fool and be incompetent and furious. As for now, he did not have the time. Forget it. Yes, really forget it. I have thought about it many years ago. If I am still in this realm until the day I charge into the Underworld, then I still need to continue charging. Since I can't enter the Yuansha realm, then I will just feel depressed now. Now that both of us are not ready, under the condition that it doesn't delay everything, I will just feel depressed for a while. Once I am done with being depressed, I still have to continue on the path. But this is the only thing that cannot be compromised. Wishes, prayers, and hard work that took time to settle would always make people feel depressed. She could also understand. It was just like how they had clenched their teeth and persisted for more than 300 years. They did not expect that in the end, all their efforts would be in vain. But what could they do? They were already dead. What else could they do? After they died, they would let him flood the sky. Even if that was the case, would they be willing? They were not willing. So they left behind countless paths, hoping that everything could continue. So they left behind this path. Even if it was just a broken shadow, they still hoped that it could make a small impact here. With his help, they could continue this unfinished war. Even if it was not their turn to announce the end of this matter, they were not willing to let all their efforts go to waste. Even if they were struggling at death's door and crawling on the ground with only a broken soul left, they would crawl to the end of time and see the end. That was the only wish that countless lives of order and their origins of order had gathered for more than 300 years. For that, they would not hesitate to pay any price. Yin Nuashing waved her hand and turned to walk out of the grassland. I'm leaving. You don't have to send me off. I seem to have found the door. Next time when you call for me, remember to give me a heads up. I don't want to be shocked and throw my thoughts into the void. Wait. Yin Nuashing was stunned. She turned around and saw that she was slowly walking towards her. She tilted her head in confusion. What's wrong? Is there something else that I need to pay attention to? Yes. She nodded slightly and walked forward. She stretched out her hands and stroked his face. Be careful and just do your best. Yin Nuashing was stunned for a moment. She blinked her eyes and chuckled. Yes. Looking at the two people on the grassland in the distance, the young man smacked his lips and held the back of his head. He muttered softly, looking for the one and only in this universe among billions of stars. That is the universe that is formed by countless wrong paths. His thoughts are much more resolute than our thoughts in the beginning. He does not carry hope, and he does not use hope as his goal. However, he does not have the thought that he will definitely fail. He is just purely moving forward, continuing to move forward until he reaches the end. After leaving this time, the next time he comes, I'm afraid. The young girl and the others tilted their heads and looked at him. I'm afraid. I'm afraid that it is the time to launch an attack on the underworld. Perhaps it is time for this war to come to an end. The young girl frowned. If he is not in the realm of Yuan, sure. I'm afraid. That is indeed the case. However, the young man laughed a few times. His whole body was shining. Don't you think it is very interesting to create a small miracle of the one and only result? He has never been stopped by himself. He will only continue to move forward. Therefore, even if he loses the factor of Yuan, sure, I believe that there will still be a way out. As long as nothing unexpected happens, it's fine. Chapter 1859. He woke up again and again in a short period of time, as if he was in a deep dream. He kept waking up again and again. He didn't know when he would wake up and couldn't tell the difference between reality and reality. No, it didn't exist. Energy life forms use their ego, consciousness, and soul to form a solid framework to recognize themselves. They were completely stuck. There was no such thing as being unable to distinguish between dream and reality. No matter how realistic the dream was, they would be able to distinguish it sooner or later. Well, he was just talking about the dream. Sometimes he felt that if he closed his eyes this time, he might return to the 139th era when he opened them again. But the truth was that he was still wandering in the Dark Age. As he walked down this lucid, real dream, bit by bit, this was the most important journey that he had to recall. Well, nothing. He was just talking about it. When he opened his eyes, his gaze caught the light that shone from both sides of his face. He slowly sat up. Around him was a sea of flowers that glowed brightly. He was lying in the middle of the flowers, surrounded by the light. You're awake. Hearing the girl's voice, Yin Nuoxing turned around and got into a defensive posture. Then he saw Feng Qingwang stunned for a moment. After a while, she seemed to understand something. She shook her head helplessly and said, "See, you and Master Hui are exploring the surroundings. I'll stay and take care of you." Oh. Yin Nuoxing scratched his head awkwardly. He just woke up and didn't recognize the voice. He thought he was going to be pressed into the flowers. It was quite romantic when he was pounced on. Now, he was lying in the flowers. His long hair, long dress, and robe were dancing with the flowers. It was a beautiful scene. If he was flying over, it would be quite painful. They're back. Feng Qingwang was about to call them when she saw a group of people rushing back. She was about to stand up and greet them. "Feng, you're unharmed." Hui, who just landed on the ground, was about to greet Feng with a smile. Suddenly, his expression changed. He looked at Feng in horror. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "Origin, I wonder which god has possessed you?" The others who followed him down were also shocked. Xi was so stunned that she stopped her attack. Brother Lei, Sui Feng, and the others hurriedly saluted and then hurriedly communicated with each other through soul communication. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to say that she's on top? Oh, that's about right. It looks like she's using little brother Feng's body right now. But this aura is... Oh no, I can't remember. It's a god that we're not very familiar with. Here comes the problem, a god that we're not very familiar with. I think there are quite a few of them. But since it's related to little brother Feng, I think it might be the god of destruction. What is she trying to do by possessing me? They looked at each other for a while, but didn't get any response. They all raised their heads and saw Yin Nuoxing and Feng Qinghuang's weird expressions. They were stunned. We scratched his head and called out carefully, "Feng?" Yin Nuoxing responded even more strangely. "What do you think I am?" "What? Is Her Eminence not possessing you?" Sui Feng hurried over and circled Feng. He sniffed and frowned. "But this aura, it's definitely Her Eminence's aura. 100%. There's no mistaking it. It's a special aura. It's a bit faint, but there's no mistaking it." Yin Nuoxing's expression became even more strange when he heard this. This is indeed Her aura, but I don't know how I got it. I didn't dare to mention this topic when I was talking to her. When you were talking to Her Eminence? Hui was surprised. Why didn't you just ask? Yin Nuoxing's expression became even stranger. Me? Ask? How should I ask? Am I supposed to say in front of her? Why do I have your scent on me? Do you want me to say that it smells good or something? Everyone was speechless. The god of destruction was a woman. If she said that, you can't say that even if you're tired of living. I'm already dead, and I've just been tortured. Why don't you find more trouble for yourself? Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes. If he said that, he would probably be strung into the sanctuary of creation again. All right. Hui laughed dryly and scratched his head. He changed the topic. At least you came back in one piece this time. Ahem. Not necessarily. Yin Nuoxing's face twitched. Everyone was shocked. They all had the same thought in their minds. Here it comes, he has something to say. They all looked like they were all ears. They listened attentively to the former's ramblings about what happened in the broken land. Everyone's eyes widened. Hui shook his head and coughed softly. To put it simply, something terrible was stuffed into my stomach. Then, I was strung up and sliced up by 147 gods of origin for research. After that, they summarized the results, explained the problems, and discussed the future action plan. Yin Nuoxing was speechless. I suffered there for so long, and you just brushed it off with a few words. When the big and small things in the continent of origin were brought to this place, it would take some time to talk about it. However, everyone's attention was basically focused on a few points, such as the mutated core of order of unknown purpose, the sanctuary of creation, and the source law. As for the others, they did not dare to mention it. If they did, they were afraid that, Feng, you can't enter the realm of Yuanshe. Hui scratched his head and muttered. He then sighed worriedly. Why is it like this? This guy brought it up directly. They were all very careful to avoid the lightning. Yep. Yin Nuoxing also sighed worriedly. She hugged Feng Qingwang's shoulder and pulled her left and right. I didn't expect divinity carriers to be so involved. Do you know? The latter question was directed at Sui Feng and the others. However, they all shook their heads as expected. In our time, there were very few who walked the path of divinity carriers. It was hard to say if there was even one in a world of light. Brother Lei nodded. Although a period of time is nothing to us immortals, it's still a period of time. Of all the things you can do, you have to squeeze yourself into this kind of place where you have no choice but to do it. There are no special changes after that, so very few people use it. However, among the people we have seen, there are one or two who had no choice but to use the divinity carrier to break through the realm. After spending a little more time, they all stepped into the Yuanshe realm safely. So, the base number is too small, and the failure rate is non-existent. So we don't know the effects of the destruction of divinity carriers. Even the creators themselves don't know. Hui covered his face speechlessly. Now he understood. Moreover, putting aside the mythological era, even now, countless people in the front line of the void had used the path of divinity carriers. There was no failure at all. 100% success rate was not just for show. Maple had simply blown it up himself. Sigh, that damn thing had sacrificed himself first, and then broke the most powerful spear in the world of order. He would have to grumble about that for 100 years. Well, let's not talk about me. I'm already mentally prepared for it, now that it has been confirmed. And since it's a path that can't be explored, I won't spend any more effort in that direction. Yin Nuoxing, wave her hand. The most important thing now is the source law. That sanctuary of creation. I'll make one in the observer space. Let's see what's up with it. Since she said that she could help, it should be worth studying. Hui kept his arms crossed and nodded. I'll also study what's pregnant with it. Everyone was speechless. They silently retreated a distance. Devour my 10,000 stars. With a loud bang, Hui Jun was sent into the sky like a large firework. The sky was full of fireworks, the gorgeous luster, the burning rain of light, like burning meteors, lit up the sky of the space on the other side of the continent of origin. It was so colorful and brilliant. They could even see a charred figure falling with countless fireworks. Ah, she was really looking for death. Returning to the surface from the other side of the continent of origin, Yin Nuoxing went to the sanctuary of creation that was reconstructed from the continent of origin to see if he could directly borrow this temple that had been silent for countless years. Unfortunately, this reconstructed temple could not respond to his control. Not only that, the entire White Palace was also completely silent. It seemed that it was not complete just because it was reconstructed. They were all just models. They had lost their cores and souls. Only the source energy could not reconstruct this part. The sanctuary of creation that was reconstructed in the observer space was no different from the original. Compared to those models, it had a different feeling. If he had to say, the continent of origin was a dead object. He tried to reconstruct it and barely had something. As for the process, he could not explore it. Anyway, he knew that he could not use the former. Even if he used his own power to stimulate it, there would be no response. The core of order. At the mention of this, Yin Nuoxing could not help but smile bitterly. He did not know if it was because he was angry because Hui said pregnant, or because he was annoyed that he had forcefully let this thing in. This colorful crystal that was pieced together by two diamond-shaped pieces was still quietly rotating clockwise. There was no strange movement. At this time, it was not absorbing energy. The part of the concept of the chaotic concept body did not move as usual, which made him relax a little. As for the rules that constructed its shape, they were still provided by him. The energy threads that connected the four directions did not break because it had become at this stage. Checking his body, he could also feel that there was an additional part of the structural rules, but they were not mixed together. The root of his own structural rules was assumed to be a ball. At this moment, there was another ball next to this ball. It was responsible for using his body as a carrier to continue to construct that thing. The two were under the same roof, but they did not interfere with each other. In short, Little Star is now dual core. See, you clapped her hands. Yin Nuoxing. Although there was an additional part of the structural rules at the root, it was obviously more like a parasite on his body. He could not control it. He did not understand this thing. It could not be used by him for the time being. Dual core. Forget it. He did not want to argue with this girl about this. Although he said that he was not worried, there was an additional lump in his stomach. If he really said that he did not care, it would be nonsense. He only said, I don't care about my business in front of others, and then secretly did it himself. Now, it was more or less like this. The problem was that he really did not understand what this thing was for. According to her, it was originally used to build the foundation of the Void of Order. Now, due to various reasons, it had undergone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 6, and even the scope of its effect had changed. From the size of the original Void of Order, it was forcefully compressed to the size of a soul. It should not continue to carry out its original mission according to its original goal. But he still did not know what it was for. They did not know, and he did not know either. He only knew that his will could affect it. Then let's just say a few words to it. I desire power. Do you understand? The core of order. All right. It would be strange if there was any response. I'm just kidding. The best outcome of praying to something for power would be to play yourself to death. I'll just refer to myself for the details. Randomly picking up things in the void and randomly picking up some power, all of which were used against himself. Although he did gain power, it didn't conflict with the fact that he was now colorful. In short, the consequences were severe. After studying the remodeled creation sanctum, he could almost confirm that it was a superior entity of the sanctum of origins. After all, the latter was a universal node placed everywhere, unlike the creation sanctum, which was placed in the core. However, the purpose was more or less the same. If there was a difference, it could only be said that the creation sanctum was a universal encyclopedia of the void, while the sanctum of origins was a small notebook. Just like that cough. Other than that, the creation sanctum also had power related to the Empyrean god of origins. He did not know which Empyrean god of origins it was. She said the name, but he could not hear it all. The core of order, the original light, and the creation sanctum. All the conditions have been met. Yin Nuashing circled around the creation sanctum and looked inside the open door. Suifeng and the others were also inside the creation sanctum at this time. They seemed to know the purpose of this sanctum better. They carried the staff of origin inside, and there was a lot of noise. He did not know what they were fiddling with. What's wrong? Why are you stopping here? Aren't you in a hurry to torment the source law? We passed by the sanctum and saw him standing on the platform in front of the door. He came out curiously. Yin Nuashing replied. He raised his head to look at the sky and let out a long sigh. I'm thinking about whether I've left anything behind. After all, if I go in now, it might take a long time for me to come out. You won't give up until you succeed. Yes, the source law is very important. We don't have much time left. If we leave the underworld alone for too long, it will be easy for something big to happen. Yin Nuashing let out a long breath, tilted his head, and looked at him. Yes, don't worry. I'll arrange it. Hui nodded hurriedly. I just opened my mouth and didn't say anything. Tisk. Hui looked at him with his hands on his waist and smiled. Anyway, aren't you just saying the same thing? Look after the void front line, look after the observer space, and leave the world of order to you. Yin Nuashing froze. That was true, but wasn't the last sentence said when they were ready to go? The two laughed for a while, and Yin Nuashing waved his hand. When he was about to go in, he suddenly felt something and was startled. We thought that something had happened, so he quickly stopped smiling and looked at him. Seeing him take out a square, phone from the pendant, both of them were startled. I forgot to return it to her. Hui patted his head. Some time ago, he took this thing when he was wandering around the three elements realm. Back then, he took it for the convenience of communication. When they were preparing to return to the eight elements realm, he forgot about it. Yin Nuashing sighed helplessly again. An alarm clock popped up on the phone that was turned off. He didn't know what the little girl was planning to do when she set this time. Yin Nuashing stopped the sound from the phone and looked at it for a while before saying, Shall we return it? Make a trip to the three elements realm? Hui was startled. No, I just remembered something else. We won't be going, but I can ask her to help me send it back. The other, the guardian of the altar. Hui nodded. The little girl said that she would stay in the eight elements realm for a while. When the time came, she would still have to run around the various elements realms to look for the core of the eight elements realm and check on the situation between the various elements realms. But before she left, she seemed to have to make a trip to the void frontline. Calculating the time, it should be about time for her to come over. Let's wait for a while. Yin Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to put away the phone, Hui suddenly showed a strange smile. He took it over and fiddled with it in his hand. He showed a suspicious smile. It's time to return it. Leave something for them. Leave what? Hui smiled and put his arm around Feng's shoulder. He raised his phone high and took a selfie with the two of them. Then he rushed to the creation sanctum excitedly. Hey, come over and take a picture. There was a lot of noise in the creation sanctum. The group of people were also inexplicably excited. They ignored the staff of origin and crowded toward the main hall of the creation sanctum noisily. Yin Nuashing scratched his head. He didn't know why this guy was so agitated all of a sudden. Moreover, the photos and whatnot. Phew, they were all people who couldn't be seen anymore. What could be the point of leaving some impression? Oh, forget it. He wouldn't say it out loud. Now, there was still a little time. It was like the last little relaxation before they tensed up. At present, everyone was still turning slowly. Suifeng and the other inheritors were holding the staff of origin all day long. No one knew what they were studying. When asked, they would not say anything. It was probably some kind of power related to the heavenly god of origin. Whenever he had nothing to do, he would stay in the observer space and sit on the sea of energy, speeding up the evolution of the sea. The people at the front lines would still give Yuan Ji a large pile of combustible materials every once in a while, and then let her throw them into the sea of energy. He had spent the most effort on this, and it was even more so than the source law that he would have to devote all his attention to. I found traces of the void turbulence again. When Jing Yuanji threw down a large piece of world group, Huey's sharp eyes saw the traces left behind by the void turbulence. He scratched his head. although they are all world light orbs that have secretly drifted over from the middle and lower planes. By the way, did you find any refugees? Our people have not seen a large number of refugees yet. They were probably taken away by their own higher life forms when they evacuated. Jing Yuanji shook her head. Also, although they have been wandering in the Order Void, they are all at the bottom level of the Void. Our exploration of the Order Void has decreased a lot. We don't have to worry about that. Let them focus on finding things. We waved his hand and thought for a while. He frowned. No, we still have to care about it. What's the situation in the Order Void now? It's a mess. Speaking of this, Jing Yuanji sighed subconsciously. Oh, a mess. We suddenly screamed. Jing Yuanji also suddenly remembered something. The two of them looked at Yin Nuoxing, who was sitting in front of them. When she turned to look at the two of them, they felt their hearts suddenly stop. They had kept it a secret for so long, and now they directly self-destructed. A mess? Yin Nuoxing frowned. What mess? What's wrong with the Order Void? This. Actually, it's nothing. It's just a small matter. Hui was sweating profusely. Yin Nuoxing narrowed her eyes and stared at him with an extremely terrifying gaze. Are you going in circles here? All right, it's actually like this. Hui smiled bitterly. He braced himself and revealed everything that he had hidden for 5 eras. But, what should be hidden still had to be hidden. Regardless of the Order Void's flood or the collapse of the Void at the end of the world, the only thing that this group of crazy people came to the front line of the Void to cause trouble must be kept a secret. After listening to Hui and Jing Yuanji talk about the situation in the Order Void, Yin Nuoxing also frowned. We don't have the time to care about them now. There's no other way. We can only put aside for now. Suppressing the entire Order Void and declaring war on all of them is a very troublesome thing. It's not good to be distracted during the preparation for war. Let's put it aside first and talk about it later. As mentioned before, when the world still needed to move forward, conflicts, wars, and chaos were unavoidable. As long as the world continued to move forward, these things would never disappear. That was why he wasn't surprised by the fact that the Order Void was still fighting against each other. It was just a bit of headache. Their front line was resisting the entire process of destruction, but in the end, their rear wasn't safe and their backyard was on fire. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. He didn't know what they were thinking. Hui and Jing Yuanji saw that he had put the matter aside for the time being and breathed a sigh of relief. They really thought that this guy would go crazy and rush to the Order Void to suppress the entire upper plane. No, for what he said just now, it seemed that he did have such thoughts. It was just that he was held back by something important. At this time, Yin Nuoxing and Hui suddenly felt a familiar presence nearby. It seemed to be coming straight for them. Chapter 1860. The familiar aura was targeting them. It hovered around them for a while before finding a precise position and launching a precise charge. It was really charging all the way here, breaking through several layers of the Void. Its speed was so fast that Yin Nuoxing and Hui were slightly stunned. This familiar aura seemed to be a little off. Phone, isn't she a little? Hui quickly threw down a precise energy beacon here to remind her to slow down. He turned his head and said stiffly to Phone, she seems to be injured. Her aura is a little chaotic. Yin Nuoxing returned his gaze and nodded. Then she stretched out her hand and used the origin energy to capture the aura that was rushing all the way here from the very deep Void. After catching it, she pulled hard. The space in front of them lit up, and a gray-blue figure appeared in front of them. Her little face was dirty, and her clothes were torn to pieces. She looked very miserable. The little girl was stunned for a moment. She only recovered when she saw the people in front of her. She calmly raised her hand and greeted, I'm here. I haven't seen you for a while. It seems that you look a lot more energetic. Have you recovered recently? Not really. It's just that I've just recovered a little. I'm still busy. Hui waved his hand and looked up and down at her miserable appearance. He couldn't help but twitch his face. You were taught a lesson after rolling around in the abyss death fog? The little girl rolled her eyes at him and rubbed her dirty face with her sleeves. After a while, she said, "The death mist of the abyss can't catch me, except for the last time. I was just run over by the void. Look, there were marks all over my body." The three of them were speechless for a while. They looked at her appearance carefully. Her appearance was still okay, as if she was kicked down a mountain and rolled dozens of times. But her aura, there were many strange auras entangled around her body. The fragments of the rules and order were entangled around her body, like sharp knives stabbing into every part of her body. It was a shocking sight. Well, it was only to this extent. It just looked scary. Her nature was also very special. This degree of injury was not fatal. Yin Noashing narrowed her eyes, and the words she said shocked Hui and Jing Yuanji. "You were crushed by the void turbulence." The little girl didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she nodded. It came over all of a sudden, and there was no reaction at all. Recently, I've been searching for traces in the lower planes, and I've also been in the deeper parts of the void. I've also been investigating the precursors of void turbulence. Unexpectedly, as I was searching, an area with precursors of void turbulence in front of me suddenly expanded by tens of thousands of times, dragging me in and crushing me. What are you doing? Yin Nuashing raised her hand and rolled up an energy water column. She pointed at the water column and said to her, "Go in and wash it. Don't waste it. It's a rare material." Hui and Jing Yuanji. Was this guy so crazy that he would use anything special as material? He wouldn't even let it go. The little girl was also stunned for a moment. Looking at his serious expression, she turned to the two of them and said, "Has his condition worsened? Probably it's the last stage. He's been possessed and is beyond cure." We didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he covered his face. After a few teasing words, the little girl cooperated and got into the energy water column. She cleaned up all the messy fragments stuck on her body before coming out and continuing the topic just now. A considerable part of the lower planes has been covered by the precursors of void turbulence. It's not like what we've discovered before, which occasionally appears. Like the weather, it will clear up after a rain. Those areas are only left with storms and rainstorms, and there's no longer any sunlight. This part of the area is still at the remote border. Well, according to the situation, it shouldn't cover too much of the remote border of the lower planes. She waved her hand and smashed the energy water column into the sea of energy. After a little cleaning, Yin Nuashing narrowed her eyes and said, "These are all fragments of chaotic rules in order. Unlike the fragments left behind by the world groups that were destroyed by the precursors of void turbulence, the fragments on your body, well, they are still active, rooted in your body, and still releasing power, as if Yin Nuashing's eyes surged with light. They seem to be changing all the time. Even if they are just fragments, they continue to change under the control of some kind of willpower. They're trying to change and strengthen their own power. If given a period of time, the fragments may be able to accumulate enough power to tear your defense apart." The three of them were stunned when they heard that. Huey's eyes widened. "But the traces left behind by the precursors of void turbulence that we found in the destroyed world groups they're all dead. They do not change at all, and there is no movement. The tens of thousands of materials that have fused into the sea of energy have given me the answer. There's no mistake about it." Yinuashing nodded and looked at the little girl seriously. "Only the fragments on your body are an exception." The little girl was creeped out by his interested look. She quickly waved her hand. No, I'm no exception. This should have nothing to do with my own characteristics. I do not have such a weird ability." She was just saying it in a hurry. She did not expect him to really nod. "Yes, it has nothing to do with your own characteristics. It should have something to do with your condition. The world groups are in a state where they have been completely destroyed. Their structure has actually collapsed and would be destroyed in the void at any time. It was just that during the process of destruction, we found them and fixed them and brought them back. But you're still alive and running. So, those fragments are still moving. They are constantly changing themselves, probably to change their nature and accumulate power to continue the mission of killing the target they are attached to." The three of them listened with a serious expression. We scratched his head and said, "So this is a continuous process. Damn, the void is too cruel. Not only did it crush you and escape, it will not stop until you are dead. Without some effort, you would not have noticed that there are thousands of time bombs stuck on you. Probably, this is the characteristic of the void turbulence. Since it has happened, it must be destroyed once and for all." Yin Nuoxing whispered as she twirled her hair. When she said that, she was startled. She had a feeling that this should be her characteristic. Could it be that when she was guiding the void turbulence, her own will and consciousness were mixed in as well? She would not stop until the entire void was crushed into ashes. He felt that it was very possible. Just look at him, who had inherited her power. Cough, cough. The characteristic of the void turbulence, continuous destruction, continuous destruction. It was no wonder that after a few rounds of the great samsara, nothing could be left behind in the void. Just one impact was not enough. If the people affected by the impact did not realize that there were thorns on their bodies, they would probably die slowly in an extremely slow process. The thorns stuck on their bodies would eventually explode. It was no wonder that other than the realm of the gods and some special worlds, other places could not withstand such an impact. It was like giving them a heavy blow and then slowly beating them to death while they were still in a daze. Without a strong enough defense, they would not be able to withstand the first impact. Even if they could withstand the first impact, they would not be able to withstand the next slow process of destruction if they did not have a defense against laws, order, or even concepts. He estimated that when the impact of the great samsara exploded, it would be able to destroy 80 to 90% of things. The rest would be slowly ground to death in the accompanying slow destruction. Only a handful of things could survive the two attacks at the same time. It was no wonder that when he returned, he saw that the creation barrier in the realm of the gods was riddled with holes and permanent wounds. It was all because of the great samsara. As a reliable repairman, he had amnesia, so how would he know so many things? It was all thanks to its own special ability and self-repair that it had lasted for dozens of eras. Otherwise, it would have exploded long ago. He brought the little girl to the sanctuary of creation to let her rest and let her check herself. It took more than 10 minutes to confirm that there was no mistake. Speaking of which, I haven't seen you for a short period of time. How did your aura become? The little girl looked at Yin Nuoxing, who was leaning against the window, and frowned. It's a bit like their aura. Oh, this is indeed her aura. It's her, the one on my head. Yin Nuoxing pointed her finger at the top of her head. It happened a short while ago. Recently, I've looked into the reason. It should be. Hui and Jing Yuanji looked at her curiously. They also wanted to know the reason. She did not give an answer that day. Yin Nuoxing pondered for a long time before carefully saying, "It's a bit like she stuffed a small part of broken soul fragments and a large number of origin fragments into my body." Huey's jaw dropped to the ground. Soul fragments. But why? Yin Nuoxing scratched her head. Didn't I tell you about the core of order that day? That's it. Oh, about you being strung up and sliced into pieces. Yin Nuoxing. Well, that's it. I fainted once in the middle. It seems that it was caused by the evolution of the core of order. They brought me to the sanctuary of creation and did this and that. It was probably because of a necessary reason that they did this. Well, I heard from her that I also unconsciously went berserk once at that time. It seems that the 2 or 3 types of rule power that I set up near my own rules determined that I was about to die and automatically activated the destructive attack I set up. However, it did not explode. I heard from her that it was suppressed. The 3 of them. What kind of lunatic would make such a setup and release a destructive attack after determining that you were about to die? No wonder the heavenly god of origin had to use the origin fragment and part of her own soul fragments to suppress it. It turned out that this fellow could not be suppressed without using such methods. Recently, I've dealt with a little bit of it. The aura has been restrained a lot. Yin Nuoxing looked at her palm and squeezed it. It shouldn't be that easy for you to sense the aura of the heavenly god of origin, right? The 3 of them shook their heads vigorously and said in unison, "No, it's actually very obvious. After all, it's too special." Well, Then I'll sort it out when the time comes. Hui. Compared to those, is there any special change? After all, they're the various fragments of the heavenly god of origin. It should have a big impact on you. Well, Yin Nuashing frowned and sensed for a moment. The result was similar to what she knew a few days ago. I don't know. Her energy, the power of destruction, is the origin energy that I have the highest degree of control over. If I want to go further, I have to enter the Yuansha realm. Other than that, there's no way to force it to go any further. Even if I accidentally touched her soul fragment. Well, I keep feeling that there's a change in me, but I can't tell what it is. He looked at her from head to toe and suddenly clapped his hands. After all, if there's a lump in your belly, you'll have to pay attention. Can you stop talking about my belly? The little girl calmly watched as Hui turned into a shooting star and flew out. She carefully glanced at Yin Nuashing's belly and then quickly looked away. She calmly changed the topic. What's the core of order? It's the cornerstone that establishes the concept of the void of order. But my belly, cough, but the one on me is the first one. It's the first experimental product. It was originally a half-finished product. I just touched it and forced it into my body. They helped me deal with it for a while, and now it's hanging on my body, waiting for it to change on its own. But after dozens of days, I haven't seen any special changes. The little girl, what a mysterious thing. As expected of the heavenly god of origin. We crawled back from outside and patted the dust off his body. He smiled at the little girl and said, "Are there any changes in the void?" After patrolling for a while, except for the precursors of the void turbulence, the activity has become more frequent. The little girl pulled her dress to make it complete again. After thinking for a while, she said in a very serious tone, "The laws of the middle and lower planes have begun to become unstable. This should also be the influence of the precursors of the void turbulence." I went around, and the middle and lower planes should be covered in a considerable area. It's like a slow-moving wave. It began to spread from the far end of the lower planes and extended toward the middle planes. The places it covered, the environment of the void felt a little shaky. The little girl spread her hands. I was probably a little affected and let my guard down. So I was crushed by the sudden precursors of the void turbulence. Yin Nuashing and Huey's faces were blank. Maybe it's just that you're not very reliable. The waves of the laws of the middle and lower planes. We crossed his arms and looked like he had a headache. Did you find out more details? For example, where will it affect in the end? When will it affect there? And so on. This answer may be more serious than the last one. The little girl frowned and looked at Yin Nuashing with a serious face. The latter understood. Last time, they had discussed the extent of the precursors of the void turbulence. This time, they were talking about the precursors of the void turbulence. If there is no accident, according to the comparison between the precursors of the void turbulence and the precursors of the void turbulence, the little girl deliberately paused for a second. They should be able to crush the area of the upper planes, covering almost half of the area. They will reach the upper planes in 2 eras at the earliest. By then, the areas covered by the waves of the void turbulence will be in a state of permanent instability. Be it stability, strength, or order, everything will be greatly reduced. Dong! Ping ling pang lang. A series of sounds outside the door startled the 4 people in the room. They all turned around and saw Sui Feng, Brother Lei, and the others hurriedly getting up from the ground. Seeing that they were discovered, they quickly pushed each other and ran away. 30 to 40 people ran through the door. Good heavens, they were all outside the door, eavesdropping. Why couldn't they just come in if there was something? Suppressing the waves of the laws of half of the upper planes. Yin Nuashing did not care about Sui Feng and the others who were running away. She crossed her hands and rested her chin on her chin. Her face was solemn. I don't think there was such a thing in the previous precursors. No, the little girl shook her head. Indeed, there was no such thing when we were patrolling the Order Void. However, for such an anomaly to occur, phew, it should be within my expectations. We have talked about the unexpected situation last time. Yin Nuashing was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a moment, she understood. They had gone to clean up the trash in the void, the sanctums of evolution, the sanctums of evolution, together. The trash left behind by the underworld and the void did not cause a small amount of damage to the Order Void. However, the area was too large, and they could not clean up on a large scale in the enemy's territory. 5 years ago, when they went to the middle and lower planes destroyed by the underworld and wiped out more than 100 sanctums of evolution, it only reduced the pressure accumulated in the void by a little. That was obviously not enough. In the past 5 eras, seeing how the underworld had been tormenting the power of the manifestations, one could imagine how much damage they had done to the Order Void behind the scenes. Perhaps it was not enough to just describe it as being riddled with holes. When they went to the distant border some time ago, although they only took a quick glance, they could feel how bad the environment in the Order Void was. 2 eras. The biggest impact is half of the upper planes. Hui knocked his head with a headache and looked at Maple, who was also having a headache. Then we don't have much time left. We have to do it before they completely crush us. Hui smiled bitterly as he said that. This time they were really attacked from the front and the back. Although it was not quite accurate, but that was the general meaning. Anyway, the premonition of the void quake was like a little needle pressing against their backs. It was really like having a knife pressed against their backs. Based on their previous judgment, the premonition of the void quake only affected the middle and lower planes. They did not have any opinions and ignored it. Now, they knew that the premonition not only brought the sound of destruction, but also brought another wave. This wave would affect more than 4/5 of the entire Order Void. That was really bullsh*t. This time, they could not ignore it even if they wanted to. Yin Nuashing nodded slightly. The stability of the Order Void had decreased. The biggest impact was not on the underworld, but them. It was the warriors of the Order World. That would affect the power of order. The earliest 2 eras would come to the edge of the upper planes. Their current position was still at the border between the middle and upper planes. They were already in the range that would be affected. If they wanted to attack the underworld, they would have to maintain their best condition and launch an attack. So, they had to end everything before the 2 eras came. It was easy to say, but in reality, it was not that simple. They were not ready yet. It was impossible for them to wait for 2 eras before attacking. If something unexpected happened in the middle, including this part of the era, they might have an era left for them, or at most 1.5 years. It was about the same time as what he had expected. Phew. Anyway, there's only bad news in the void. There's no good news to speak of. Yin Nuashing rubbed her forehead. Although the result is bad, it is about the same time as what I had expected, so we don't have to worry about it. Other than that, is there anything else? Worse news? Or worse news? Other than that, there's nothing else. Not for the time being. I just took a look around the 8 Elements realm. The little girl shrugged. I found some hidden traces in some very ancient spaces. There are new clues. We asked, so, you're going down again? Well, I feel that the probability of finding it this time is very high. Probably very high. Anyway, I have to quickly find and verify it, lest I get confused one day. The little girl nodded and looked worried. Moreover, the 8 Elements realm is already like this. Well, I'm a little worried that the precursors of the void turbulence in the other elemental realms will have a greater impact. Let's go down and take a look while it is still calm. The impact of the lower elemental realms. Hui tilted his head. Is there anything different? Is it more special? There is something different. The other elemental realms are much weaker than the 8 Elements realm, but the intensity of the void turbulence is the same. Yin Nuashing looked at him and nodded. After the void turbulence, the entire great elemental realm will be emptied. More than 99% of things will be destroyed, and almost nothing will be left behind. But this is not the end. The 8 Elements realm is temporarily calm. The aftermath of the void turbulence will continue to sweep through the void for a period of time until the end of the recovery period. But this is the case for the 8 Elements realm. For the other elemental realms, the aftermath of the void turbulence is enough to cause a second, third, or even 7 to 8 turbulences in the lower elemental realms that are not particularly strong. For the 3 elemental realms, it may happen again between 10 billion to a trillion years. It is even possible for it to happen several times in a short period of time. 1,000,000,000 years. Huey's face twitched a few times. There is still a long time before the recovery of all things. If life is born again during this time, won't it be explode again? Wait, too scary. Too scary. The void turbulence is too scary. That heavenly god of origin is also very crazy. The recovery period of each elemental realm is different, but the other elemental realms are more or less the same. After the last void turbulence, they were ravaged back and forth for a long time. The 8 elements realm did not announce the end of the effects of the void turbulence until the 423rd era. However, for the other 7 elemental realms, because the aftermath of the void turbulence was too great, they consumed their power faster and more explosively. Instead, in one era, well, 3/4 of an era, it completely calmed down. After that, nothing happened. But at that time, except for the upper plane, the 8 elements realm more or less still had some residual effects in other places. The little girl slowly stood up as she spoke. But it is also because of this that when the premonition of the void turbulence appeared, the other 7 elemental realms should have a more intense stress reaction than the 8 elements realm. Well, maybe I'm just overthinking. The void of order in the 8 elements realm was destroyed by the underworld, so the premonition happened quickly and the situation was serious. As for the other elemental realms, the other elemental realms may also be in the process of being destroyed at this moment, and they're slowly increasing the intensity or something. He rolled his eyes and spread his hands. Have you forgotten that when we went down together, we saw a force that might be left behind by the underworld? With their nature, they would not feel comfortable if they did not create trillions of manifestations to push through. The extent of the destruction of the void over there may be even more ridiculous. The little girl. That seems to be true. That's bad, that's bad. The other elemental realms are not as resistant as the 8 elements realm. We have to go there quickly before they torture the void to the point where it can't take it anymore. The void turbulence will destroy a lot of traces. I don't know if it will destroy the traces of the 8 elements realm's core. As the little girl spoke, she swiftly cut open the elemental realm's barrier. Then I will go first. Let's meet again when we have time. Well, I wish you all the best. After leaving this time, I may not return to the 8 elements realm for a while. Hey, wait. Yinashing hurriedly grabbed the little girl who almost went through the door and crossed over. He took out the mobile phone that Zhou Jibai gave him from the pendant and put it in her hand. Do you still remember the girl we met in the 3 elements realm? This is hers. I forgot to return it to her before I left. Help me return it. The little girl tilted her head and looked at the thing in her hand. She could not help but ask, aren't you going to keep it as a memento? What memento? Yinashing smiled bitterly and shook his head. If you leave it with me, it will just be collecting dust. This time, I was still waiting for you to come. Otherwise, we would have already closed the door and no one would care about us. There are still many important things to deal with, and time. He paused and did not say the following words, but the little girl could roughly guess, and time slipped away in a flash. For mortals, millions of years were already considered to have passed eternity. For them, crossing over eras was a very simple matter. When they saw this thing again, the people and things that they recalled would have been things that happened many years ago. The people and things of the past would have basically turned into ashes, leaving only sadness. Forget it, it's nothing. Yinashing let out a long sigh and shook his head. Anyway, I'll leave it to you. Help me return it. Help me. Oh, just say hello. Okay. I'm a busy person. The little girl nodded and put away the mobile phone. As she waved her little hand and said goodbye, she went into the elemental realms portal. I hope that we can meet again one day. I hope that everything here will have a good ending.